Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions and lemonade. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Meshegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Today is Wednesday, July 9th, 2025. How is everybody? It's time for us to get back to our regular daily schedule. Most of the days anyway. Took a little break after the Karen Reed trial. We had some other things in between. We started digging into Brian Walsh's case, which is in Norfolk County. Also, same players involved in Brian Walsh that are involved in the Karen Reed case. And many of them have since been rehomed. Buchanan and DeChico most recently. And is it because of the Karen Reed case or is it because of the Brian Walsh case? I have questions, don't you? But it seems like the things are being exposed and things are happening. And that's always good news, right? It's always good news. And who's one of the main people to thank for that? Aidan Kearney. Aidan Kearney did not shut up when people wanted him to shut up. He kept talking. He kept digging in. He kept doing stories. He did more to investigate the murder of John O'Keefe than the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton PD combined, which is frightening if you think about it, because aren't they supposed to be protecting you in Massachusetts? I know there are many of you in Massachusetts that are watching me all the time. And we watched the Aidan Kearney. Oh, we didn't watch it. We heard it. The Aidan Kearney hearing yesterday in Norfolk Superior Court in front of Judge Doolin. They did release, was that yesterday or the day before? It was the day before. They eventually released the video on that, but since we already listened to the audio and we already analyzed that, I don't think that there's any reason for us to go over the video together. But what I want to do is go over the video of the trial that Turtleboy had to go through back in June of 2025. The final day of trial was June 12th of 2025, and we were neck deep in Karen Reed coverage. We were covering that trial and his trial for a violation of a restraining order against that Lindsey had against him was a 3-day trial. Bradel tried it. Cosgrove tried it for the Commonwealth. And this was a bench trial in front of Judge Pomeroy. And then Aidan just released the video on his channel, I think 2 days ago. So we have the video. I want to watch it with you because it's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting for a lot of reasons. It's interesting to see who's behind this. It's interesting to see some testimony from Paul O'Keefe and a brother of Matt McCabe, who's a very hostile witness. Lindsey. Meredith testifies. Eugenia, my favorite court officer from the Karen Reed trial, testifies. And the video is up on Turtleboy's channel. It's 5.5 hours long. We're not going to go through the whole entire thing, but I thought it's always great to watch Tim Bradle in action. And we've never seen him try a case, as far as I know, right? So I want us to do a little bit of a deeper dive in there. See if we can make some money for Turtleboy's defense fund, because this shit's expensive, you guys. It's expensive. Alan Jackson did an interview with Vanity Fair the other day where he revealed that for his firm to try both of her cases would have cost, because remember, he was working for pro bono or some other deal that they had, $10 million. Legal representation is not cheap. And sometimes you get what you pay for. Just look at Hank Brennan, who was only $250 an hour. But I digress, as I often do. Michael Proctor apparently had a hearing yesterday. He's trying to get his job back. Talk about that for a little bit. There's not a whole lot to talk about. A lot of hoops that need to be jumped through. I just want to do something here and pin the defense fund in the chat and in the description of this video, so that you can donate to Turtleboy's defense fund if you have any extra. Oh, it's already in there. Actually, it's in the show notes below the video. Proctor was denied already? What you talking about, Willis? There was hang on a second. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. The audacity. I know, who would want Proctor on the street? You know, the audacity. He just thinks that they all think that they're above the law. And you know that because we watched Buchanan testify in the motion to suppress hearing in Brian Walsh. Just like, I didn't need to have him sign consent form for his devices, because, you know, it was already in writing. I just pinned the defense fund to the chat. Oh, they denied him. He has another hearing scheduled. All right, well, you guys are already on top of it. Because I wasn't looking this morning because I was prepping this show. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. And it's insane how one of these players just keeps doubling down and tripling down. We learned yesterday or the day before, what is today? Wednesday, Monday, during the Turtleboy hearing in front of Judge Doolin, that they've been fighting for discovery in that case since the Bettero letters and before. So, yeah, I don't know, over a year, they've been fighting for discovery. We went over all the Bettero letters. And they turned over between 5,000 and 6,000 pages of discovery to Aidan's defense team on Monday. You know what they're going to be? Text messages between players in this case. It's going to blow the lid right off this whole thing, in my opinion. It's going to blow the lid wide open. That's why people are so afraid. That's why Twitter, and I'm going to call Twitter for as long as I want. So if you think you're going to shame me for calling it Twitter, I'm not. I'm calling it Twitter. I just am. Too bad, so sad. Don't like it. I don't care. No, I don't remember where I was going with that. Here's something I found anyway. Somebody sent me on Twitter. This was the virtual hearing. Glenn Jones is a local Boston reporter. And he reported 15 hours ago about Michael Proctor's hearing. So here's a little clip. He's with NBC 10 in Boston regarding Michael Proctor's, hearing to appeal his firing. StreamYard changed all their settings, and it's very confusing. Things are in different spots now, so just going to have to cut me a little bit of slack. It is Twitter, and it's always going to be Twitter. This is Glenn Jones talking about Michael Proctor's reinstatement hearing.
I was one of the few reporters to sit in today virtually on a Civil Service Commission hearing, former trooper Michael Proctor versus Massachusetts State Police. One thing is crystal clear. Michael Proctor wants his job back, and he is determined to get it. So his lawyers, they will have to prove that Michael Proctor was treated differently from his colleagues. How might they do that? Well, one of the ways is they could show with evidence that other people in Massachusetts State Police did things very similar to Michael Proctor and were not terminated for it like he was. It's food
But they might be soon.
for thought. I was one of the few reporters.
So he was only one of the few reporters that got to go into that Zoom hearing. Yeah, if we stop saying Twitter, we can't say Twidiots. And that's one of my favorite things. Call it Twidiots. But somebody said it was already denied. I don't think they would make a decision that quickly. So I'm not quite sure. Will he bring his colleagues down with him? Isn't this the path, though, that happened to Proctor? Wasn't he like initially like transferred, then he was like suspended, and there's a process they have to go to. Look, it's an administrative hearing. They have to go jump through certain hoops before people get fired, right? Every single one of them, total rebranding failure. Yep, it was like New Coke, right, Amy? HBO is doing the same thing. They decided to call themselves Max, and now they're going to go back to HBO. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't fix it. Oh, I just said that she should be denied. Sorry, I wasn't clear. I'm sorry that I misunderstood you. I get distracted by the chat, and then you guys are having side conversations, and I don't hear the whole thing. Okay. Proctor has a second hearing scheduled for August. Will he get fired? I mean, will he get his job back? We don't know. You know how hard it is to get fired from the Massachusetts State Police? But Michael Proctor, he did it. He can do it. He can do it. Oh, look at Susan C. coming in here and gifting 5 memberships so early. Thank you so much, Susan. And to the new 5 members who were randomly gifted. Thank you, Film Freak, for also gifting a membership. Corruption unfolding is great, says Kasky. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. Justice is coming. I really don't think they're done with the investigation into who killed John O'Keefe. Fight me on it. I don't think they're done. It's all going to come out. Rescue Puppy says, my Aunt Mary is turning 105 years old today. Can we wish her happy birthday? Happy birthday, Aunt Mary. What are her secrets, Rescue Puppy? How do you live to be 105? Is it remember the Dan and Yogurt commercials that used to say that was the key to living past 100? Congratulations. That's a good run, Aunt Mary. We love you. Happy eye roller. Be a member. Welcome. And Lola said, if you don't call a Twitter, everyone will just think we're talking to our exes. Yeah, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Thanks, Lola, the good dog, and Angelique. Hi, Angelique. And God save the Commonwealth. God save us from the Commonwealth, Izzy. Thanks for being a member for 8 months. So all the way back in February, do you remember February? All the way back in February 26th, 2024, there was a hearing in the Karen Reed case. Wow, this is like ancient history now. This is taking us all the way back to February of 2024. I first started covering the Karen Reed case with you in January of 2024. That's when I was on Court TV twice, and Jennifer Koffendorfer pissed me off to the point where I was never going to stop talking about this, and got Garrett Wing to come on my show to prove that it was dog bites to John O'Keefe's right arm. Well, in February of 2024, we covered a hearing, and that was the day that the feds, hold on, let me make sure it was the day that the feds turned over. Yep. That was the day of the TUI dump. That was the day that the feds turned over 3,074 pages of documents to the defense. It was a couple of days after Aidan Kearney had been released from his 60-day jail stint in the Norfolk County Pokey. And the reason that he spent 30 days in the Norfolk County Pokey, we are now learning, is because he was set up. He was set up to violate his bail conditions in the witness intimidation cases by Tully, Mello, somebody on the Twitter called Masshole Mafia, who also has a YouTube channel. Her real name is Kate Peter, and a hookup of Aidan Kearney's, not really ex-girlfriend, but just maybe a hookup or a booty call, named Lindsey Gattani. And boy, did they want to shut him up, and boy, did they want him in jail. And so they colluded, maybe, in my opinion, to get him there. On Christmas Eve, 2023, December 23rd of 2023. Wait till those text messages come out between Kate Peter, Lindsey Gattani, Tully, and Mello, who was the special prosecutor hired by Norfolk County to prosecute or persecute Aidan Kearney and to shut him up. And ask yourselves, why were they trying so badly to shut him up? Was it just because of the Karen Read case? Or is there so much more? I don't know. But he's been digging up stuff and corruption and things in the area since, I don't know for how long, years and years and years. Before that, he was a high school teacher. I watched him on Defense Diaries the other day. That was a great show. He talked about being an 11th grade history teacher and how he had kids who were taking his class, his history class. It was not an AP class, but he prepped them to take the AP exam. And many of them took the AP exam and got 4s and 5s on it, which is amazing. And he's been exposing corruption for a very, very long time. And since he did not give up on the Karen Read case, you heard Alan Jackson say it, because Alan Jackson went on Aidan's show. He hasn't been on anybody else's show. And said that in large part, the support for Karen Read and the eyes on this case are because of the reporting that Aidan Kearney did. And he wouldn't give up and he wouldn't shut up. And they put him in jail for 60 days. And 3 days after he got out of jail, after that setup between Mello, Tully, anybody in the chat ever done 60 days in jail? I can't even imagine. Brian Walsh, I think, was in at the same time, as was, I think, Dr. Harry Turk, all in the same pokey. I don't know what goes on in that pokey. I've never really talked about him. I mean, talked to him about being in jail and what it was like, but he's been on my show a couple of times for other things as we were covering Karen Read. So maybe we can sit down and do a deeper dive. But Turtleboy was right, and they don't want to admit it, Melisa. They don't want to admit it. I can't wait to see all the messages either. I'm waiting. And during the hearing on Monday, we heard Betterow talking about some text messages between Proctor and a civilian witness who recently has gone on a press tour with her family. Who do you think that is? Let's see. Process of elimination. We saw the interview. It was Chris Albert. Julie Albert didn't show up. She wasn't there. We can exclude her. Brian Albert and Nicole Albert. I doubt Proctor and Nicole Albert were texting. Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe. And we know that Jen McCabe was at Proctor's house one day, remember? Because they tried to get Turtleboy on conspiracy charges for having someone or asking someone to run a license plate that he thought was Jen McCabe's in Proctor's driveway or outside Proctor's house. That was one of the charges against him that was dismissed when we went over the motion to dismiss on his case. They put him in medical for 60 days. This is interesting. MJ says, rumor is, which we all hate. I know we do hate it, but this is a rumor that I can talk about because it could be like a legal issue. Because that's exactly what they are, rumors. But some legal minds seem adamant that there's a loophole for Proctor. The Civil Service Commission will reinstate him. I think there would be too much public outcry. And so I don't know if they're willing to do that. And being that Jeffrey Noble, the new, the Jersey guy who is now the head of the MSP, may want to start off on a good foot. They may not want to reinstate him. I don't know. This is my opinion. MD says the fact that Proctor said he would do nothing different is why Proctor should never even be considered for rehire. Yep. So I think Aidan got out of jail something like February 23rd, 2024. And then February 26th of 2024, there's a hearing. The easiest thing for me to do is pull up my own feed. So that's what I'm going to do. It's easiest for me to find, but I want you to pay special attention to the gallery. This was the day they turned over 3,074 pages. Okay. Pay attention to the people sitting behind Alan, Liza, David, and Karen. Wow, this is back in the old days, you guys. Back in the old days with the pink, sparkly background. All right, here we go. Watch. Here's Meredith in the red dress, okay? Aidan's girlfriend. The audio was markedly better today in court. Some days it's really chattering bad and low, and you can't even hear it. Yes, Darcy, that's a lot of pages. Yes, Mr. Cheesecake. It was never granted or denied. So everyone was like right when they were saying hello, this whole thing happened. So hang on for a second. Okay. Right when they were saying good morning. There's a little chit chat. Everybody looks so young, don't they? I mean, do you feel like we've been through a war in the past? This is only February of 2024. A year and a half ago. Hello, I just want to thank all of my amazing moderators. Keep the chat foul, line, classy. It's annoying hearing my own voice. I hate it. Name calling, it's better when chat, right? Defense motion is the disqualify. We did go over. So wait, is impounded. The other motion is not. The motion to disqualify. We did go over that on my last stream. I think that was 2 nights ago. I just get to the part because it's like right when they're saying good morning. And you can see what happens is Lindsey comes into the courtroom and Aidan and Meredith get up and walk out of the courtroom because they have Lindsey had a restraining order and he just had gotten out of jail. And then we found out that the reason she was in the courtroom is because she was invited allegedly by Paul O'Keefe. And Kate Peter set the whole thing up because they wanted him to violate his restraining order against her and put him back in jail 3 hours later. 3 hours later. I mean, 3 days later. I'm sorry, 3 days later. I know it's going to get so much more outrageous and I'm here for every minute of it because this is going to, I mean, thank God he's got a movie deal, Aidan, because this is going to be some hell of a movie. It's going to be like Spotlight meets, I don't know, name another journalist movie that was like amazing. Exposing the corruption. Okay, so they sit down. All right. Right.
Read on docket 22C117. Beginning with the prosecution, may the parties introduce themselves?
But that's not Jim.
Your Honor, Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth. Good afternoon, Ms. McLaughlin.
Oh, I remember this because Lally was late. Remember? Lally was late. And Ms. McLaughlin is looking around like, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Like an Aaron Brockovich movie, yes. There's another one that I can't think of with Dustin Hoffman. I can't remember. Like a Woodward and Bernstein kind of movie. Okay. Laura McLaughlin's all freaked out. Like, am I going to have to do this alone?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little.
Okay, look, you can see Aidan getting up in the gallery. Do you see? He's standing right here in the gray suit. Take it back a smidge. Watch. You can see it's easy to spot Meredith because she's got the red dress on.
On behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little.
You can see him get up.
Good afternoon.
On behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good
And Meredith
afternoon,
gets
Ms.
up.
Little.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yannetti. Good afternoon, Ms. Reed. Okay.
There was some kind of hubbub going on in the courtroom. Quiet down, please. All the court officers are saying, quiet down, please. They are leaving. What happened to the chat? The chat froze. Did the chat freeze for anybody else? Are we live? I don't know. That's wild. And here comes Lally. Oops. It was frozen. Okay, that was weird.
Oh, all right. So here comes Mr. Lally. Were you expecting him, Ms. McLaughlin? All right. I'm sorry. I would not have started.
That's not the Jim, the clerk. I don't know who that clerk is. Chat was frozen. I don't know. Is YouTube having problems today? Probably. Just keep chatting and maybe it'll catch up with itself. She was probably freaking out that Lally wasn't there yet. Okay, so that's when it was, all the way back in February. What happened after that was that YouTube's been having problems for 2 to 3 days. Unbelievable. We're going to find out what happened after that, because here's the trial with regard to what happened after that. They were trying to put Aidan back in jail. So they brought Lindsey Kearney, his ex booty call, to court so that he would have to leave because they're trying to shut him up. And you're going to hear Lindsey Kearney say how she's good friends with John McCabe, etc. This is the trial. It was 3 days long. So I'm not sure exactly what day this was. This is the trial for him violating his restraining order against that Lindsey Kearney had against him. The final day was June 12th of 2025. Many of you went there to support. It was in district court in Dedham. And we were watching the Karen Reed trial at that time. So it was going on at the same time. So a lot of us didn't have time to watch it. Or actually, there was no video. Some people did watch it on Zoom or listen to it on Zoom. And then Aidan just released the video. So let's watch some of it together. I don't think that the hearing is continued today for Proctor. I think it's continued to August, because we know they only meet like once a month. We've been through this before. So unless you have actual receipts on something, please don't post misinformation in the chat, because it makes the mods' job really hard, because they have to go through and delete the misinformation, because we like to deal in facts. We're a legal-based channel. Thank you. This is Judge Pomerol in Dedham District Court. And Judge Pomerol, Aidan opted for a bench trial in front of him, which I think was a very smart move. Let's listen to opening statements by one of our favorites anyway, Tim Bradle. And you're going to get a look at Cosgrove if this is the first time that all 3 days are in the video. Yes, thanks, Mandy. But I don't remember. Were they 3 consecutive days that this went on? The final day was June 12th. I don't remember. I don't recall. I got no memory of anything at all.
This primarily pertains, Your Honor, to the witnesses who Mr. Bradle has listed, who
We're going to skip to opening statements.
after a short period of time, Mr.
What's your next one, sir?
Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to prohibit evidence of alleged prior or sub.
All right, that's motion.
Officer Crump says, go up there for now.
All right, here's the opening by Cosgrove.
You ready to start?
Yes. Want an opening, Your Honor?
Robert Cosgrove is a retired judge from Norfolk County. He has stepped in for Ken Mello, who has, I don't know, disappeared. We need proof of life on Ken Mello. Norfolk County District Attorney's Office said they had a conflict in the Aidan Kearney case because of Karen Reed, and so they hired an outside attorney to try this case. And think of how much money they have spent persecuting Aidan Kearney for being a journalist. There's no journalistic shield in Massachusetts. It is a handful of states that does not have a journalistic shield or privilege. I'm not going to put him on 2 times speed because it's already a speed and a quarter. It's already at 1 1/4 speed, but thank you for your input. If it gets too slow during the examination, then we can speed him up, because Lindsey Kearney's cross is really the best part. But how much money have they spent persecuting Aidan Kearney? How much money has Aidan Kearney have had to spend defending himself against these bogus charges, where they weaponize statutes against people that they don't like? As I was saying, Massachusetts is one of a handful of states that does not protect journalists. New York does. We have a very strong shield law here for journalists in New York. Not so in Massachusetts. Okay, here we go. Here's Cosgrove's opening. He's a retired judge from Norfolk Superior. He stepped in for Ken Mello. They want Ken Mello as a witness now. We heard that in the hearing that we listened to the other day. They want Ken Mello to get on the stand because of his involvement in the text message chain with Kearney I mean, with Gittani, Mafia Masshole K. Peter, and Brian Tully, who's also been rehomed coincidentally, but maybe not. Here's the opening statement by Robert Cosgrove, Esquire.
With wish to provide one, Mr. Cosgrove, please proceed.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, from the Commonwealth's point of view, this is a very simple
Aidan.
and straightforward case. Ms. Lindsey Gittani sought a restraining order from the court. There was a hearing at which the defendant was present and was represented by counsel. The court heard evidence, and at the conclusion of that hearing, restraining order was issued. Among the things in that order was a requirement that the defendant remain 100 yards away from Ms. Gittani. On February 26th of 2024, Ms. Gittani had made plans to join a group of witnesses and family members of the O'Keefe family at a pretrial hearing at the Karen Reed case across the street. And the plan was that they would assemble out in the parking lot behind the Registry of Deeds or thereabouts, and they would proceed as a group across the street through the milling, demonstrating crowds, and they would walk up from there and proceed up the stairs and enter the courtroom. And essentially, that's what happened. Ms. Gittani parked in the rear, far rear of the Registry of Deeds parking lot. She met up with some other people, and she proceeded across the street. She got upstairs, gained admission to the courtroom along with members of the O'Keefe family and some of the witnesses for the Commonwealth in the case. When she got in the courtroom, Mr. Kearney was already seated, presumably in his capacity as a YouTube personality, journalist.
Why does he do air?
After a short period of
Wait,
time,
why does he do air quotes when he says journalist? I get really offended. First of all, I think blogger is like a derogatory term. I don't know. Is it just me? Am I being overly sensitive? I think blogger is kind of a derogatory term. I think of like, I don't know, mommy bloggers and people like Ruby Frank. I don't know. But what makes a person a journalist, really? Do you have to work for the Boston Globe to be a journalist? I'm sorry. I hate to break it to all of you people out there in the other world, because you who are here watching me know this, that YouTube is the new media. Why do you think every mainstream media personality is trying to start a YouTube show? They're all doing it. YouTube is where it's at. This is where the cool kids are. This is where we get to come and have our own show and talk about whatever we want and engage with our audience to the tune of hundreds of thousands of people at a time. I would argue that we reach more people than mainstream media does. Nobody's watching Court TV anymore because of Julie Grant, maybe, in my opinion. So why journalist in air quotes? He did more of an investigation into the murder of John O'Keefe than your own police department did. Cosgrove, look at this. Watch if you weren't watching and you're not. I see 18-wheeler is here. If you're driving your 18-wheeler on the highway, don't watch. But here you go. Presumably in his capacity as a YouTube personality.
Mr. Kearney was already seated, presumably in his capacity as a YouTube personality, journalist. After a short period of time, Mr. Kearney was seen to look in her direction. He obviously was within 100 yards of her. And at that point, Your Honor, the evidence will be that he started to do the right thing. He got up, he left the court, went downstairs. From there, I can't tell the court exactly where he positioned himself, but one thing is for sure, he did not leave the area in an attempt to distance himself 100 yards from where Ms. Gittani was located. Rather, he waited outside, knowing the Commonwealth would suggest that Ms. Gittani was going to come out the same exit that she went in. And when that was about to happen, he approached a police officer who was there assigned to control the crowds and so forth. The officer was quite busy. And the evidence will be that Mr. Kearney approached the police officer and said, "I want this on record." He pulled out his own cell phone and recorded the conversation. Commonwealth will play the conversation for Your Honor. You will see that the Commonwealth has a different view of what the police officer told Mr. Kearney than Mr. Kearney apparently does.
Nurse Kim is here.
Mr. Kearney then proceeded across the street to the Registry of Deeds parking lot and waited. And as he knew would happen, Ms. Gittani came out. At that point, Your Honor, if there was not a violation before, there certainly was at that point, because Mr. Kearney positioned himself about 30 yards away from the Superior Courthouse steps, standing in front of the Registry of Deeds. When Ms. Gittani came out, he made no effort to remove himself further to the 100-yard area. Rather, as Ms. Kearney proceeded down the ramp, the handicap ramp, the evidence will show that Mr. Kearney moved along with her. And by the time she turned down the street to return to her car, the evidence will show he was even closer to her.
Yeah, the evidence doesn't show that. But could we also learn? And listen, I don't want to slag Cosgrove, because from all accounts, Tim Bradle says Cosgrove is a really good guy, and he was a judge, and I think he's been given a really crappy case that he has to proceed with, and he's not turning over discovery. And he calls Colin Albert, because we heard that in another hearing. And there's a man who's going to testify today, Colin McCabe. Go figure. You can't make anything else up about this. But there is a Colin McCabe. I wonder if he's going to call him Colin too, because I didn't watch the whole thing. A lot of this is going to be real-time reaction. But you're right, he does have a media pass. So why the air quotes? They brought her there on purpose. Jen McCabe set it up with Kate Peter so that he would have to leave.
From there, Ms. Kearney proceeded to her car. Mr. Kearney is out of the picture now. Returned to her car, found that her car had been vandalized.
Mm-hmm.
One of her friends called the police. Police officer, Officer Kozak, was
One of her friends, Kate Peter, mafia asshole, called the police. He's violating the restraining order.
dispatched to this location on a report of malicious destruction. He spoke with Ms. Kearney, who at that point was very concerned about the damage to her car, and he proceeded to investigate the malicious destruction charge. He left. Ms. Kearney got in her car. She was anxious to pick up her children. And when she got in her car, she realized that Officer Kozak had said nothing about the 209A violation. She had briefly informed him she had a 209A order, but he hadn't pursued it, and she hadn't pursued it either. So she called the police and reported.
Wow. They got the playbook down, right? When you forget to tell the police something and you're Jennifer McCabe, you call them right back. You call them on speed dial. Hey, Lanka, I forgot to tell you something. Can you come back? Forget whether it was Lank or Proctor. I think it was Lank, because he went back to 34 Fairview to take another statement from her to add that, Karen said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Please put that in your report. Or the way Jen McCabe, after she lied to the FBI, had to call them back to tell them, oh, sorry, I lied about all the people that I called in the 10 minutes that you were waiting outside. And this is what they do. They've got the playbook down. Alyssa says, who goes to places where someone you're afraid of is located? If you have a TPO on someone, you should be afraid of them. They call it an HPO in Massachusetts, a harassment prevention order. I just call it a restraining order, because I think most people don't understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, I know what you're saying. And look at Kim is here. We still got Turtleboy to free. She says, I'm just kidding.
Reported it, and subsequently was told that in that call that she needed to come down to the police station and make a report, which she did that night. That would be the Commonwealth's evidence, Your Honor. And we would ask, as a result of that evidence, that you find that Mr. Kearney deliberately violated the restraining order by placing himself within 100 yards of where Ms. Kearney was and not leaving, in fact, coming even closer. That would be the Commonwealth's case.
Thank you very much. Please support, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle on behalf of Aidan Kearney. Judge, when a court grants a restraining order in favor of somebody, it vests in that person a responsibility, and it's ripe for abuse. It's prone to abuse. And in this case, Your Honor, the only abuse that was going on was abuse by Lindsey Kearney of the order. Mr. Kearney was incarcerated for 60 days under a bail revocation, under her allegation of this minimal assault and battery that the government abandoned in this court and didn't even indict and take it across the street with the rest of that case. Ms. Kearney was enlisted. We contend there was, and the evidence will show, that there was a conspiracy between and among the O'Keefe family, the McCabe family, who are witnesses in the Karen Reed case across the street. That's an ongoing murder case, just for the record. And these folks enlisted Ms. Kearney, who they had never met before. Ms. Kearney had never come to a hearing in the Karen Reed case before, and Mr. Kearney had just gotten out of jail for about 3 or 4 days. And this was his first time going back to his job at the courthouse, reporting on the Karen Reed case.
Right.
This case, we contend, Judge, is going to be no different than if the guy's working at the Exxon station down the street in the mechanic days, and someone who got a restraining order on him walks over there and goes to the gas pumps. There's no reason to go to where the person is going to be. And the evidence will show here that Kearney knew that Mr. Kearney was out of jail, that he was in this hearing doing his job reporting. And the evidence will show, Your Honor, that he got into the courtroom at about 1:50 p.m. for a 2 o'clock hearing on 2/26. And we have video that shows Miss Kearney walking into the courthouse with the O'Keefes and the McCabes, Jennifer McCabe and Paul O'Keefe. She's walking in with them. We have evidence, Judge, that will show that when they got upstairs, Jennifer McCabe said to Miss Kearney, "Tell them you're with the O'Keefes. Tell them you're part of the O'Keefes family." Words to that effect, to get her in the courtroom. You'll see from video and photographs that she's prominently, conspicuously holding a piece of paper in her hand. She's got the restraining order out. Her testimony will be that as soon as she walked in the door on the first floor, she opened up the order and showed a court officer. She was waving this order around from the minute she walked into my client's place of work. And she's trying to get him out of there. How do we know she's trying to get him out of there? How do we know she isn't just a good faith observer of the case like many other people? Here's what the evidence will show on that point, Your Honor. She talks about, I got to go get home and get my kids. So she lives in Medfield, which is about a 30-minute drive away. So that tells us, that will tell the fact finder in this case, that she was just coming to flush out Mr. Kearney out of the courtroom for the McCabes and the O'Keefes and the Alberts. And the evidence will show all of that. And she had to get back and go get her kids. So she wasn't here as a good faith observer of anything. She was here at their behest to try to effectuate a restraining order violation. And then she had to get home to her kids. So unexpectedly, the evidence will show that hearing was over at 2:10. It was only 10 minutes. Everybody will testify to you, Your Honor, that they were there expecting a pretty substantial pretrial hearing. That was going to be a good hearing to attend for these observers. And this was a 10-minute thing. So Mr. Kearney was outside. But before I get to outside, let me tell you a little bit more about inside. So the evidence is going to show that in this.
Okay. This is sped up because that's the way Aidan posted it on his channel, because even sped up, it's over 5 hours. This was a 3-day trial. The judge is Judge Pomeroy. He is in the Dedham District Court. And this is a bench trial. And it is from June 12th of 2025. It is scrolling below. It's not that old. It's June 12th of 2025 during the Karen Reed trial. The video has just been released 48 hours ago, and we're watching it now. But it is scrolling below for your convenience. She had never been to a Karen Reed hearing before, kind of like how the McCabes and the Alberts showed up at closing arguments during trial 1 at the behest of the O'Keefes to stare down the jury, right? Again, with the playbook, this incident in February of 2024 was before the first trial, but boy, did they want him back in jail.
Courtroom at about 1:50 p.m. Mr. Kearney and his girlfriend, Meredith O'Neill, who's going to be our first witness, are sitting in the courtroom. And you can see that Ms. Kearney comes in, and the evidence will show that Meredith O'Neill sees her and says, "Get up, we got to go." And then Mr. Kearney, you'll see, turns around and looks, and he sees her, and they get up. And there's going to be evidence from the government that he looks back and says the F word when he sees her, and that's a complete lie, and it's not on video. That's what the evidence is going to show on that. Ms. O'Neill gets up, and Mr. Kearney gets up, and we're going to see this on the video. It's 19 seconds. They're out of there in 19 seconds. Kearney comes in and sits down. Where does she sit? Right behind Paul O'Keefe, right amongst all these people that she's never met before, or maybe she just recently met them because she was enlisted into doing this, and she's never been to a hearing before. Now she has the restraining order. Now Mr. Kearney's out of jail, and here she is. So Mr. Kearney and Ms. O'Neill get up and get out, and they leave. And they do, and I appreciate the Kamal saying that, they did the right thing, and they got out of there. And Mr. Kearney goes downstairs, and he sees, he's approached by Ms. Jill Dadman, who's a witness. You're gonna hear from her. She comes up to him, she's very excited, and she informs him that Jennifer McCabe upstairs told Lindsey Kearney to tell the court officer that she's part of the O'Keefe family. And she reports that in a very excited way to Mr. Kearney. And then Mr. Kearney leaves. He goes down the steps. Okay, and incidentally, Judge, the Commonwealth is going to try to contend that this 100 yards business is some as the crow flies thing that they did with a drone or whatever they did in trying to put every resource to bear against Mr. Kearney as usual. Right. And as usual, people are not drones. They don't know what 100 yards is as the crow flies. Mr. Kearney, the evidence will show, paced off what he did and where he walked, and then it was right at about 100 yards. And nonetheless, Your Honor, putting the numbers, whatever the number is aside for a second, Mr. Kearney goes down the stairs in the front of the Superior Court. And there's an officer directing traffic or letting pedestrians get across that busy section of the street there. And it's Officer Crump, and he's going to be here to testify as well. And Mr. Kearney walks right up to him, and he's live streaming, which is when you video yourself talking. He's live streaming what's going on because he sees what just happened, and he wants to document everything, and he does not want to get jammed up by this in any stretch of the imagination. So he's live streaming what's going on. He's trying to document it. He walks up to Officer Crump, and granted, Officer Crump's a little busy in the intersection, but he says, this woman has a restraining order on me. Where's the effect? and I have to get out of there. Where should I go? She's in the courthouse. She's in the courtroom. Where should I go? And the Officer Crump says, go up there for now. People will testify that they see him gesture, and people did hear him say, go up there for now. And just incidentally, we have a videotape of it because Mr. Kearney is live streaming it. And they both kind of talk at once. I'm just giving you a heads up on the evidence. They both kind of talk at once, but when you slow down the video a little bit, you can hear him say, go up there for now. So it's a little bit hard to hear at first, but we'll get it to you and you'll hear this. Officer Crump says, go up there for now. What's the significance of that, Your Honor?
Can you have a close?
I'm sorry. The issue, though, Judge, is that the government has told Mr. Kearney to go somewhere, and he follows directions. The evidence will show that the government tells him where to go, and he follows directions. He stays up there because he wants to report to Crump what happened and document what happened. And he doesn't want to leave because he doesn't know where Kearney's going to go, and he has this Frank Keegan thing in his head that she has just set up another guy, and he just saw the video of it. He doesn't want to walk somewhere and run into her alone. He doesn't know, so he wants to stay with the policeman.
Frankie's the father of her children. They show a video of what happened with Frankie too.
He stays where the policeman tells him to go, and he waits. Meanwhile, this hearing is over in only 10 minutes. So in 10 minutes, over 100 people come out of the courthouse. And you'll see yourself from the video as a fact finder. Everybody's got black hair, black sunglasses, black coats. It's a sea of people. Mr. Kearney is live streaming. He's talking. He doesn't see her, and she doesn't see him, is what the evidence is going to show. This isn't accidental contact. This isn't incidental contact. This is no contact. This is after the fact manufacturing by Lindsey Kearney. This is a post hoc thing, Judge, where Kearney and her group walk by. Mr. Kearney is live streaming. He's talking. He's outraged about what happened. You'll see bits and pieces of it. He's just going on and on about how she came in there and all this, and he had to get out of there. He will testify that he does not want anything to do with this person. He doesn't want to see her, doesn't want to go near her. He has every incentive in the world to get the hell away from her.
Right.
This is what he did on that day. And this contact that they're trying to remanufacture later.
Right, because he just did 60 days in jail because she set him up. And they didn't know at the time that he was sentenced to his 60 days that he had been set up. They didn't know that. This all just came out very recently because all of these text messages are getting out. They've become discoverable because of Proctor, because of Michael Morrissey using his burner email to email all of the Stoughton District Court judges from his burner email. The truth is being exposed. And isn't it ironic, don't you think, that the guy they tried to shut up for exposing the truth is now going to be the guy who exposes the truth? And they can blame themselves.
Was completely no contact. So what happens is, Judge, and we know this from the witnesses, we know this from the video, there's all kinds of video and stills, and I just want to say, the evidence will show none of this is from my client's phones or anything else. This is from other people giving us things. So none of this is from Mr. Kearney's phones or videos or anything. And it shows that this group that contains Kearney walks out of the courthouse, walks around the side of the registry between this building and the registry, and they're walking behind the building. Meanwhile, Ms. O'Neill, who walked out with Mr. Kearney, she let Mr. Kearney do his live streaming, and she walked over to another location across the street and was talking with supporters and doing this and that. But luckily, Ms. O'Neill was in the same area as Kearney, but she wasn't with Kearney. She went to the back parking lot behind the registry, and she saw Kearney and the McCabes and the Alberts, all these co-conspirators, we contend, walking, happily joking, fine. No one's upset. No one's like, oh, the Kearney was back there, call 911. Nothing consistent with observing Mr. Kearney violating the order that Kearney's been waving around for half an hour in the courthouse. Nobody does anything. They go back to their cars. We have video of that as well from a gentleman who provided us a video who was driving by. They're joking, they're laughing, they're talking, completely inconsistent with her just seeing, the person she's supposedly terrified of.
Right.
So that's when this 911 call happens. Some newfound friend of Ms. Kearney calls 911 and says, this car is vandalized. Not Kearney just violated the order, go arrest him. My car's scratched. So you'll see from the series of events that Mr. Kearney was nowhere near her car, could not have done it, didn't do it, etc. But in any event, they call the police because she thinks her van is scratched or ironically, a cracked taillight, she mentions. So
yes, a cracked taillight.
So
ironically, a cracked taillight. Yeah, it's wild. We're going to hear Lindsey testify about that. And she thinks he did it, but she's got no proof of it. Was it Kate who called in the damage to the car, or did Kate call in that he was violating his restraining order? And also, I didn't know Meredith was a CPA. I'm learning all kinds of new things.
Officer Kozak responds to the call. And Officer Kozak, you're going to hear from him, Judge. And he comes and he deals with this. He does a really good job. He takes photos. He documents this thing. He will testify no one said anything about a restraining order violation, which would have been 10 minutes prior, 15 minutes prior. No one said a word about it. He documents it. We all know that if that was stated to him, he would have had to go arrest him, and he was right around the corner. So nothing ever happened. So that shows it's a complete lie that Ms. Gattani saw him and was traumatized, and because we know that Ms. Gattani tried to contend to police that she saw him yelling at her, which was a complete fabrication. Liar, liar, liar is what you're going to hear. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. We have at least, in this case, we'll probably call 3 out of 5 or 6 people that all swear and all were with Mr. Kearney. He didn't say a word. He clearly didn't even perceive her. He was live streaming and ranting and raving. Yes, sir. Sorry. He's ranting and raving. He's live streaming. He's doing his own thing because he's very upset about what happened. So there's going to be no evidence of that other than Gattani, and it's contradicted by Kozak. And, a completely disinterested, uninterested officer who's taken a routine report. So you have Officer Crump, and then you have Officer Kozak. And then you'll hear some evidence about Ms. Gattani calling in and making different statements about it. And I'll leave that subject to cross-examination. If I could just have one moment, Your Honor. And you'll also see, Judge, a progression of events where to prove this notion that Gattani only shows up when she knows Mr. Kearney is going to be there. There's a few series of court appearances. March 20th, Mr. Kearney announced that he was going to go to that court appearance. She shows up. March 26th, he says he's not going to go to the court appearance. She doesn't show up. March 12th, says he's not going to go to the appearance. She doesn't go to the appearance. So all the evidence here, Judge, is going to show that Ms. Gattani is doing this not because of an accident or an accidental encounter. She's going to him. And how do we further know that? Because that's her pattern, that's her plan, that's her intent. There's no mistake or accident. She's done it before. The Keegan video is going to show you this is her MO, and she's doing it again. She's doing it now at the behest of the O'Keefes and the Alberts and the McCabes. So this entire thing's a fabrication, Your Honor. Mr. Kearney made an absolute good faith attempt to comply. He left where she went in bad faith. He stayed where the government told him to stay, and he had no idea she was there, and she had no idea he was there. There was no contact. She only learned it later that there was contact, and she tried to act like, and she tried to gin it up by saying, he said liar, liar. The evidence in this case will show this is nothing more than an abominable lie and a conspiracy and an attempt to manipulate this court and to manipulate the restraining order process. And I will ask you to find him not guilty. Thank you.
Praise be, Sam Bradle. Worth every penny. Meredith O'Neill is here. I was just saying, I didn't realize that you were a CPA. You look so beautiful in this. We're going to watch your testimony. She says, Kate, who was at home, called about violating one of Megan McCabe, who was with Lindsey, called about vandalism and only vandalism. You can't make this up. They befriended this woman. They used this woman. And I believe they have since discarded this woman. I'm not quite sure if they've discarded her. That would be my guess. Shout out to Meredith for being classy and keeping composure as well as she always does. It should be pointed out that Meredith started her relationship with Aidan long after Lindsey was out of the picture. So I saw some comments that I deleted regarding that. I don't know what Megan McCabe looks like. So I was going to skip. I think this is a court officer. I was going to skip to Eugenia first because Eugenia is a court officer that we like very much. Oh, here they're gonna ask this court officer about the video that we just watched. So let's watch this. It's pretty short.
Judge, before Mr. Delano gets in here, could we have a couple of chairs and use the table here? Is that all right? I'd just like to have a table in front of me. All right, thank you very much. And Judge, also, Ms. Healy, my paralegal is here. Would it be all right if she's in here helping me?
Miss Healy, that's her name. I wanted to know her name. She has beautiful, long, gray hair. I think. Is she blonde or gray? Wait. It's like a silver. It's very pretty.
You solemnly swear in this matter now, hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Thank you.
Could you introduce yourself to the court, sir?
My name is Paul Delano, L-A-L.
And how are you involved, sir?
I work for the trial court, Massachusetts trial court,
And how long have you worked for the trial court?
21 years,
And where are you presently assigned?
Norfolk State,
And how long have you been assigned to Norfolk State?
about 5 years.
Directing your attention to February 26th of 2024. Are you aware of whether or not there was a hearing which carried the case set?
It was.
And did you work that day?
I did.
And what was your particular assignment?
I was assigned to the judge, so I would have been on that side with the judge.
And when you say the judge Kearney?
Yes,
And what courtroom was she set?
that was the main session.
I want to ask you a little bit about the layout going in and out of Norfolk Superior Court. I'm going to hand you a stack of photographs, ask you to take a look at them, and tell me if you recognize those locations generally. And what do those photographs show?
The main session door, front door, inside the main session, hallway to the back door, and back door.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the things that you've just identified?
Yes.
Now,
No objection.
That is Tim Bradle, paralegal. Miss Healy.
could we have photo 9, please? Number 9, please.
Thanks, Leslie.
So looking at that photograph projected on the screen, can you tell us what it depicts?
The front door, security entrance.
So what's the purpose of that setup?
Well, scan people, X-ray machine, and we have the other machine and go through the metals and stuff like that.
And is the courtroom designed, is the courthouse designed so that people enter in a particular place?
The front doors.
So if they come through there, they walk out. All right. And when they walk out, how did they get from there to the session where the Karen Reed hearing was being held that day?
When you walk through the front door, there's a set of stairs on the left-hand side, the right, if you have a picture thing on the left, would be on the right-hand side walking.
So you could proceed up those stairs.
Yes.
Is there any other way to get up to the main courtroom?
Elevator,
Where's the elevator located?
this picture will be to the right-hand side.
All right, you don't actually see it, but it would be
Right behind that.
Okay, just in the lower right-hand corner. All right, so if one walked up the stairs, at the top of the stairs, where would the main session courtroom be?
When you get to the top of the stairs, it would be on the right-hand side.
And could we have number 10, please? Can you identify that?
What the door was going into the main session.
So somebody going into the main session would pass through those doors.
Yes.
Is there any other way for the public to get into the main session?
No.
All right, and number 11, please. What does that show?
That's the main session.
And where would the spectators be located?
The left and the right, the benches on the left and the right.
Towards the back of the photo, or the front of the photo, I guess?
Yes.
All right. And in terms of departure from the courthouse, is there an area that the public is directed to go on?
The main door, the front door.
Same way they came in. Now, is there also a rear door? There is. Number 12, please. Can you tell us, first of all, where somebody would be standing to take this photograph? What's the viewpoint?
I would point you near the civil clerk's office.
Okay. And if you walk down that corridor, what are you coming from?
Straight ahead.
Yeah.
You go to the back doors.
And are those doors we see in the photograph?
Yes.
And could we hit 13, please?
They're not showing the exhibit, so if you're not watching the
And just a
screen, don't
closer
worry.
photo of those same doors.
Yes.
Now, why didn't somebody just walk out that way?
Yes, signage up is the lounge.
And is that exit in view of one of our core offices?
Yes.
There are also video cameras in place from which court personnel can watch people as they move throughout the building.
Yes.
Is that one of the locations covered?
Yes.
All right. So on the day in question, I think you indicated you were assigned to Judge Finoni's courtroom.
Yes.
Are you familiar at all with the defendant in this case, Mr. President? All right. And have you had occasion to see him in court prior to this day?
Yes.
Do you see him in court today? Can you point out where he's seated, please?
Stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you, we'll accept. And on that particular day, did you see Mr. Kearney?
Yes.
And at what point did you see him with your?
I was near the, it was probably one of the last ones to come in, right before the session was supposed to start.
All right, and do you recall what he did? You said that. Did you see him actually come in?
I did.
All right, so he came through those main session doors that we saw earlier.
Yes.
And he took a seat.
Took a seat.
Was he alone or was somebody with him? Do you recall?
I don't really recall. He walked in with somebody.
All right, and after he took his seat, well, let's strike that. Are you also familiar with a woman named Lindsey?
I am not.
Ouch, that must sting. This court officer knows Aidan Kearney because he's there all the time. He's probably very nice to the court officers. He doesn't know who Lindsey Kearney is. Thank you, Susan, for gifting another 5 memberships. You're amazing.
Do you have a recollection of whether you saw Ms. Kearney on that day?
I really don't know what she looks like, so I know a person did come in.
So you saw someone come in. Can you describe it? The person you saw come in?
Really, physically, I don't know. I know the person came in, went to the right-hand side. Next question, sir.
Do you recall if the person was there or was
The female.
And shortly after you observed that person coming, did you observe anything with respect to Mr. Kearney?
No.
Know if anybody spoke to him before he got up and left, or did you set up on his own?
He just got up.
And you say he got up and left. Did you see him exit the courtroom yourself?
I know he left, I mean, I know he left the courtroom.
Did you see him?
Yes, I see him go through the doors.
And did you?
Pointing out also that no one had to ask him to leave. He saw her come in. He got up and left. We watched it. They're going to show it again. Thanks again, Susan. Oops.
See him again after that.
I do not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Judge, is it okay if I stand over here? I promise I won't mess up these lines.
Weird thing about this courtroom is that the witnesses have to stand up. And they're in a weird spot. They're like, I guess maybe because it's a bench trial, so they put the witnesses over across from the judge, but they have to stand. It reminds me of the way I don't know, old time court movies that you watch in the UK. The witnesses are always standing up, and all the judges and attorneys have wigs on. Weird.
Officer Delano, good afternoon. Good morning, sir. That's right on the cusp. You're a court officer of 20 years? 21 years. And you were working on 22624 across the street in Norfolk Superior Court, correct?
Yes,
And there was a Karen Reed hearing that day at 2 p.m.
I believe so.
in the main courtroom. And that hearing was a pretrial hearing, if you recall. Is that right?
Probably, I'm not 100% sure.
Were you, if you know, were you anticipating a quick, short hearing or like kind of an all-afternoon?
I don't really remember. I mean, the usual, you answer the question.
It would be unusual for a hearing like that, where everyone is assembled like that, to be like a 5 or 10 minute hearing, right? Do you agree on that?
Objection.
No, sustained.
I'll ask another question, that's fine, Your Honor. So when were you first asked to kind of dredge up your memory about this date, this court appearance?
Maybe a couple months ago.
A couple months ago. So probably a little more than a year after the event, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it would probably be helpful with if we had some video of the event, right?
Sure.
Judge, I have a video on Fox News of this event that I'd like to ask Ms. Healy to.
Well, I have not seen it, Your Honor, but go ahead. If I have an object, I'll move to strike.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
And we did provide, that was in Ms. Healy's email, up with the thumbnails.
Oh, if that's the case, I have seen it. I apologize. Fox News threw me off.
Can you see that, Your Honor? All right, and so you see, just back up about 15 seconds and play that. Do you see that, officer? And hit play.
There's Aidan.
Just pause it at 4:45, please. All right, and so does that look like the layout and video of that hearing that day? Yes. All right, and can you see yourself in there yet anywhere? I don't. All right, and can you hit play, please?
Karen Reed, on document 117. Beginning with the prosecution, may the parties introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Mr. Laughlin.
And then pause it, please. Is that you there, officer on the left?
Yes.
Okay, so you're kind of in the back by the audience, correct?
Yes.
You're not really near the judge, though, right? And do you, at that point, can you recall, do you have an awareness of where Mr. Kearney was in this, in the court?
I had to say, if he wasn't there at that time, probably behind me, but I'm pretty sure he left by the time the judge came on the bench.
Okay, all right, well, let's play it and let's see what happens. Can you hit play, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little.
Pause it. And do you see the gentleman that just jumped up there in the tan suit to the left? Do you recognize him?
I do.
Who is it? Okay, so the hearing does start, and that's when Mr. Kearney jumps up, right? Yes. Okay. And then do you see someone in like kind of a reddish dress as well?
I do.
All right, do you recognize her at all?
I don't know.
Okay. Could you hit play, please?
Good afternoon.
On behalf of the street.
Good afternoon, Ms. Little.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
And then could we see the timestamp of when they get up? Was it 5:14? What is it? I'm sorry?
5:04.
5:04. Thank you. So from 4:45 to 5:04 is basically the entire time that they are present, correct?
Yes.
And an officer, the event that causes them to get up is Ms. Lindsey walking into the courtroom, correct?
Yes.
And that was right when they got up, wasn't it? Yes. And they got right out of there, didn't they? They did. So no one had to tell them to get out of there, correct? Correct. Do you remember, Officer, Mr. Kearney coming in to the courtroom?
I believe I see him coming.
What did you see?
Come in. He go to the left-hand side, before we went after we sat.
And you're here today with a colleague officer as well, correct?
Yes.
And who's that?
Eugenia?
And what's her last name?
Eugenia.
Okay, and Officer Eugenia, she was working that day?
So I believe.
Did you see her anywhere in the video that we showed?
I did not.
Do you know where she was stationed?
Could have been at the back door, could have been on the outside.
Thank you, Officer.
Anything on the direct?
Nothing on redirect, Your Honor, and witness space excused. Thanks, sir. Eugenia Dunn, please.
Here comes Eugenia.
There's not
I didn't watch her testimony because I've always liked Eugenia, and I'm hoping that she does a good job for Aidan. So remember, Eugenia was the court officer who was sitting
Good afternoon. Please solemnly swear to sign on here.
next to Hank Brennan on the bench when Jessica Hyde said, "May the 4th be with you." I can remember the date. It's so easy. It was May the 4th because, May the 4th be with you. And the camera was on Hank Brennan, and Eugenia was sitting next to Hank Brennan, and she was able to hold it together. I thought she was going to burst out laughing like we all did, but she was able to hold it together. Here's Eugenia.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, thank you.
Thank you guys for being interested in this. It's important.
Ms. Dunn, would you introduce yourself to the court, please?
Hi, my name is Eugenia Dunn.
And in the good old days, we had stenographers was done, and I could just handle stenography for the witness list, but these days everything's electronic, so I'm going to have to ask you to spell your last name.
Last name D-U-N-N.
And how are you employed?
Oh, no.
I'm employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
And what do you do for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
I work for the trial court.
How long have you worked in the trial court?
6 years. Almost 6 years.
What did you do before you worked for the trial court?
I worked at Pine Street and Women's Inn as a counselor for the shelter.
And at what point in your work for the trial court did you begin doing assignments?
Wait, did she just say that she used to work as a counselor at a DV shelter? That might, some people say she's a little bit hostile. Maybe that's why. Is that what she just said? She worked as a counselor at a DV shelter. Hold on. I worked at Pine.
Street and Women's Inn as a counselor.
Yeah. Yeah. That's probably why. That's probably why. She believes victims.
And at what point in your work for the trial court?
Even alleged
did
victims?
you begin doing assignments in the Norfolk Superior Court to the best of your recollection?
July 2021,
All right. And before that, where did you tend to be?
Second Superior.
So I'd like to direct your attention, if I could, to February 26th of 2024. Did you work that day?
Yes, I did.
And there was, if I'm not mistaken, a hearing in the Karen Reed case, was there not?
It's a homeless shelter?
And, did you have a particular assignment on that day?
Yes, I was ordered to go upstairs and be a part of the hearing and just be there. There's a witness that's coming in.
Just listen to the question, just answer that question and wait for the next one.
And while you were in that hearing, did you have a particular responsibility?
I did actually.
What was that?
I was to be with a victim and a victim advocate. The victim, I'm not sure her name.
And when were you told that that was something you need to do?
I was ordered by my chief and the victim and the victim advocate was coming in the door. First of all.
Okay. So your chief.
So they knew Lindsey Gattani was coming, and they assigned Eugenia to escort them up to the classroom, up to the courtroom. She's probably mad because she's here on June 12th in this courtroom across the street instead of being at Karen Reed's trial. She's missing Karen Reed's trial. Although, was it a day off for the Reed trial that day? I must check. Hang on. Yes, it was a half day of court that day because of this. So she really wasn't missing. Oh, so I can't give her a pass on this.
Chief Rose.
Chief Rose contacts you in some way and tells you to meet with or do what with respect to the victim and the victim advocate?
Just to be with the victim and the victim advocate, just in case. I think his first name is Aidan, comes in.
Let me back up a little. And did you subsequently learn that the name of the person that you've been speaking about came in with the victim advocate is Lindsey Kearney?
Correct.
So when you were ordered to do that, did you go somewhere?
I went to the second floor to the main session where I was going to go.
All right. Were you downstairs at some point?
So I was downstairs on the first floor at the entry. And then I just walked upstairs as I was ordered to go to the second floor to just be in the presence.
When you were downstairs, did you see Mrs. Kearney and the victim advocate come in?
Yes, I did, sir.
So they came in. Could we have, I think it's number 9 again. Stills. You saw them come in at that point?
Yes, sir. I was actually standing at that desk.
At the desk on the far right?
On the far right, yes, sir.
So
Perimenopause Princess pointing out that Aidan said That Eugenia just seemed mad that she had to be there for this ridiculousness. Okay. So we're not going to hate on her.
They came in and did they go somewhere?
They went directly upstairs and I went right behind.
Okay. Were they alone or were they part of the group?
But I can remember it was just the victim and the victim advocate.
Okay.
Sorry.
What was that?
So they went upstairs. And let me interrupt this at this point to know, ask you if you're familiar with the gentleman named Aidan Kearney.
I know.
And, how did you become familiar with Mr. Kearney so that you know who he is?
He's a blogger and he's had at least 3 or 4 cases and motions that is actually been part of my job.
And was one of those motions that you were present for, I take it?
Yes, I was, sir.
Was one of those motions over here in the district court?
Yes, it was, sir.
And what was that?
The 209A restraining order, that was a motion hearing.
And was that a hearing with respect to whether the motion would be granted, or was it something?
Could I see counsel, please?
Great points. AKA the cat lady says the fact that they contacted the victim advocate and security before entering shows their intent clearly. And then Josh says, why did the victim advocate accompany Kearney? She was not a party to the Reed case. No, but they wanted, I guess, security in case anything happened. And also the O'Keefes and the McCabes set it up to get her there on purpose so that he would have to leave and or so that he would violate the restraining order. And he had just been released from 60 days in the Norfolk County Pokey 3 days before this event. All the pieces are coming together now.
Did you also see Mr. Kearney on the day of question, the day of hearing at Norfolk Superior Court?
I did.
And do you recall where Mr. Kearney was himself?
Mr. Kearney was coming in the main session on the 2nd floor. He came in and he sat down on the right-hand side on the first bench closest to the wall.
And did you observe what happened with respect to Mr. Kearney after that?
When I turned around, I saw him leaving the courtroom.
And how long would you say he was in the courtroom?
3 minutes.
Did you observe anybody speak to Mr. Kearney before he happened?
No, I did not.
Did you also see, let's go back to Ms. Kearney. You said follow her upstairs, did she enter the courtroom?
She did with witness advocate.
And what do you remember that being in terms of time with respect to Mr. Kearney's sentence? Or do you remember?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether Mr. Kearney got up and left the courtroom before or after Mr. Kearney's entrance?
It was after.
Ms. Smith points out, is that why Lally was late? He knew of the setup. Wow. That's an interesting thought. I didn't even think of that.
You could have a moment in there.
And that beep boop says the same thing. Lally was late because he was helping Kearney sub Aidan.
Were you still keeping an eye, so to speak, on Ms. Kearney?
Yes.
So what do you remember her doing at the conclusion of the hearing?
Just leaving. That's all I recall.
And how did she leave?
She left out the door. She came down the stairs and she went out the front door with the witness advocate.
And did you follow her?
I did not.
You did not. All right, thank you very much. You're welcome, Sister Mary.
Thank you. Yeah, Court. Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Examination.
When
Eugenia.
we first asked to kind of try to recall these events?
A week ago?
A week ago.
A week
Okay, so this
ago.
was 227, what was it, 226, sorry, 24, right?
Yes.
So you were asked a week ago to recall the ins and outs of people at a court hearing over a year ago.
Correct.
Okay, is it fair to say that it's not the most clear thing in your mind about exactly the comings and goings of everyone?
Civilians, yes, but defendants and plaintiffs, if it's a regular basis, I'm very aware.
So can we agree that it's like, you remember a little bit of it, but probably not everything exactly right?
Exactly.
Okay. Do you recall if you were in the courtroom when Ms. Kearney kind of made her entrance?
I don't recall. I know that I was not in the courtroom. I was downstairs.
She had a piece of paper with her, didn't she?
She had papers with her, but I didn't see what they were.
All right. Were you with her downstairs in the first floor near the metal detectors at all?
No, when she came past the medical detector to go upstairs,
Where did you first encounter her?
at the brown desk on the right-hand side of the corner on the first floor. right in the front lobby.
Okay, so that's pretty near the metal detectors,
Yes,
right?
it is.
Had she come in through the metal detectors?
Yes, you did.
All right, and was that when, were you there pursuant to Officer Rose, Chief Rose, saying, wait here for her and meet her or something?
Exactly.
And what did you say about why you were doing that?
I voted to do that. That's my chief.
Did you say something about in case Aidan comes in?
Exactly.
Who told you that?
What do you mean? Who told you? No one told me.
Well, didn't Chief Rose say to you?
He said if Aidan comes in, or his last name Kearney, just go upstairs with her just in case.
Okay, so
At least she pronounced his name correctly.
the way everything unfolded, wasn't it true that Mr. Kearney had already come in and been sitting in the courtroom?
I don't recall that.
So you meet up with Ms. Katani, right? Down on the first floor.
Yes.
And she's with a group of people, isn't she?
I don't recall that.
She's with some people from the O'Keefe family and the McCabe family, isn't she?
I don't recall that.
So you go upstairs with her and you go up that big marble staircase, right?
Correct.
Circle around. And isn't it true that there's a group of people congregating, waiting and kind of filing into the courtroom?
I don't recall that.
What would you say, well, what do you recall about who was in the second floor lobby outside?
Remember, this was February of 2024 before the first trial. She may not have known who the McCabes and Alberts were, right? And she's just being asked to testify about this 16 months later. And the first time she was asked to recall what happened was a week ago.
This first session in that second floor lobby area.
I really don't recall a lot of people being there because I just was bringing her up. She was upstairs. I was one right behind her. And the session was actually getting ready to start. So everyone's in the courtroom.
Was there also a court officer that was kind of stationed at the door, sort of helping to filter everybody in?
I don't recall that neither.
Now, let's think about that. So this is a hearing in the Karen Reed case. It's a very closely watched case. We agree with that, right? We agree on that?
Yeah.
And people want to get into that courtroom, right?
Yeah.
And the courtroom's getting full, right?
Yes.
So don't you think that there was probably a court officer right at the door monitoring who's coming in and where to sit and that kind of like?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So Ms. Katani was right next to Jennifer McCabe, wasn't she?
Sorry, I do not know.
And Ms. McCabe
There's pictures.
told
So,
Ms. Katani, tell them your
so Aidan, when he put this video up, superimposed some pictures over here, which is great because this is a picture of Lindsey. You can see her here with the dark long hair, and there's like she's got a chain strap on her purse. She's closest to the door. And she's walking. This is going into the courtroom, I imagine.
you're part of the O'Keefe family, didn't you?
I can't recall all that.
Wait, hold on. Jen McCabe said, tell them you're part of the O'Keefe family.
And Ms. McCabe told Ms. Katani, tell them you're part of the O'Keefe family, didn't you?
I can't recall all that.
And Ms. Katani said just that to the court officer that was stationed at the door, didn't she?
Did she say to me?
I'm sorry?
Did she say that to me is what I'm asking?
No, I'm asking.
So then I can't recall something that someone else said to another officer.
Okay. So you were with Ms. Katani at that threshold of that first session door, weren't you?
I was, but it was so quick. She went in and I was there.
Ms. Katani said words to the effect to that court officer, just like we have a court officer here at the door. I'm with the O'Keefe family, didn't you?
Objection.
I don't recall that.
Mr. Sam's next question. Did you go into the courtroom with Ms. Katani?
I did.
Up until this point, did you have any discussions at all about a restraining order?
No, that's not my place.
Okay, here's another picture of inside the courtroom, just so we can take these captions down for a second and freeze frame. And I think that's Matt McCabe with the blue sweater. I think that's him, right? And I think that's Lindsey sitting next to this guy with the blue striped sweater. And this is second row. And Lindsey looks like she's right behind Mrs. O'Keefe, Peggy O'Keefe in the front row. And there's that guy, Brendan, who's on all the documentaries with the vest.
Restraining order.
No, that's not my place.
Oh, and there's Lally walking in late. He's doing the walk of shame. He's walking in late. Yeah, I see that Olivia posted. Wondering when they're going to announce the fact that Lieutenant John Fanning has also been bounced from his role at the Norfolk County DA's office. Fanning, you done, but that was, I don't know. She says, I wonder when they're going to announce it. So it doesn't say that it's been announced. So again, let's try and not put things in the chat we don't know that are 100% true, but I looked it up anyway for you. So there you go.
Why were you on the lookout for Mr. Kearney?
Because I knew that he was a restraining order.
Okay. How did you learn that?
I was in the session when there was one.
So you just happened to know from your prior involvement with Mr. Kearney?
Exactly.
She was in the courtroom when the restraining order was granted. What are the odds? What are the odds the dominoes are falling, the walls are coming crumbling down? And again, this February 26, 2024 hearing was 3 days after he just did 60 days in jail. They wanted him back in jail.
And when you came into the courtroom, had you had any discussions at all with her about this order and about what she wanted to have happen?
Other than keeping him away, I don't recall a conversation with her.
Did you know Mr. Kearney was in there when you were walking Katani in?
Again, I don't recall him being there. I saw him come in the courtroom and sit down. I don't recall him being in the courtroom when I walked in with her.
So your memory is that Mr. Kearney came in after Ms. Katani?
Exactly.
Okay, all right, we'll leave it there.
Folks, quiet, please.
Miss Eugenia's never on camera. Yeah.
So do you remember Ms. Katani walking in?
Yes,
And where did she go?
she went to the front. She sat on the right-hand side, and I think the third row at the front.
And she was in there with the O'Keefe family and the McCabes, wasn't she?
I can't speak to that. I know who I saw her with, and that was the victim's advocate.
No, I'm saying when she sat down, she sat in a crowded area, didn't she?
She
It was
did.
just like this, right?
No, she did.
And
But I
she's-
wasn't aware of anyone's faces. That's what you're asking me now. I just know she sat down with the people that she knew.
Well, do you know the
It
O'Keefe
parted
family?
the Red
from,
Sea.
I do it now.
Just for the record, let me
Uh-huh.
finish the question and then you can answer all you want. Do you know who the O'Keefe family is from these proceedings?
I do it now, sir.
Did you know them?
Yeah.
Do you know the McCabes?
Yeah.
Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe?
No.
How about the Alberts? Do you know the Alberts?
No.
Chris Albert, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, do you know any of them?
No, sir.
So can you say that whether or not she walked in and sat with the O'Keefes at least?
What I can tell you is that she came in with the victim advocate, and she sat down alongside the victim advocate and a group of other people who were sitting on the bench. I cannot tell you whose names these folks were.
Who was the victim advocate?
Nancy,
Do you know her full name?
I do not, sir.
And can you give us a description?
I thought they were going to say Steve Nelson, but it's Nancy. Max Banks says, tell them you're with the family. Smacks of tell them the guy never went in the house. Manipulation again. The playbook. Point out all the things that you're going to hear today that are part of the playbook. We're all very familiar with the playbook now. The timelines. Michael says when all the pieces of the puzzle are put together, you get a picture of what happened. Yep. Well, let's not forget about all the cool special emojis that we have for the original Karen Reed trial. We got a nope emoji, all those cool emojis, handcuffs, word salad. We can reuse them. Snappy answers to stupid questions is what I feel like this is. Do you remember that? Snappy answers to stupid questions. Was that like, this is Eugenia, the court officer. Snappy answers to stupid, was that from Mad Magazine? Yeah, the leaf blower. Oh, sweetie, no, got the leaf blower
Description
out.
of her.
Short. She has a short haircut.
Have you seen her here today?
I don't see her now.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you some pictures. And Judge, these are still photos of that video, so I'm going to just go ahead and do that.
No objection.
None of your business. All right, if you come back to your screen, if you've wandered off and you're rage cleaning or you're rage knitting, and there's even.
Can you get on the left? Do you see that photograph and stuff?
I see it.
Can you tell whether or not that's a picture of Ms. Katani right at the door there?
That it, from what I see, yeah, color, size, but I can't see her face, sir.
Does that refresh your memory at all about whether or not that's her, that's what she looked like that day, et cetera?
I can't confirm or deny that it's her.
Okay. And how about the lady on the left where we see her face there? Do you recognize her at all?
No, I do not, sir.
Also
How about the
notice,
gentleman at the very corner of the?
also notice that all the women are wearing black. They're all wearing black. And they're going to accuse him of walking towards her or not getting far enough away from her when there was a big crowd of people coming out, and everyone, all the women are dressed in black and have long dark hair.
Photograph. Do you recognize that face at all?
I do not, sir.
Do you see kind of in the crack of the door there? You see that there's a court officer right there?
I see a white shirt, sir.
Can we agree or can you infer with me that that's a court officer?
I cannot confirm that, sir.
Okay, you just want to be careful?
It's not about careful, sir. I see no badge, so I cannot.
Right.
confirm, sir.
I can't see that either, to be honest. I can't. Look, right inside the door, It looks like this person has a white shirt on. I wouldn't be able to say that with 100% certainty whether or not that was a court officer either. I just think she wants to get the hell out of there. I don't think she's, I don't know.
And we have the next photograph, please. And do you see this photograph of the courtroom?
Yes, I do, sir.
And can you ascertain from the photograph that that's a photograph of the 226 hearing that we're talking about?
226.
If that's what you say, sir.
Wouldn't it be so crazy if that hearing was on 227? It was 226. And there's Matt McCabe coming into the row.
I cannot confirm that.
It doesn't work that way. Your answer could be yes or no, or you're not sure.
I'm not sure.
That's perfectly fine. Okay. Just for purposes of identification right now, Judge, if I may. Do you see in the front left, second bench back, do you see Mr. Tony there?
I cannot. Can you zoom in?
Sure, I'll just go up and direct your attention where I'm asking. Do you see this lady right here?
Yes,
Is that Ms. Katani?
yes.
She's in the second row.
Okay, I'm just gonna move the captions. This is Miss Katani in the blazer with the chain around her shoulder, sitting right behind Peggy McCabe.
Of that photograph.
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Carney in that photograph?
I do not, sir.
If I invite your attention, right here. Do you see that?
Standing up, yes.
Can you see him?
Yes, sir.
So she's
He's walking out with Meredith with a court officer while Lally's walking in, doing the walk of shame coming in. He was sitting on the other side of the courtroom. It's kind of like a church, you know, on a wedding. There's like the bride side and the groom side. He was on the other side of the courtroom. And look how packed that courtroom is. February 26, 2024.
he's already seated and he's walking out in this photograph, whatever this is, right?
Yes, sir.
You're not in that.
Wait, who said Peggy McCabe? Everyone's saying Freudian slip. Hold on. Did Eugenia say Peggy McCabe? I mean, Peggy O'Keefe? Who said that? Oh, I said Peggy McCabe. Okay. Sorry. I got it. Peggy O'Keefe. You know how it goes.
Whatever this is, right?
Yes, sir.
You're not in that photograph,
I said it.
are you?
I'm not.
Nothing further, thank you.
Anything on redirect?
Nothing on redirect. Thank you very much. Will the witness be excused?
Yeah, that was Freudian. Sorry. You know what I mean.
Megan Mallon, please.
You know that I know. You know
Megan
that I
Mallon.
know. Who's Megan Mallon? Is that anybody we need to watch? I was going to skip to Lindsey. If anybody can give me a quick summary in the chat of what Megan Mallon testifies to, this is what she looks like. I don't know if she's or who she's related to or what she did. They're showing her like a drone shot of the courthouse. Yeah, that's pretty long. Who's this guy? Thomas Nether? Megan is a McCabe. Oh, is Megan the one who called in the damage to she hates Aidan? She's Megan McCabe? Okay.
Another cut, please.
Wait, Thomas Nethercott? No, he's a police officer. Okay, so then there's a couple of police officers that testify about what happened, and then we get to Lindsey Katani. Let's watch Lindsey's testimony. They don't show her on camera, but they have a still photo of her. So I'm going to assume, was anybody in the courtroom? Is that what she was wearing that day? They have a still photo of her because she didn't want to be on camera. And you're going to find it very, if you haven't already seen this, when you find out who babysat her kids that day, you might be afraid. Okay, here she goes. Here is Lindsey Katani. You were there. That's what she had on. Thanks, Mike. Mike S. Thanks for being there. The McCabe relative, she took a video and claims she can see Aidan behind a tree. Oh boy. All right, here we go.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear in the matter now in hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Good morning. Could you introduce yourself to the court, please?
My name is Lindsey Katani.
And could you spell your last name, please?
Gaetani.
Ms. Katani, directing your attention to February 26th, 2024. Did you have a plan to go somewhere that day?
I did.
And where did you intend to go?
To the Dedham or Norfolk Superior Courthouse for the Karen Reed hearing or trial.
And once you arrived, what did you plan to do?
I planned to meet with a group in the parking lot behind the Registry of Deeds and then walk in to the courthouse as a group.
How did you get there?
I drove.
What kind of car did you drive?
It was a 2018 green Honda Odyssey.
And when you drove, was there any, when you got in your car to drive over, was there any damage to the car, such as a scratch on the side, broken tail light, or anything?
No, as a matter of fact, I had just,
Did you answer the question?
no, there was no.
And had you had any work done on that car recently?
Yes, I had.
And what did you have done, and what was the approximate cost of your?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't know if she's pregnant or not. We don't need to start that rumor, please. Yeah, let's try and keep it to no comments on physical appearance, because really it's a still photo anyway. And Cosgrove, you can tell. I get the feeling that he tried to prep her for her testimony and that it was very, very difficult. And he's just like, just answer the question. Like, he knows that she might go off and not help him very much. And so you can see he's already lost patience with her 2 questions in.
When you arrived, did you see the other people at the point that you arrived? Sorry, at the point that you arrived, what did you do?
When I arrived, I did not see anyone from my group yet, so I waited in my car.
How long did you say you waited?
Not very long, maybe 5 to 10 minutes at the most.
And relative to the Registry of Deeds parking lot, can you give us a ballpark of where in that lot you parked?
I decided to park at the very back end of the parking lot, closest to the trees, farthest away from the Registry of Deeds.
Oh, and you said you waited in your car 5 minutes or so. Eventually, did you see someone or some people from the group that you were planning with?
I did. I had made a call first to see if they were there, but then I did eventually see
And who did you call?
Jennifer McCabe, I believe.
Oh,
Jennifer McCabe.
and, when you got out of your car, was it a result of that phone call or a result of seeing someone, or what prompted you to get out of your car?
My memory serves correct. I believe she said she was almost there. So I didn't call again. I just saw eventually after 5 or 10 minutes that several cars pulled in, and I recognized some of the people from the group that I was meeting.
Yes, you remember who it was you recognized?
I did see Jennifer McCabe and some of her family members and other witnesses from the case.
Wow. And did you walk over to meet them? Did they walk back to you? What happened?
I got out of my car, they parked, and then we all just stood in the vicinity of our cars and waited for other parties to arrive that were part of the group.
By the way, you said you called Jennifer McCabe. Did you have your cell phone with you?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Catani, do you have any children?
I did.
And did you make arrangements for the care of your children at that time?
I did.
And what arrangements did you make?
My 2 youngest were in a daycare, so it's an all-day daycare, and then my 2 oldest, who were set to get out around a little past 3 o'clock, I had arranged for a babysitter to get them off the bus and bring them into my apartment and stay with them until I got back.
And did you have a plan to get back or a desire to get back at a particular time?
I wasn't sure how long the hearing was going to last, but I told the sitter, who had never met my kids before, I told her that I would check in with her to make sure that she got the kids off the bus.
The babysitter had never met her kids before. The babysitter had never met her kids before. She's going to a 2 o'clock hearing. I forget where she lives, but I don't think it's Dedham. Traffic and whatnot. The kids got to get off the bus at 3, and the babysitter that she hires has never met her children before. She's going to add that because she's going to say, that's why I was rushing to get home for the bus because my phone was dead. And that's why I forgot to say to the police that he had violated the restraining order. She was just concerned about the vandalism to her car, right? Michael Proctor almost hired Julie Albert to babysit his kids, remember? Wait till you find out who it is. I'm going to keep it a secret. Save this one. It's a nugget. They orchestrated everything down to her babysitter. It's a 2 o'clock hearing. It was expected to be a long one. And the babysitter doesn't have any idea what her kids look like. How is she going to get them off the bus? How are they going to recognize her? How is the bus driver going to let these kids get off the bus to go with a stranger? Because when my kids were little, I don't know how old these two older kids were, and I don't want you to dox them. The bus driver is not just going to lead your kids with a stranger. They have very strict protocols in my district about who they let your kid off the bus with and whether you can get on even like a friend's bus and go to their house.
Safely.
Now, at the time you went to this hearing, did you have any understanding as to whether or not Mr. Kearney would or would not?
Twisted Tragedies was the babysitter. That's right, Gigi. Twisted Tragedies. You might know her on YouTube. She's got a YouTube channel. She's also got a Twitter account. I don't know what her Twitter account is. Her name is like Elisa or something. Elisa. She's a babysitter for Lindsey Kearney as set up by Kate Peter. I don't know if they're also friends anymore. I don't know.
I did not know.
And it's fair to say that you had a former relationship with Mr. Kearney, is that correct?
Yes,
And did you have a restraining order against Mr. Kearney,
I did.
protective order? And did you have a copy of that with you at the time?
I did. I always carry it in my purse.
And at this point,
It's Twisted Tragedies. I think her real name is Elisa, Elisa. She's spewing legal advice all over her YouTube channel constantly. She's not a lawyer, but I think she thinks she's one.
I'll show you something, Ms. Kearney, and ask if you can identify it.
Let me show you a picture of your babysitter
This
and
looks
see
to
if you
be a
can
copy of
identify.
the restraining order that I had against Mr. Kearney.
Albert,
May I just see that? please?
No, Masshole Mafia is Kate Peter. Twisted Tragedies is someone else. Kindergarten Cop. There you go, ladies. Higgy is single, and if you need a babysitter, Twisted Tragedies is available. Oh, right now she's doing it? Oh, that's interesting, Danielle.
so after you left the group, did you go anywhere with you?
Yes,
Where did you go?
we walked into the courthouse, the Superior Courthouse.
Can you tell us the path you took and what you observed as you walked into the courthouse? Or walked up to the courthouse?
So there was a lot of people in our group, and we kind of separated into two smaller groups. And I believe I was in the first group, and we started walking through the parking lot of the Registry of Deeds. And I believe we went to, if you're in the back, we went towards the right, I believe, around the Registry of Deeds to come around and then cross the crosswalk to go over.
And after you crossed the crosswalk, where did you go from?
We went up the stairs and into the front entrance of the Superior Courthouse.
Well, yes, I forgot to mention that Twisted Tragedies also hates Aidan Kearney. There's like a club of women that hate Aidan Kearney, and they're making it their life's work to destroy him and put him in jail. Kate Peter apparently used to work for Aidan Kearney years ago. And then the story is, I think she may have stolen from him, and then he fired her, hence her outrage about Aidan Kearney. Lindsey Kearney was also very Free Karen Reed in the beginning. There's some photos of her in a Free Karen Reed t-shirt at some point. And their hatred for Aidan Kearney really is what motivates them, in my opinion.
Before you entered, did anybody in your group make contact by telephone with anybody at the courthouse?
Yes, I believe that it was Kerry Roberts who called the victim advocate and informed him.
And do you understand the purpose of the call?
Yes,
He cuts her off again. He knows she's going to be trouble. Here we go. Kerry Roberts is the one who called the victim witness advocate. Here she is. Kerry Roberts is involved too, you guys. Remember in trial one, this was before trial one. If you're just joining, this was in this incident. The trial was just June 12th while we were covering Karen Reed. that were watching, the incident that caused the need for this trial was in February of 2024, before the first Karen Reed trial. And remember, Kerry Roberts was let off easy in the first trial. She wasn't even cross-examined. I don't think anybody knew the depths of the Kerry Roberts involvement in the timeline and all of the other things until this trial, when she was, I mean, can we say brutally cross-examined and had to admit that she lied to the grand jury to get Karen Reed's charges upgraded to murder? She lied to the grand jury when she told the grand jury that she heard Karen tell Jen McCabe to Google hypothermia. It was a lie. This is before the first trial. So Kerry Roberts called the victim advocate. Listen, they were all over this. This was like a whole group effort.
Who called?
Anybody in your group make contact by telephone with anybody in the courthouse?
Yes. I believe that it was Kerry Roberts who called the victim advocate and informed him.
And do you understand the purpose of the call?
Yes.
What was the purpose?
To inform the court officers that somebody from our group had a restraining order against somebody that may or may not be inside the courthouse.
Right.
And when you got over to the courthouse,
And that wasn't a total setup. Remember how many times Kerry Roberts had testified that she called the victim advocate in her case, like 1,000,000 times? Every time something came up, she was always calling. She was calling. She's a talker, that Kerry. She's telling them everything. She's telling them everything. They set it up perfectly. They were mad that he got out of jail. Originally, Aidan Kearney was sentenced to 90 days, I believe. And then after 60 days, they were like, oops, we're not allowed to hold him for 90 days. It's against the statute. But they pretty much do whatever they say, whatever they want anyway, right? Like they did with Brian Walsh's cell phone and iPad. And they wanted him back so badly that they set the whole thing up. Wait till these text messages come out. It's going to be wild. I'm waiting for that day. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat right now.
what do you meant by that?
When we got inside, no, we went through security.
And after you went through security, what happened?
Then we were met by the advocate who brought us into a back room to wait because there was a big crowd in the hallways.
And do you remember who the advocate was?
I
Do you remember if it was a man or a woman?
believe it was a male.
Okay. I suggested it was a gentleman named Steve Nelson.
Yes,
sound familiar?
that sounds familiar. Yes.
I don't think she lives in Denham.
So Mr. Nelson takes you to a room somewhere?
Yes.
And do you remember what the room was? First floor, second floor?
I don't recall.
No.
Let's put Michael Proctor in the corner. There he is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you ask me something?
Yes, but let me back up a little.
Oh, wait. No, this one is better.
Outside, what they're doing, what they're saying.
Current situation.
There was a lot of people, a big crowd. I just yelling obscenities and screaming, and I couldn't really make out. I had pretty much just tunnel vision.
But at some point you,
Okay, so she had tunnel vision when she was walking into the courthouse because everybody's yelling at her. Hang on. As she's walking up the steps of the courthouse, she says everyone's yelling obscenities at her. Bradle's going to show a video later that shows exactly not that. Because a lot of people, I guess, took video and they reached out to Aidan when they heard this was going on. And they were like, I got video. You want it? Listen.
Did you ask me something?
yes, but let me back up a little. As you're walking up the steps of the courthouse, did you hear the observations of people outside, what they're doing, what they're saying?
There was a lot of people, a big crowd. I just yelling obscenities and screaming, and I couldn't really make out. I had pretty much just tunnel vision.
But at some point you proceed to the door of the court.
Yes,
That's the main courtroom on the second floor.
I believe so.
Tell me what happened when you got to the door of the courtroom. What happened?
So there are glass panels on the door, I remember, and looking in, and I made eye contact with Mr. Kearney, who had turned around in a seat and mouthed what looked to me to be the F word.
Oh, wow. Let's really embellish a little bit. We just saw a picture of her walking into the courtroom. We couldn't even, the left door was open and Eugenia couldn't even tell that was a court officer standing behind the door, but she's saying she looked through the window of the courtroom door and saw Aidan and they locked eyes and he mouthed the F word at her. Wow, let's embellish.
Are you still outside the courtroom?
I'm still outside, yes,
Is the door open or closed?
closed.
So you see it, I think the doors are glass.
Glass, part of the door is glass,
So you couldn't hear him say anything, but you saw him make eye contact.
yes.
And you inferred that he mouthed what you just said.
Objection to the leading form of question.
You knew that he was going to be there because he announced it on his show, and all of you people stalk him, and you're watching him his shows all the time, and you stalk his Twitter. So you knew he was going to be at that hearing. They all knew he was going to be there. This is the total setup. And there's Meredith, again, saying that literally never happened. I'm a little behind in the chat because she would have reported it. She would have had him arrested for that too.
All right, did you proceed to go into the courtroom?
Yes.
What happened?
I walked in with the group that I was with, and I believe it was a court officer that led us to the right, the benches on the right, and had a seat to the right.
And you sat down where you were directed?
Yes.
What happened?
After we were sitting for only a couple minutes, I saw a court officer walk by us down the aisle, and I turned to him, and the court officer went up to where Mr. Kearney was sitting, and then Mr. Kearney stood up.
And then he stood up, what did he do?
I saw him leave
Did he leave by himself or did he leave in company with someone else?
with a woman, female.
Do you know who the female was?
Not at the time. I know now it to be his girlfriend,
And do you know the name?
Meredith O'Neill.
So after Mr. Kearney leaves, what do you do?
I continued to sit for the remainder of the hearing.
How long was that?
It wasn't very long, maybe 15 to 20 minutes. I can't really say for sure.
And while you're sitting there, do you see Mr. Kearney at all?
No, but I wasn't looking around.
You were facing the front
Facing.
door, looking at the judge, sorry.
Correct.
So the hearing is over. You get up to leave. You leave alone or do you leave because of someone?
I left with the group that I had come in with.
And as you're walking through the courthouse, do you make any observations about the people nearby?
Inside the courthouse, there was still a lot of people in the hallway that were looking at our group and yelling things and swearing at us, and it was just very loud.
So you continue on your way out?
Yes.
You go down the stairs?
So as we exited out the entrance doors, we took a right instead of going down the stairs.
Okay. You're ahead of me, Ms. Catania. I was talking about the stairs from the second floor to the first
Oh, I apologize.
floor. You take those stairs down,
Yes,
and then when you get down there, do you go out the same door you came in, or do you go out?
the same door.
And that's the front door?
Yes.
Now I think we're on the same page. What happens then?
So then we walk out the front door.
As you walk out the front door, do you make any observations of the crowd in terms of the number of people around or what you're hearing and seeing?
There was a lot of people, and it seemed to be a much rowdier crowd than when we had entered.
And as you're walking out, you look around, at any point do you see Mr. Kearney?
I did.
And when you saw him, where was he?
As soon as I walked out the front doors and looked straight ahead right before we went down the ramp, I could see him standing straight across from me on the steps of the Registry of Deeds.
Which is pretty far away, isn't it? I've been there. Most of you have been there. He was all the way across the street at the Registry of Deeds. Did he have a tape measure with him? Not sure. Supposed to be 100 yards away.
Yeah, did you notice him?
And she was looking for him, so of course she knew where he was. Just set up. This is so gross. This should really outrage you. It really should.
Anything?
Just holding his phone up.
All right. So what do you do with that? What do you do?
So I was a little nervous. The group that I was with,
You have to listen to the question.
That's the judge.
Where do you go?
to the right, down the ramp.
You went down the ramp and then,
Football field.
do you remember who you were near at that point? Who was in front of you, who was behind you?
I know that Jen McCabe stayed closest to me at all times. I didn't really know a lot of the others because I was just introduced to many of them that day. So I just know that Jen McCabe and one of her sisters told me to stay close to them.
So in terms of where you were in the pack, so to speak, were you near the front or near the back?
I was, I guess, kind of in the middle.
He went where the officer
Do you
told him to
remember how
go.
you dressed that day?
Yes, I had a long black, kind of like pea coat, I guess, black pants, black flats, and a white purse.
So you proceed down to, you go to the bottom of the ramp, and where do you go from there?
We took a right and started walking as if you're going towards Dedham Square so we could get to the crosswalk.
And did you make any further observations of Mr. Kearney either at that point or earlier, from the one you just described?
Not at that point.
So do you cross the crosswalk?
Yes.
And where do you go from
Then so we cross the crosswalk, and then it leads across to a street that's between the middle of the Registry of Deeds and the district court. So we proceeded to go towards that street that's in the middle of both buildings.
We. She loves being part of a group, can't you tell? She loves being part of a group, feeling needed. Remember the text messages between her and Kate Peter that were in one of the Better O letters where she said, oh, Jen McCabe wants to talk to me, really? Thanks, Olivia, for sending me the breaking news. Olivia just broke on Twitter 20 minutes ago. Yes, I'm still going to call it Twitter. Breaking, man Shannon Burgess has been removed from Aperture's website. He is no longer listed as one of their experts, and his individual expert page now displays error. No documents were returned. Oh, man. And when the walls come crumbling down, another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Thanks, Olivia. Follow Olivia Lambeau on Twitter. She's our girl. Took an army. It took an army. The reason Olivia got so heavily involved in this is because Jennifer Coffendorfer pissed her off too. So appropriate. Every day. See what exposing corruption can do? Don't you feel like you're part of something that, is really making change? All the dominoes are falling. People tried to warn me about covering this case. Don't cover that case. You're going to be on the wrong side of it. You're going to be on the wrong side of it. You're going to lose subscribers. Nobody's going to want to hear what you have to say. But I knew I have good intuition. I have a good gut feeling. Always trust your gut because your gut's always right. I always knew I was on the right side of this. Who's crying now?
And anywhere along that route, did you see Mr. Kearney again?
Yes, at that point I did.
Where was he when you saw him at that time?
He was on my left on there's like a wall, like on the side of the Registry of Deeds. I don't know what else to call it. It's just like a brick or a cement wall. And he was standing there again, holding his phone up.
So he moved from the previous location?
Yes.
Did he move towards you or away from you?
Towards.
That's right.
At some point, do you believe you heard him say something?
Yes.
And what do you believe you heard him say?
Liar.
Oh.
And, are you sure that it was Mr. Kearney that you heard?
To me, it sounded like his voice. Yes.
Next question.
The judge is like, next question. He said liar. He said liar to me. Here's the thing about defamation or slander or libel. Truth is a complete defense. So if what you're saying is true, it's not slander or libel or defamation. Just pointing that out.
So the group continued walking. And did you proceed down the parking lot?
Yes.
And how far down did you go with the parking lot?
We walked about halfway and then stopped for a couple minutes.
Of course.
All right. And,
Did he have a
so you walked
megaphone?
about halfway. Are you near your car at that point?
Not yet.
And you stopped for a conversation?
There was a few members from our group, I think, that were parked in that spot. So we stopped so the other members could say goodbye.
All right. And after you did that, did people walk to their cars?
Yes, a group of us.
And did you walk to your car?
Yes.
And at some point, did anything about your car attract your attention?
Oh, yeah, the car.
What was it that caught your eye?
I noticed that my back driver's side taillight was smashed.
Isn't that
Mhm.
ironic, don't you think, that her driver's side taillight was smashed off her Honda Odyssey minivan? Wags, I'm totally stealing this. 2025, the year of rehoming. I love it. She got out there and her minivan taillight was smashed and she's going to blame it on him.
And did you make it? So I take it when you noticed that, you probably approached your car.
Yes,
And when you approached, did you make any further observations about your car?
yes.
And what did you notice?
There was also a deep indent and scratch that went from the smashed taillight all the way down through two quarter panels, the rear quarter panel and the second quarter panel where the sliding door began.
And can we have a photo of that? So we have the two, please. Directing your attention to the previously introduced exhibit and showing screen. Does that photo show the damage to your car?
Some of it, yes.
And what in particular?
It's a crappy photo.
The cracked taillight and the beginning of the scratch or indent where the front of the taillight begins.
Wow, you know what? That proves that Lindsey Kearney is smarter than Michael Proctor, our mascot up in the corner, because she took a picture of her taillight in the condition it was in when she came out to her car. Unlike Michael Proctor, who had a phone in his pocket when he went to Dighton to seize Karen Reed's car without any proof of a car accident yet. He didn't take a picture of the taillight. Neither did Buchanan, but you know, are we surprised?
And could we have number 20, please? And directing your attention to the photo that's now on the screen, previously introduced as an exhibit. What does that photo show?
The remainder of the scratch and indent that was in the car.
And what was your reaction while seeing this?
I was extremely upset. I started crying.
And did you take any action at all as a result of viewing this image?
She started crying because her taillight was cracked and scratched, and there was like somebody keyed her car, and she started crying about that. I'm sorry, what? You just showed up to court where someone you're supposed to be deathly afraid of, you knew he was going to be there. He was in the courthouse, so he couldn't have vandalized her car, but she started crying because of her taillight. Okay. Because maybe she knows she's going to miss the bus and her phone is dead and the babysitter doesn't know what her kids look like, so she can't get them off the bus, even though the bus comes a few minutes after 3 and the hearing was at 2 and it was supposed to be an extensive hearing, but it was only 10 minutes long. Okay. Does anybody believe any of this?
I did not.
I got to hear why she's crying again. Hold on.
What was your reaction while seeing this?
I was extremely upset. I started crying.
Crying.
Did you take any action at all as a result of viewing this image?
I did not personally.
Did anybody else took any action upon seeing this image?
Yes.
Do you remember who did that?
I don't. I do know the person who took pictures, but there was somebody else that called the police. I don't know who that was.
Who? Oh, somebody else took pictures, so she's not smarter than Proctor.
No.
You did have a cell phone, didn't you?
I did.
Is there any reason why you didn't call the police yourself?
My phone had died.
Oh, her phone died.
When you say died, you mean it lost its charge?
The battery died.
Expired?
It expired. It expired. Okay,
don't-
let me just recap. You drove to Dedham from wherever you live to go to court, and you don't go in the courthouse until minutes before 2. Most people charge their phone while they're in the car. I know I do. I always have it plugged in when I'm in the car. And then you come out of court after the court hearing is only 10 minutes. So you're in there for what? I don't know, 20 minutes, half hour tops, and your phone dies. And now you're crying because your phone is dead. And because, listen, not for nothing, there's a lot of people out there other than Aidan Kearney who don't like you, who may have wanted to vandalize your car. It may not have even been a targeted vandalization. It might have been, a random person going around and smashing taillights. We don't know. Because, are there cameras in that parking lot? Was John DePetro near her car? Was John DePetro even covering this in February of 2024? That's a great question, borderline. Or is he like a newcomer to this? That is a great question, because remember, this was February 2024. Krista Limited Edition, tuning in from Canada with a big super chat, says, just want us to say, you're a gorgeous, intelligent woman. Oh, thank you. And thank you for everything you do and the classy light in which you expose the truth and support other creators. Thank you. I want to be a member, but no join button. Sending you so much love. Oh, you're very sweet. In the video show notes below the video, there's always a link button. It's also like wonky if you have an iPhone. I don't know. If you have an iPhone, you have to go into the Safari browser to go on YouTube that way. But there's always a link right below the video in the show notes. And I welcome you. And you can see the corruption all the way from Canada. And we love that. Nancy Rolfe, I'm praying these awful people are soon defendants and understand it's scary. I bet they'll turn quickly on each other. And Bradle's going to show how far away the registry of deeds are. Okay, cool. Nancy also said, thanks for covering. I'd love for his trial to expose their full-blown corruption. Free Turtleboy. Yeah, the other trial on the witness intimidation charges isn't going to be for a while. I don't even think there's a date yet, but they said it could be a year out. I can't wait for the text messages to be unsealed so we can see them. Thanks, Christine, for your $20 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Back to Lindsey Gattani.
I don't believe so. I think it was suggested to me.
Lost its charge.
The battery.
Phone died.
Did you ask the other person to come, please?
I don't believe so. I think it was suggested to me.
It was suggested to me. Which one of those people vandalized her car while they knew she was inside the courthouse and knew that Turtleboy was also inside the courthouse so they could blame it on him and then call the police on him and try and get him in jail? A little bit more evidence. Are you beginning to think that it's like that was a setup too? The damage to Lindsey's car, one of her friends or her alleged friends, I'll put that in air quotes, did that to her car? I don't know.
So after the call was placed to the police, what happened?
The police arrived shortly after.
Very quickly.
Somebody suggested to call the police and they did it.
Shortly after.
The lifetime creator.
It seemed to be pretty quick, maybe 5 minutes, but I can't be sure.
And when you say the police arrived, one officer, more than one.
Quick response time, because the McCabe's and Alberts have like a hotline to law enforcement. They've got speed dial.
One officer.
And did you later learn the name of that officer?
Yes.
And what's his name?
Officer Kozak.
Kozak.
When he arrived, what happened?
He got out of his car and came over and asked what the issue was.
He asked you, or he asked someone with you, or just directed it generally?
I think it was pretty generally. He didn't really know who he was talking to.
Did you have a conversation with him at that point?
I did.
And to the best of your recollection, what did you say to him and what did he say to you?
I told him that I had just been inside the courthouse, that I had come out and I noticed the damage to my car.
Did you make any mention of having a restraint?
Yes.
Did you mention?
Well, he had asked me if I had any idea who could have done it.
Oh, okay. Officer Kozak to the rescue. Did you mention the restraining order? Of course I did, because I was told to. I was waving it around as I walked in the courthouse. Do you have any idea who could have done that? Could have been anybody. Could have been any stray. But she says, oh, yes, I think it's Aidan Kearney. Nobody pulled any traffic cams, did they? Did they do any dumpster diving for this?
That's when I brought up the restraining order.
Okay. And did you tell him the terms of the restraining order?
I can't recall.
Did you show him the restraining order?
I can't recall.
Did he ask you about the restraining order?
Yes.
What did he ask you?
I remember I told him it was against someone named Aidan Kearney, and I started to explain who he was, and he stopped me mid-sentence and said that he was aware I think he said the Turtleboy guy. And I said, yes, that's correct.
Turtleboy guy.
And was that the extent of the conversation?
No.
Well, I said that.
I explained to him what had occurred.
Look at Colin's gross face. He's like, was that the extent of the conversation? And he wants her to say yes, but she says no. And then he's like, oh, man. Watch. Come back to the screen for a second. He's exasperated by her.
And I said, yes, that's correct.
And is that the extent of the conversation?
No.
What was it?
I explained to him what had occurred with the courtroom, how he had left because of the restraining order, and that I believe, in my opinion, that had upset him, and that I
Right.
thought that he had instructed somebody to damage my car because he was upset about that.
Oh, he'd instructed someone to do it.
And what did the officer tell you he was going to do, if anything?
He told me he was going to
Tam Jules coming in here with a hot take says Matt McCabe was the last one to sit down, according to the picture in the courtroom of Turtleboy leaving. You know, they love to group text message. Tell them the guy never went in the house. Okay, everybody's in here now. Go. Ridiculous. People say her car was damaged before. They didn't see any damage in the pictures.
check the cameras in the nearby area.
Oh, he was going to check the
He would
cameras?
do his best to see if there was
Cool.
any camera that caught
Cool.
the person or people that would made the damage to my car, and that he would be in touch with me.
Now, when you were having this conversation, did you have any concern about your children?
Yes,
Objection, Your Honor.
Subject to cross.
I was nervous because the babysitter I had hired to get my children off the bus, like I had mentioned earlier, had never met my children before and didn't know what they looked like. So I had told her I
Yeah.
would call her, step out and call her when I knew the bus was arriving to make sure she got them off the bus. And because my phone had died, I had no way to do that.
So what did you want to do with that?
Yes, because the McCabes and Alberts wanted her in court so badly to get back at Turtleboy. They gave her a babysitter that never met her kids before. I don't even know when she met this person. But it's a little bit wild, isn't it? Let's take a look at a clip so that you can see who the babysitter was. This was posted by Exquisitely Salty Queen on the cesspool of Twitter. What's today? What did I say today? This was yesterday. Here it is. This is the babysitter. Hold on. I gotta rewind that little tiny clip. Okay. Here we go.
Adult fails to realize you can't harass witnesses. When they harass me, they're lucky I don't go to the police station and say this is witness intimidation, because it's exactly what they're trying to do. Cult fails to realize
The cult.
you can't harass witnesses. When they
is
harass me, they're lucky I don't go to the
twisted
police station and say this is
tragedies.
witness intimidation, because it's exactly what they're trying to do. Cult fails to realize you can't harass
And there's many, many more like that.
I wanted to just get in my car and get back to my house as soon as possible.
She's Twisted Tragedies on YouTube, and I think
Court is in recess.
I'm not sure what she is on Twitter. I don't know.
When we left off,
But she's part of the
just
Kate
described-
Peter, clan. She said a lot of nasty things about me. I don't really know who she is, and I don't want to give her the oxygen, but that's who it is. You can look it up. Shannon with one N now goes by Shannon with two N's.
a police officer describing the investigatory steps that he was intending to take. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you wait around while he did that, or what did you do with after concluding the conversation?
I didn't wait around. He just told me he would be in touch.
So
She's not a witness to anything. Yeah, exactly.
at that point, what do you do?
I got in my car. I plugged my phone into the charger and I pulled out and left.
And at some point, your phone remained as charged.
Yes.
And, what did you do at that point? Say about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3:06, 3:07?
Well, I first called the babysitter to make sure that my kids got off the bus.
And after you were I take it they did.
Yes.
And after you were reassured about that, did you mind returning for anything else?
Yes.
And what was that?
To call the police back to inquire about the violation of the restraining order.
Right, because I had to tell the police something else because I was so upset about my taillight. That's the only thing I could think of, and my phone was dead, so I forgot to tell them that Turtleboy filed a restraining order. And then Jen got really mad at me and was like, "What are you, an idiot? You had one job, maybe in my opinion, maybe you had one job. Your job was to have him violate the restraining order so we can put him back in jail." Because remember, there's also a new witness that came out who's like neighbors with Kate Peters. Stay with me. I know this is hard. She's Masshole Mafia, who gave an affidavit to Bradel and Betterow. And she said in her affidavit recently that Kate Peter Mafia Masshole told her that Jen McCabe bought her a sectional for helping out with all of these things. And also she was being paid $1,500 a month by Norfolk County DA's office for her assistance in this matter. And you had one job. Andrew says, gross, why do these people insert themselves? Embarrassing. Because they hate Turtleboy. Because they hate Aidan Kearney so badly. They've dedicated their lives to this.
By violation, you mean what?
The officer had told me he would check the cameras about the vandalism, but I had realized I was so upset about my car that he didn't mention what steps he was going to be taking about the restraining order and the violation.
Objection, non-responsive, motion is
Sustained.
They have a picture of her because they were not showing her on camera during the testimony. The video has just been released by Turtleboy 2 days ago, yesterday or the day before. And so he put a picture of her up there so we can know what she looked like that day in court because the camera's not showing her.
So what did you actually inquire? What was your purpose of inquiry?
That's her actual hand.
To call the police to ask if I needed to go back to the police station or if the matter was already being handled.
And did you receive a response?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did they suggest that you did?
I believe they said that I would have to either come back down to the police station or go to the courthouse the next day.
You don't remember?
And what was your situation then in your mind in terms of going to the police station?
I had my kids at home. The sitter was only going to be there for a short period of time. So I let the officer on the phone know that I had to go home to my kids first and asked if it would be okay if I returned later that evening.
Did you?
I did.
And you returned later in the evening. What happened when you got to the police station?
I met with an officer in the lobby of the police station.
Do you remember who that was?
I'm not sure.
Who babysat your kids then?
I believe so, yes.
Did the same babysitter stay?
Did you make a statement to us?
I did.
And did you provide him any information further?
I think at that time I showed him video or pictures on my phone.
All right. And I could just have a moment.
Isn't this so fun? This is so fun. I can't. I mean, imagine how fun the trial for witness intimidation is going to be when Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, Cosgrove calls him Colin, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert all have to get up on the stand and testify. Imagine how great that trial is going to be. They better have a live camera. You guys are called the Snark Tank for a reason, and you do not disappoint. You're here for the first time. The chat will keep you laughing.
Remember at what time you called the police station?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Remember at what time you called the police station?
It was around 3 o'clock, I believe.
And was that recorded on your phone or elsewhere?
It should have been on my call log, yes.
Let me show you this and ask if you can identify it.
Yes, it's just, I called at 3:07 p.m. on February 26th.
Is it true and accurate copy of the call log?
Yes, it is.
I love watching Bradel try a case. This is really fun.
No objection? No. Exhibit 17.
He's really good. He's got another high profile case that somebody just sent me. I'm going to have to look it up.
Now, at some point, Mr. Tony, at some point the next day, actually, if you have occasion to view a video presentation or YouTube presentation or an internet presentation by the defendant recounting his point of view.
An internet presentation.
In the court that day.
Yes, I was alerted to a blog that he wrote.
View that blog.
I did.
I'm going to show you a stack of pictures. Let me ask you this first. Do you remember the title of that blog?
Not word for word.
Let me show you this and ask if it refreshes your memory.
Yes, this is it.
All right, and what was the title of that blog?
Canton cover-up part 299. McAlberts used fake domestic violence victim Lindsey Gattani as human shield to evict award-winning journalist from Karen Reed hearing.
And then Aidan put a picture of the blog of his article for us to see. And you can see Lindsey walking into court, dark sunglasses, black jacket, surrounded by men, and then also being led by Jennifer McCabe in the photo to the left.
Does this photo represent the start of his?
I mean, what's
It's
wrong
wrong.
about that?
Yes.
It's true, right? We know now that it's true.
And are you anywhere in the photo underneath?
Yes, there's two pictures, and I'm in both pictures.
Could we have my apologies?
Doesn't mean he took the pictures. People send him things on the regular.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And where do you appear first in this picture?
The picture on the left, I am the female in the middle with the white purse and the black jacket.
How about
So it's wild that before the first trial even started, Aidan had written 299 articles on the Karen Reed case and the players involved before the first trial even started. I don't know what number he's up to now. But again, he did a better investigation into the murder of John O'Keefe than the police.
And on the right, I again am wearing the black jacket next to the man with the plaid coat.
What's relevance, Judge? I know no relevance to this proceeding.
Are you suggesting those photographs were taken on the day of the alleged incident?
Exactly.
I'll take it to Benny for that objections.
Bench trial, so
Well, just for the record, actually, I'm not concerned about whether it's that day. You won't concede it's that day, but I don't want there to be any implication that my client took those pictures or had anything to do
Right.
with those
It
pictures.
is what it is. You know.
it is what it is. You don't have any proof. Just because he put those pictures attached to his article does not mean that he took the pictures. But the judge is smart enough to know that.
Well, regardless of who took these photographs, Mr. Tani, they appear in the defendant's presentation. Is that correct?
His
On his blog that's
presentation.
posted on his website, correct?
I'm going to hand you a stack of photographs. Can I ask you to thumb through them and look at them?
I think Cosgrove is at this point wishing he stayed retired. Maybe you know how much money he's been paid so far since coming on board. Apparently they had to ask around. Apparently Morrissey asked a lot of people. Ken Mello first took the job. He hit the bid. And then Ken Mello we don't know where Ken Mello is. Where is he? Josh says they keep asking why do they need a special prosecutor for Turtleboy's cases? It makes no sense because they should be routine charges for the ADAs, but
Have you
they
seen
had a
these photos before?
conflict
Yes, I have.
because they were prosecuting Karen Reed and because they also tried to indict Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed together on conspiracy to intimidate witness charges. And so they had to hire a special prosecutor. Great question, Josh. Truckers Against Tie Clips. I love when you guys change your usernames to my funny quips. In order for Proctor to demonstrate that he was treated differently, he's going to have to sabotage the very ship he's trying to reboard. Yep. Love is a 4-letter word. Thanks for your super chat. The Insider, good night and good luck. Ilkay, The Messenger, The Post. Pig Latin had to be used for one. Oh, Kill the Messenger of these titles to pass through YouTube. Yeah, all of the great movies about, other than Spotlight, right? We were talking about journalism movies. Thank you. That's a great list. Kimberly, case to look into covering. Ishan Ali out of Washington Street, starting July 14th. Him and his wife are accused of attempted murder of their 17-year-old daughter. Oh, Washington State. I said Washington Street. Okay, thank you. Is it going to be televised? Take a look at that. Chloe Albert's revenge. I'm not sure of a lot of things, but one thing I am completely sure about in my next life, I do not want to come back as a Massachusetts taillight. Well done. Lola the good dog says, I wish they made Yuri stand up during his testimony in the second trial. Then he could have fully acted out Higgins' text messages. That would have been beautiful. Kay Schmidt, thanks for joining. Nick is here. Nick Starr's here. Hi, Nick. Hello, Sweden. 3 of the first 4 state witnesses proves the defense correct. There was a conspiracy. Thank you, Nick, for doing the Lord's work and watching those 3 out of the 4 witnesses. And also for hosting the fundraiser the other day that I went on, and Glara was there, and Andrea was there, and Mike Crawford was there from Young Jerks. And it was a lot of fun. Sharon T says, I'm glad you're back. I tried a different channel for a trial. And then Bob Mata came on too. And I tried a different channel for a trial I was interested in and got verbally attacked. Lesson learned. Oh, yeah. Don't stray, Sharon. Don't stray. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Back to the courtroom.
Those are all pictures from the same blog in question.
And can these pictures record the events of the day of the alleged violation?
Most of them.
I'm going to ask you if you would put them up on the screen one at a time in order, following this one. Just one. I'm going to ask her to comment on each of them. What does this picture show us?
That shows me in the middle of the group, and I believe this is as we were walking into the courthouse.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm taking the captions off for a second, but here we go. They're filing into the courtroom. I don't know who. Oh, that's Brendan in the lead with the vest on. Jen McCabe behind Brendan with a fresh blowout. Lindsey behind her with the white purse. And she's going to say later that he should have known it was me because I had a white purse. Everyone else had a black coat, but not me. My white purse was so obvious. And there's Matt McCabe. And then it looks like Chris Albert behind them as they come marching into the courthouse or on their way to the courthouse.
All right, next picture, please.
Just trying to keep track. And are these exhibit numbers or are these evidence?
Look at this one. Quit your rage cleaning and come to your screen. Come to your screen. Look who it is. It's Grant Smith Ellis with his phone filming them. Chris Albert, Matt McCabe, Lindsey, because I think at this point, Grant was kind of had a thing for Lindsey and Jen McCabe. And this is around the time that they started accusing me of being this Haley Walbrecht on Twitter. And they started terrorizing me and my children and my family. And I left Twitter. And then he started the rumor that I went to Cancun with Alan Jackson because I had been around that time in Cancun with Dave Matthews, my boyfriend, my actual boyfriend. And for the as such as I do plan my vacations around concerts, I said during a court hearing, oh, Alan Jackson's wearing this cool rope bracelet. It looks like something I got in Cancun with Alan Jackson. I mean, that I got in Cancun when I went to see Dave Matthews. And so they started this rumor that I was with Alan Jackson in Cancun, and we have merch that says that. And yes, we have merch. It says I went to Cancun with Melanie Little, and Grant Smith Ellis at one point, I don't remember when, chased after Alan Jackson, chased him up the courthouse steps and said, did you have fun in Cancun with Melanie Little? And shoved his phone in front of his face. And he did it twice on that same day. There's video. It's amazing. I don't even think Alan Jackson knew who I was at the time. I don't even know if that was like before the first trial, but it was around this same time period. This is why I do not play on the cesspool of Twitter. But how funny is this picture of Grant Smith Ellis? He's also the son of Wendy Murphy. Wendy Murphy is a lawyer. She was a Duke lacrosse truther. Wendy Murphy is the one who pissed Mark Betterow off so badly that he started following the Karen Reed case. Funny, right? So funny, insane to the you can't make this up. That's why this movie is going to be so amazing. I mean, there's a lot of good movies in the works, but the one about Aidan specifically has so much drama and craziness attached to it that it's going to be what? Yes, Serpico. That's what I was thinking of, Serpico. That's what Sue McDonald said, Serpico. But look at Grant. I mean, that's just so funny. Karma takes the wheel. Karma knows your address.
Do you have any evidence that you're gonna pop it?
I think I'm going to offer.
Up
Can we
there?
offer them first, Your Honor, so I can know what we're going to have later? I don't have an
You
objection.
offer them and then you're objecting to them? Probably.
I don't think so, Judge, if I can just have it.
All right, so they're going to look through some photos. So many players. They're going to need a lot of actors for this. The casting call is going to be fantastic. I'm offering to play myself because, you know, I'm an actor.
I think it's the same
Hold on. All right, more photos.
picture we just saw.
Let's get to the cross because it's better. It's better than this drivel. And then there's more photos. Here she is leading the charge with her big white purse. And the courtroom, red and black flannel behind her. I don't know who that guy is. But I spy some Albert and McCabe's. Okay, and here's another picture. Here's Jennifer McCabe with her big pearly whites, her big smile coming out. Matt McCabe looks also very happy coming out of the courtroom. I'll let this play. This is as they were exiting the courthouse. Here we go.
This is a picture of myself and the group I was with as we were exiting the courthouse.
And where are you in this picture?
I am behind the woman with the white sweater. I'm wearing sunglasses.
Thank you. And now I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 22, which is top 33.
Wait, what? Howie Carr coming in. There she is again, but hang on, because Howie Carr is coming in with the hot deets. Another one bites the dust. Sergeant Jeff Kikowski. Another trooper on Michael Proctor's triple X-rated message chain is gone from the Norfolk DA's office. Oh, Howie. Howie, you make me interrupt my show every single day because you're breaking all the tea. You're spilling all the tea. I'm here for every minute of it. 9 minutes ago, you guys, we are on the cusp of the breaking news. You remember Jeff Kikowski? Rookie move. You should have had me and Jeff do it, said DeChico in the text message chain. Here's Howie reporting 9 minutes ago. Sergeant Jeff Kikowski, another trooper on Michael Proctor's triple X-rated text message chain, is gone from Norfolk County DA's office, now in the, quote, unresolved case unit. According to MSP, he's been gone since January 24th. We just didn't notice. Bye-bye. All together now. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. He's been gone since January. We talked about him during the Penny McGee trial. I think he was involved in that case too, right? And I think he was also involved in the Harry Turk trial. You should have had me and Jeff do it. Apparently, Jeff and DeChico have had experience in getting the whack job Emmys to change their manner of death from undetermined to homicide. Thank you, Jess, for pointing that out. You guys heard it here first. Another one bites the dust. I think he's on Walsh too. Yeah, I think so. Howie Carr has been exposing corruption for decades. I don't know how many years exactly. We have Google for that. Something's coming. Something's coming. Something good. I don't know what it is. Maybe tonight. Somebody tell me what musical that's from quickly. I know my voice sucks. That's not the point. I think in song lyrics, you know that. Same musical as G Officer Krupke. Krupp you. Back to the trial. Again, this was June 12th of 2025. There is conclusion. We will see. It's West Side Story. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think Mama Mars was the first one in with West Side Story. Is he J-Gaff? I don't think he's J-Gaff. I'm gay Jeff. Kelly is the one that had Lindsey set up Turtleboy to come to her apartment. That's right, Diamond in the Rough. And he had just been released from the Norfolk County Pokey 3 days before this February 26th of 2024 hearing, in which they tried to get him put back in the Pokey. Yeah, it's like the priest. It's like the priest, the way they shuffle them around. I know. I saw some people making that comparison yesterday. You know, if you've been following me for a long time, you know that I handled the cases against the Catholic Church for victims and survivors on Long Island against the Rockville Center Diocese, all the way going back to 2002 when that scandal broke, coincidentally in Boston. The movie Spotlight was made about it. I was not in that movie because it was about the Boston reporters that broke that scandal. But that's what they did. They just shuffled them around. They shuffled the priests around without telling the next parish, hey, look out for Father Fingers. There really was a Father Fingers. I'm not making that up because he likes little boys or little girls or whatever his proclivity was. He just kept shuffling around and lying to the parents, saying, oh, don't worry, we got this. We're taking care of it. Tully's been reassigned, but yeah, we heard about Shannon Burgess because Olivia broke that earlier. We nothing gets by us here. We're on top of all of it. Olivia says Fanning might be next. But now we know Kukowski's gone too. This is big. This is big. This is big. FBI is still watching. And if you don't think that they're digging into the corruption that's been going on in this county for decades, because I've heard about it for decades from friends and family in the county. If you live there, you know. It goes far deeper than Karen Reed, as I say. Oh, we know about DeChico got rehomed. Yuri Buchanan got rehomed. That's old news already by now. Who's going to testify in the Brian Walsh case if they're all gone? Harrison Schmidt, Cohasset PD. That's what I think. Thank you, Lady Di, too. Because allegedly Harrison Schmidt of Cohasset PD, who seems like a decent guy, was with them for a lot of the stuff that they did. Burgess is off the website of Aperture. Carino next, says C-Star, maybe. He was not on that text message thread, but we'll see. Okay, back to the trial.
That is a picture of myself walking into the courtroom. Or courthouse, sorry.
Connor Keefe is holding the fort.
23, which is essentially the same for the record. And let's go to Exhibit 24, also very similar, you agree?
Linda says this is like the end of Goodfellas.
And let's go to Exhibit 25.
When they bump off all of the dead weight. All right, here's more. Here's her coming out of the courthouse again with Chris Albert and the guy in the courtroom, his finest flannel. And there's Aidan looking at the screen like, really? I can't even believe I'm here. I can't even believe I'm doing this. How much money is this costing me? Oh, and there she is leaving. Everyone's smiling. Everyone seems to be in very good spirits. Here, look at this photo.
Again, a picture of myself with the group I was with leaving the courthouse, and that would be me at the back. I think that's me at the back with the white purse.
The white purse.
In the very front, that looks to be like Matt McCabe. And then I see Jennifer McCabe next to the woman with the white sweater, but I can't, my eyes, I can't make out the other three from here.
If you don't know the difference between a poncho and a sweater, then I can't help you, girl. It's a poncho. Thank you, Maria. So many exhibits, so little time. Oh, look, they're all smiling. Here's Jennifer McCabe smiling again, lady in the poncho. They look very happy and in good spirits. She doesn't look to be afraid of Turtleboy standing all the way across the street because he had to leave the courthouse because she showed up to frame him. What's that a picture of? Oh.
At the courtroom.
Anybody watch Mrs. Maisel? All right, if you have kids with you, earmuffs. Tits up, everyone. Mrs. Maisel, every time she went out, Susie would say, tits up. Picture of Lindsey walking in the courtroom.
All right. And this one?
Correct
Another
me if
picture of
I'm
myself
wrong, because
inside
you
the
know
courtroom.
I'm like a grammar snob. But is picture of myself? That's the picture of myself. Is that proper English? Anyone? Am I wrong? I love Mrs. Maisel too. Shouldn't it be? That's a picture of me, not a picture of myself. Boy, do I hate when people use myself wrong. And practically everyone does. I suppose it's better than that's a picture of I, but that's a picture of me. Not that's a picture of myself. Doesn't make you sound more intelligent. It just grates on my nerves. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Thank you for validating me. Is it nails on a chalkboard for you too? Just like her entire testimony. Lies, lies, lies. Yeah. Oh, we have an emoji for that. Lies, lies, lies. Yeah. All right. And then there's a picture for
The
a bathing
vacation I
suit.
went on with
Why?
my children several years ago at a water park.
Right. Do you know how it came into Mr. Kearney's possession?
Look at his face. Aidan's face. It's a picture of me. Thank you.
Just a moment.
Oh, there she is in her Free Karen Reed t-shirt. There it is. He put that up for us. Aidan did, so we could see it. It's before she turned on him. And he says, looks great on you. And she says, thanks, daddy, with a kissy emoji. Ugh, I have to turn that. And that was dated. She sent that photo on September 4th. So boy, it didn't take her long. Didn't take her long to turn on him and maybe fake a pregnancy, allegedly.
And if you explain the responsibilities of the defendant who is subject to the 209A protection.
Yes.
September. So by December, she's colluding to incarcerate him. That was Christmas Eve, 23rd, December 23rd.
Any objection? No. Can I possibly ask for a further call? No.
Okay, so they're playing one of his YouTube presentations.
Can I possibly ask for a further call? No. Do you want to hear?
That is not what he, this is talking about, is actually, he videotaped himself and placed it on the internet.
Okay, that is Kate Peters' voice. And you can see Bradle looking at the screen. Come back to your screen for a second. Billy Bush said he could beat me at golf. Oh, I'm sure he could beat me at golf, but I have a hole-in-one and he doesn't. And I know that because I heard him talking to Owen Wilson, lamenting about the fact that he doesn't have a hole-in-one, and I do. I'm sure he could beat me at golf. I don't get to play enough, but it would be fun. We could do it for charity. Look at Bradle looking at the screen like, that's Mafia Masshole talking. That's not Aidan's show or YouTube presentation. Listen. And then they stop it. So they played the wrong exhibit. That's Mafia Masshole. That is not Aidan Kearney. I know it's frightening that I know the voice too, Scott McGinnis. Kind of like I know Jim, the court clerk's cough.
Your excuse is that he's confused. That's your excuse. That's not, he's probably heard that excuse 1,000 times in the courtroom. Because these people do orders all the time. And people are like, well, I was there first. And she approached me, Your Honor. That's why she called me, Your Honor. And that's why I had a conversation with her on the phone. And she approached me. It's not fair or not. That's not how it works. So if that's your excuse, you already lost. You're fighting a losing battle. If you go in there and say it like that. I don't know what she said. And she obviously chose to have to go. He's on the internet, Your Honor. Some video. Who knows? And I was behind the cop, so it's okay. I can violate the order as long as I'm hiding behind some dead cop. Now, so she's already, like, this is why we're telling her to talk to her.
Immediately, when he started by the way, he comes to look at, he comes on the street corner, sergeant informed him that I was there first, and he walked around after the order route to court.
So the sergeant informed, and again, this is where she goes wrong. It's like, bro, you can't blame a cop either. You can't do the cop said. The cop said I can violate the order. Doesn't matter. She knows this order. It's her responsibility. If she interprets it as me sneaking around, that's not something I can control. She sees it that way. That's not what I was doing. But it doesn't matter anyway. She tells me.
Objection, motion is granted.
Thank you.
Yeah, he made a motion to strike, but again, this is a bench trial, so the judge is like, yeah, it's overruled. I'll just give it whatever weight I think is good, you know? He gets it. Sometimes the bench trial can be good. We saw Judge Kearney acquit Penny McGee, which was a ridiculous trial and ridiculous charges. Death by argument, homicide by argument, manslaughter by verbal argument. And her ex-husband, who died in the foyer, had a million pre-existing conditions, including like a double widowmaker occlusion of like 80%, had 2 major car accidents in the past, diabetes, high blood pressure, and died of a heart attack. Yeah, you can't make it up. Watch that trial. It's only 5, I think it's only 5 videos. Yeah, Grace, misogyny at its finest with Penny McGee. Yeah, that was wild. And here is the cross of Lindsey Kearney. We finally made it. Here we go. The witness is standing because this is a weird district court courtroom. And this is a bench trial, so I guess they're away from the judge so he could see the witness. But I don't know if it's always like that. And even if it's a jury trial in the district court there, I don't know. I just don't know. Here comes Cross. Are you ready? Buckle up, buttercups. Thank you, Gracie. Yeah, yes. He had a stroke already, for God's sake, says Falsus and Uno. Yes. This trial has already happened, Marco. So by the end of this stream, you are going to find out what the judge decides. So don't spoil it for people who haven't seen it, please. This happened while the Karen Reed trial was going on. This was a 3-day trial on violation of a restraining order. And could they have thrown Aidan in jail if he was found guilty? They might have been able to. Lord knows they wanted to. I don't know that this Judge Pomeroy is on board. Okay, here we go. The silver blonde between Daddy and the silver fox is Miss Healy, and that is Tim Bradle's paralegal. And this is why Paul missed his half a day of Karen Reed. Except for, I think there only was a half a day of Karen Reed that day, because I went back, of course, and looked at my calendar. And June 12th was only a half day in Karen Reed's trial. But yes, Paul O'Keefe is going to testify. We're going to watch that. Here we go. Cross-examination of Lindsey Kearney by, what are we calling Tim Bradle? Do we have a nickname for him? I'll allow you to vote on a nickname for him. I'll allow it. Let's go.
Mr. Kearney, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you on any sort of drugs or alcohol or medication that might impair your judgment? I think you said.
No, I'm not.
Let's talk about the idea of a restraining order. A restraining order issues because a judge finds that there's a likelihood of imminent bodily harm, right?
Objection.
The gist of getting a restraining order involves you going to court, right?
Correct?
You swear, you take an oath, right?
Yes.
You sign that data, right?
Yes.
And you say that you're in fear of being harmed by someone, right?
Yes.
And you want the court to order them to stay away from you, right?
Yes.
So it's to protect you from the person going near you, right?
Correct.
So it's like a shield from the court, right?
I guess so.
But you use it as a sword, don't you?
Objection.
It's not Lindsey's attorney. This is a criminal case. So Claire, just to clarify, this is a criminal case. So Lindsey doesn't have an attorney. The attorney for the Commonwealth is Special Prosecutor Robert Cosgrove. He's a retired judge from Norfolk County. Of course, they had to hire out because, you know, they have a conflict prosecuting or persecuting Aidan Kearney because of the Karen Reed case. And so he's a retired judge in Massachusetts. I'm sure he's very angry that he came out of retirement to get involved in this mess, because he's still there, because when we covered Aidan's hearing over Zoom on Monday, he's still the one. He's still the one. That's a song. Who hasn't turned over the discovery. And they did turn over between 5,000 and 6,000 pages to the defense on Monday. And boy, I cannot wait for it to be unsealed. I cannot wait for those text messages to come out. I am anxiously awaiting. He says, you use it as a sword, don't you? Listen to this. A restraining order is to get a person to stay away from you. Yes? Right? Yes.
So it's to protect you from the person going near you, right?
Correct.
So it's like a shield from the court, right?
I guess so.
But you use it as a sword, don't you?
Objection.
You go to the courthouse, claim that you're scared of someone harming you. You get an order and then you go find that person. Don't.
No.
So let's talk about 226.
Yes, she does. She's got a history of it. They're going to show a video.
You knew
Buckle
that
up.
Mr. Kearney was going to be at that 226 hearing, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You didn't. So you know now that from all the cross-examination and testimony that you and I have been through together, you know that Mr. Kearney announces when he's going to be in court and when he's not, right?
I don't know. I don't watch all of the shows.
Well, we scrutinize his watch, don't we?
No.
No. So you wrote a statement to the police about this incident that was about 65 pages. Didn't you?
Yeah. 65
What
pages.
was 65 pages?
You provided Officer Power on March 11, 2024 with a big thick packet of materials, didn't you?
Of course.
I believe so.
And you wrote a 4 or 5 page signed statement at the beginning of it, right?
Yes.
I think she wrote it. Who do you think wrote it for her?
And you signed it,
ChatGPT.
right?
I'm not sure if I signed it. I could verify if you show me.
Would you like to see it? You remember?
Sure.
Never.
Again, out of the playbook. Tell them you need to see it. Ask for the papers. Ask for the papers. The Jen McCabe School of Witness Prep. Thank you, Marco, for got to get my Melanie and while traveling.
All done?
All done.
So you remember providing this packet to the police?
I do.
He reminds me of Jeff Daniels too, Blackbird. Yes, he does. Do you guys ever watch Newsroom?
Now, this 226 hearing was just a few
Let me
days-
just highly recommend the series Newsroom to you if you've never seen it. It's Jeff Daniels. It's about a news show, and it's amazing. It's Aaron Sorkin. It's the best.
after Mr. Kearney got out of jail, right?
I believe so. I don't remember
Olivia
the
Munn,
exact date he got out,
isn't
but I believe so.
Let's go back. Do you remember the night before he got out of jail? You tried to call
I didn't try to call him. I accidentally called
him?
him.
Let's try another. Your phone somehow called Mr. Kearney's phone the night before he got out of jail, right?
It was an accidental call, yes.
So you had him blocked, didn't you?
No, I never had him blocked.
Never blocked.
No, never.
So you wanted to keep communicating with him?
No, I just removed him as a friend. I never blocked him.
So that call jogs your memory about this time period, right?
About the phone call, yes.
So let's just try to put you back in this time period. You called him the night before he got out of jail on about the 22nd of February, right?
If that's the date
was
you're
a butt
saying, then
dial.
yes, I'll take your word for that.
It was a butt
The next
dial.
day, he actually got out of jail, right?
Yes,
And then the 26th, you're in court at the Superior Court, right?
yes.
And so you've never been to a Karen court proceeding before that happened.
Well, I've been to one, but not inside the courtroom.
In fact, you were there with your paramour, Mr. Kearney, at the time, right?
Which date?
Paramour. I love this. You're with your paramour, Mr. Kearney, outside the courtroom, outside the courthouse, weren't you? The only time you ever went to a Karen Reed hearing before this was when you were full on free Karen Reed with your booty shorts on and your tight t-shirt and tits up, right? The only time you were ever there before this was when you were with him, your former paramour. Does she need a dictionary for paramour? Let's go back to the courthouse and find out.
I'm asking you.
Are you talking about the 26th?
You said you had been there prior.
Yes.
When was that?
That was, gosh, probably early September, maybe.
And that was
Gosh.
with your paramour at the time, Mr. Kearney, right?
I don't know what you mean by paramour, but no, I did not attend with him.
Since September of 23, you had never been to a Karen Reed hearing until 2/26/24, right?
Correct.
And you suddenly generated this interest right when Mr. Kearney got out of jail and had announced that he was going to attend that hearing, right?
No.
You were in touch with Jennifer McCabe about that hearing?
I don't know if I was in touch with her prior about that hearing. I had been talking to her for quite some time before that hearing.
And you had been,
They were besties. Does Jennifer McCabe try to befriend everyone that she thinks she can control? Remember at the Monday hearing of Aidan's case, Mark Bettero's asking for that text message to be released between Proctor and a female civilian who went on a press tour also. And he said, these text messages should not be impounded because, you know, you impounded them or sealed them originally because of privacy concerns. However, both of the people in this text message, Proctor and the female civilian, went on press tours with their families. So it needs to be unsealed. And apparently It's going to blow our minds. I have no idea if she's pregnant. I don't want to spread that rumor. So no, I have no idea that if she's pregnant. I just don't know. She could be we'd be wearing a baggy shirt with horizontal stripes. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. I'm not sure if that's the right words, but you'll correct me if I'm wrong. I got to revive Chaka for the oh yes, you're right. Chaka is our mascot. Gen Xers will know. Land of the Lost. There's Chaka. We're in the land of the lost, and he might be a better babysitter than the one she picked. Okay, here we go. She's besties with Jen McCabe. Let's take back a question.
Were in touch with Jennifer McCabe about that hearing?
I don't know if I was in touch with her prior about that hearing. I had been talking to her for quite some time before that hearing.
And you had been in touch with Kate Peter as well, correct?
Correct.
In fact, she was the one that was babysitting your kids on 226, wasn't she?
No, she was not.
Who was babysitting your kids?
Elisa Bennett,
And who's that?
another friend of mine.
There she is. Twisted Tragedies herself. Aidan put that picture up there for us as she spoke to the press one day with Boston 25 mics and Boston 10 mics in front of her face. And she's standing behind a sign that says Karen Reed killed a man. They came to court a couple times.
Had she ever babysat kids before?
No,
So you were concerned about that, right?
I was concerned about the kids when my phone died, about the kids getting off the bus, that I couldn't confirm with her that they had gotten off.
So you had called someone to babysit your kids that your kids didn't know, and she didn't know your kids, right?
She had not met my kids before, no.
And your kids didn't know her, right?
Correct.
So it was so important for you to go to this hearing that you set up this sketchy babysitting situation for your kids, right?
Objection.
You can have it without the word sketchy. You can characterize it a different way. So
This upsetting situation to you, you left in place, you left your kids to deal with that, and you went to Norfolk Superior Court.
My kids were all in school and daycare when I left. She just needed to get them off the bus, and I had known Elisa for a while and trusted her.
And she was going to get your kids off the bus, right?
Yes.
So back to your scrutiny of his blogs. You wrote in your statement to the police that, in fact, just in the 60 days he was in jail, he mentioned my name 92 times in his blogs. You wrote that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And that makes it obvious that you were scrutinizing his blogs very closely.
No.
No. So you were able to figure out that your name.
Sketchy. All right. Aidan put this up on the screen, so I'm going to read it to you. Here's what it says. In fact, just in the 60 days he was in jail, he mentioned my name 92 times. In his blogs. This is not including the other numerous times he has spoken about me on social media and his live YouTube shows. I was told by the police that these are not restraining order violations because he doesn't directly speak to me, rather just about me. And I like how Cosgrove objected to the sketchy babysitting situation. But yeah, it was sketchy.
His blogs very closely.
No.
No. So you were able to figure out that your name was mentioned 92 times, but that doesn't mean that you would scrutinize his blogs pretty closely?
No, it doesn't, because I have a friend who was able to type my name in a search bar and count how many times my name was mentioned in his blogs. So I didn't have to
I have a friend who did that for me.
go and scrutinize it myself.
And who's this friend that's so good with the computers?
I don't know his real name. I just know him from the internet.
So someone,
I don't know his real name. I just know him from the internet. Are all of your friends fake friends? Pretend internet friends? You can't make this up. You just can't make this up.
you don't know his name, counted up your name 92 times in the blogs.
Correct.
It sounds like they're in a psych ward. Do you hear like somebody screaming in the background? Do you hear like that, like screaming, like moaning in the background? I don't know what the hell was going on in the courthouse that day in district court, but it's scary. I'm going to take that back a second. And it sounds like prisoners trying to get out of their jail cells. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm frightened by it. Listen.
I don't know his real name. Scrutinize it myself.
And who's this friend that's so good with the computers?
I don't know his real name. I just know him from the internet.
It's someone who you don't know his name, counted up your name 92 times in the blogs.
Correct.
What is going on there?
And in his blogs, you know that Mr. Kearney announces when he's going to Karen Reed hearings and when he isn't. Isn't that right?
No, I don't know that.
And he announced all through that time period when he was going, when he wasn't. And of course, you knew he was in jail because you put him there, right?
Objection to see.
You knew he wasn't going to go with
Of course, you knew he was in jail because you put him there. Okay, I'm taking that back. We got to hear that again because it's glorious. It's fantastic. And I don't know, the closed captions say Caribbean, but there's nothing about the Caribbean happening. I got to take the captions off so we can get a good soundbite of this. I don't know if there's a holding. Is there a prisoner nearby? I don't know. I have no idea. There was some kind of incident that day. Wait, so somebody knows. Meredith knows. There was some kind of incident that day with people totally unrelated to Aidan's case or supporters, someone being brought in from jail. I think that's what it sounds like. It sounds like somebody's like being brought into custody, or the banshees are downstairs in the holding pen. It's scary. Were you scared, Meredith? Because it's scary to me. You knew he was in jail because you put him there. Here we go. Saying the quiet parts out loud.
No, I don't know that.
And he announced all through that time period when he was going, when he wasn't. And of course, you knew he was in jail because you put him there, right?
Yeah.
Objection to see.
You knew he wasn't going to go when he was in jail, right?
Couldn't possibly go if he's in jail.
And you didn't attend any Karen Reed hearings when he was in jail, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't go on January 5th or January 18th when Mr. Kearney was in jail, right?
No.
So now we get to 226, and you have this overriding interest in going to a Karen Reed hearing when Mr. Kearney is finally out of jail, right?
I wouldn't call it that.
You hastily set up this unsatisfactory babysitting situation, right? Then you go
Unsatisfactory.
to meet your newfound friends in the registry of deeds parking lot, correct?
No, it wasn't an unsatisfactory babysitting situation, and they weren't newfound friends. I had been friends with them for a few months at that point.
So
A few
who
months.
did you talk to arrange?
That's a long-term friendship, a few months. Yeah, they came for you. They recruited you. A few months. Okay, well, we looked at her selfie of her in her Free Karen Reed shirt and her booty shorts that she sent to Daddy. That was from September. By December, she's colluding with Kate, Peter, Tully, and Mello to get Aidan incarcerated, which she did for 60 days. He just got him February. She's been friends with these people for a couple of months. Do the math. By February, a couple of months. They enlisted her, they used her, and have they discarded her? I don't know if she's still friends with them. I have no idea. But it would be a few months by then because the incarceration of Aidan Kearney was in December. Wow. And you got this sketchy babysitter babysitting your kids who doesn't even know what your kids look like to get them off the bus. So sad for the kids. Everybody else put themselves in this situation willingly. No, it wasn't an unsatisfactory babysitting situation, really?
Registry of deeds parking lot, correct?
Your newfound friends.
Then
No.
you hastily set up this unsatisfactory babysitting situation, right? Then you go to meet your newfound friends in the registry of deeds parking lot, correct?
No, it wasn't
Newfound
an
friends.
unsatisfactory babysitting situation, and they weren't newfound friends. I had been friends with them for a few months at that point.
So who did you talk to arrange for you to meet them to attend this Karen meeting?
Objection relevance.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Who did you talk to among this group of people you met to arrange that meeting?
Originally, the person that invited me, Kate Peter told me that that the O'Keefe family wanted me to go.
Oh,
Now who's Kate Peter?
A friend of mine.
And
a friend of yours, an enemy of Aidan. The enemy of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. See how that works? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. When did you become friends with her?
Kate Peter is also a very avowed, a very dedicated enemy of Mr. Kearney, isn't she?
I don't know. I know
You
that.
don't know? Is that your answer?
He's
By the
laughing.
way, folks, you've been fine. If I hear anybody loud, I'm not gonna wait for court officers to tell me to do something. Just let you know. Go ahead, Mr. Blake.
The courtroom started laughing too. I don't know if Kate Peter hates Mr. Kearney. Let's hear that again. And the judge is like, listen, you guys have been fine so far, but if you do that again, if you laugh, I'm going to kick you out. Kate Peter is also a very avowed what?
A friend of mine.
And Kate Peter is also a very avowed, a very dedicated enemy of Mr. Kearney, isn't she?
I don't know. I know
You
that.
don't know?
Is that your answer?
Excuse me, by the way, folks, you've been fine. If I hear anybody loud, I'm not gonna wait for court officers to tell me to do
I don't
something.
know.
Just let you know. Go ahead, Mr. Brady.
You know that she hates him, right?
I don't define other people's feelings for other people.
Well, you
Oh,
know that she's manifested many expressions that she hates him. She wants him in jail. She wants him to burn. She wants him to go away. She wants him to die. She wants him to suffer, right? All throughout the internet for months and months and months and months.
No,
No, because you don't look at any of this stuff.
I've never heard her say any of those things.
Well, didn't you text her directly in one of those kind of conversations where you both kind of express your hatred? You wrote, "I hate him," meaning Mr. Kearney, and she responded in kind. Isn't that right?
I don't know which conversation you're talking about.
oh,
Your conversation.
sure you said it
You
a
wrote
lot.
online and or texting with Ms. Peter that you hate him, didn't you?
I would have to see that. I don't remember any of this, so I would have to see the text message.
Show them to me.
One moment.
Show them to me. Is the chat frozen again? YouTube's having problems.
We'll get back to that in a moment. So you don't remember writing that you hate him?
I don't know which, I don't know. No, I don't. I would have
You
to,
do hate him, don't you?
I don't know if hate would be the word.
You do hate him, don't you? Again, Bradel laughing. He's got such a cute smile. Decorated Dude Pickup Line says the sad part is she trusted Kate Peter and the witnesses. Is it sad or ironic or pathetic? Katie Cakes Boston says there's a Norfolk County resident. This is embarrassing. Mm-hmm.
Now, you said that you had this babysitting situation arranged with this friend of yours who never met the kids and the kids hadn't met her. But that's not what you wrote in your statement to the police, is it?
I don't know. I would have to see what I wrote.
You wrote, the officer Kozak, took a report, and at this time, we could see a group of protesters at the opposite far end of the parking lot, walking in our direction. So there were a mob bearing down on you, right?
I wouldn't classify it that way. I would use the words that I used.
And then you wrote, due to this, meaning this group of people, and the fact that I had to be back in Medfield at 3:10 p.m. to get my son off the bus, I decided to call and follow up with the police about the encounter with Mr. Kearney on my drive back to Medfield. That's what you wrote, right?
Yes.
So you told the police that you had to get your son off the bus,
I wanted to be back there to get him off to make sure that he had gotten off because I had no way to call.
but you had this babysitting.
Okay. Well, thanks to Aidan for putting up her statement on the board so we can see it. At the top of it is talking about the damage to her car. And then it says, our group discussed if we should call the police as we were nervous from being told that the group of protesters may be coming to follow us to the parking lot, or if I should drive to the police station to report it. But someone from our group called the police, who quickly arrived. The officer, Officer Kozak, took a report. And at this time, we could see a group of protesters at the opposite far end of the parking lot walking in our direction. Due to this and the fact that I had to be back in Medfield at 3:10 p.m. to get my son off the bus, I decided to call and follow up with the police about the encounter with Mr. Kearney on my drive back to Medfield. I got in my car and soon after called the police back at 3:07 p.m. to report the potential restraining order violation. The police told me that I would have to drive back to the Dedham police station to report it in person. I explained to them that I would have to wait for a sitter to come and stay with my kids and then would return. Wait a second, the sitter was already there. The sketchy babysitting situation was already there. Or did you already I don't know. I got in my car and soon after called the police back at 3:07. She's in the car. The babysitter's there. I don't know. Sounds sketch. Which I did. I went back to the police station once a sitter arrived to watch my children around 7 p.m. that evening and reported my encounter with Mr. Kearney. Well, maybe the babysitter had to go do a live stream. Couldn't stay longer. She didn't know your kids anyway. You can't make this up. You just cannot make this up.
Well, I didn't think the finite details were necessary to explain to the officer about my babysitting situation.
But that's not a finite detail. That's a lie, isn't it?
It's not a lie.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
You told the policeman that you had to get your son off the bus when you had someone else to get your son off the bus, right?
I had no way to contact that person to know if they had got them off the bus.
You were trying to backtrack and explain the unexplainable about why you didn't tell Kozak that Mr. Kearney, you say, had just violated your.
I did.
Objection. You understand. Next question. I didn't hear the answer. I'm sorry.
I did tell Officer Kozak.
So you did tell Officer Kozak that Mr. Kearney had just violated the order, right? Is that your testimony?
Yes, it is.
You called the Dedham Police at 3:07 that day, right?
But he didn't write
Yes.
it down
Just get
because
a call.
nobody writes it down. Are there like mental health hearings maybe going on in another courtroom? Like, this is wild. Sounds like prisoners being brought in that don't want to be there. This is the Dedham District Court. How did she call the police if the phone was dead? Am I missing something? I guess she had to wait a couple minutes for it to charge up in the van. It's the never ain't, it says Andy. There's a holding cell nearby? I don't know how old she is, Kokomo, Indiana. I don't know. 30s, 40s, I don't know. She used the sketchy sitter app, and the courthouse is full of demons, says Gail. Hallelujah. Praise be. All of the above.
We're going to pause for about 15 minutes on this. Put some, take care of some other matters.
Back on the record, Your Honor.
Ms. Catani, you made a call to the Dedham Police about 3:07 PM that day, on 226?
Yes, I did.
So just the circumstances of that is, so you testified you were worried about your cell phone dying and you couldn't reach anybody, right?
Correct.
And you got to your car, you charged your cell phone.
Correct.
Did you call the babysitter?
Yes, I did.
So you got everything squared away?
I called her, yes, and she said that she got the kids off the bus.
So
Even though she didn't know what they look like,
you could have gone and reported this,
and vice versa.
I could have.
but you didn't.
I didn't know how long it would take, and I had to go make sure that the babysitter was going to be able to feed them
So-
dinner.
I'm sorry. can I finish your answer?
My son has food allergies that require special meals. Like, there wasn't an expectation that she was going to be watching them all night.
But nonetheless, the fact that you wrote in your statement to the police that you had to go get your kid off the bus was not true.
That was true.
In fact, you wrote that on 3/9/24, March 9th, 24, right?
I believe that was the date.
So like 10 or so days after this happened, right?
Yes.
So you still wrote, even though you knew the real
10 days
scenario that
later.
you had someone else get the kids off the bus, you still lied about it in the report 10 days later, didn't you?
Wow.
Move on to another subject.
Sure.
Liar,
All right,
liar,
play your
pants on
call.
fire. The judge is like, you can move on to another. I get it. I get that she's a liar. Even though 10 days later she wrote the statement, she still lied and said that she had to get her kids off the bus when she really had a sketchy babysitter doing it, allegedly, according to the court records.
Police Inspector come here and find the court.
Hi, yes, I was just at the Dedham Superior Courthouse for the Kearney hearing, and I had to meet an officer out back in the parking lot, the big parking lot behind the registry of deeds afterwards, because somebody keyed my car and smashed my tail light while I was inside the courthouse. But he was Officer Kozak that I spoke with, he took a report, but also I have a.
But also, so you wanted to add something that hadn't been reported, right?
Right.
No, I was explaining the situation to the dispatcher as to why I was calling.
And you wanted to talk about what you said to Kozak, right? Kozak, right?
I was explaining to her so she would know that I had already spoken to an officer.
Press play.
Mhm.
I have a restraining order against the blogger that was covering the case. But he was in the courtroom. They made him leave the courtroom when I got in there. But then after I guess he was bleeding outside on the steps. Afterwards, I had my restraining order said he's not allowed to be within 100 yards, and he was outside yelling stuff about me within the 100 yards as I came out from the courthouse. So I'm just trying to see how to report this violation. What I'm supposed to do. I have to.
So you're trying to see how you report this violation.
Correct.
That's different than as if you reported it and you're following up, is it?
I don't.
Objection sustained. Counsel can argue whichever way you want to characterize it.
So that's not following up, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're trying to ask how to report it, right?
I wasn't sure what Officer Kozak was going to do because he only mentioned the follow-up in regards to the vandalism. He didn't give me an answer about what was going to happen with
I know.
the reporting of the violation. So
And I only had one job. I had one job, and that was to say that he violated the restraining order. I only had one job, but I was so shook up by my broken taillight and somebody keyed my car and I forgot, so I had to call back and add it. So ridiculous. This is what your taxpayer dollars are paying for, folks, of Norfolk County.
You claim that you had just walked by Mr. Kearney violating the restraining order 5 minutes prior, right? And yet it's your testimony that you're more worried about a scratch to your car than using the ammo you just developed that you can get them locked up.
Was I more worried about a scratch to my car? No. And it wasn't just a scratch. It was almost $1,000 in damage. I had just paid $2,000 to fix my car, just got it back a week or two prior before that. So I was very upset to come out and see that my car had been vandalized.
So you know how to get someone in trouble when they violate a restraining order, don't you?
Objection.
You know what to do.
How to get somebody in trouble?
Yeah.
I know how to report, to call the police. I know how to call the police.
And you know that if you insist that someone is violating the order, they are obligated to go arrest that person. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Objection overruled.
Yeah.
The witness knows.
I don't know the obligations of the police.
You don't know that if you're in the presence of someone, you have a restraining order,
course
you
she
tell the
knows.
policeman on the scene, I have a restraining order, he's violating it, that they don't have to arrest him?
Well, clearly not, because Mr. Kearney was not arrested.
So you knew.
'Cause you
that
didn't
could have
report it.
Caused him to be arrested on that very occasion. Isn't that right?
I know if somebody breaks the law, then they can be arrested.
And you claim that you saw Mr. Kearney breaking the law, right?
Yes, I guess a violation of a restraining order would be breaking the law.
And this isn't the first time that you've gone to someone and then tried to get them arrested for violating an order that you triggered a violation of, is it?
Objection.
Objection sustained. Violation hasn't been found on that.
Sure. Who's Frank Keating?
Father of my 3 youngest children.
Frankie.
Do you,
Here comes
I'm assuming,
Frankie.
or do 4 of your kids have his last name?
Objection.
Sustained.
So he's the father of 3 of your children?
Yes,
And you had a restraining order on him, didn't you?
yes,
And when was that time period?
I don't know.
How about what year?
In case you're not keeping up, she had a restraining order against this guy, Frankie, who's the father of her 3 youngest children. And she doesn't even remember when she had a restraining order against him. She gets so many restraining orders, she doesn't remember when she gets them. If you ever had to get a restraining order, do you remember when it was that you got it? Probably.
Well, I don't know when I first got it.
Thank you, Alyssa.
You can't even say what year it was?
I don't know.
It was before you got involved with Mr. Kearney, right?
Correct.
So was it before 2023?
It was, I don't know.
How about on July 27, 2023? Was it in place then?
That may have been when I got it, I believe. I'm not sure.
And sometime after that, you located him in a store parking lot. You went into his car, you sat down, and you called the police on him, didn't you?
Nope.
Judge, I'd like to play this.
Oh, here we go. Here's the
object.
Frankie video.
I see counsel.
All right, there's an objection, but I think they are going to play it because I remember seeing it.
It's like 2 minutes, all right?
Court's gonna listen to it in chambers as part of the other.
Okay, the representative,
So the court listens to it in chambers, and then we got Aidan doing all the Lord's work here for us. Thank you, Will Wallace, for your $20 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Judge Pomerol watches the July 27th, 2023 video of Lindsey Kearney sitting in Frank Keegan's car after she tracked him down, refused to leave, and had him arrested for violating a restraining order she had on him. They are going to play it, so let's keep going. The video is not played in open court, but he allows it into evidence. Oh, so it wasn't played in open court.
I gotta go. Come on, get out of my car, please.
So Aidan's playing it for us. Thank you, Aidan. There's some curse words in here, so I'm going to take off the captions. If you're listening in a nail salon or a hair salon or wherever, just beware.
All right, I gotta go. Come on, get out of my car, please. Lindsey, can you get out of my car? Lindsey, get out of my car. The kids are sitting in there. It's probably sweating, so get out of my car, please.
She's not getting out. She's not going anywhere. Frankie knew enough to videotape her also because apparently she causes problems for a lot of men.
Come on, I gotta go get an oil change. I'm gonna say bye to the kids. What's that? And you didn't do that for my car. No, you didn't. Why did you say you did that for my car and you didn't?
What for your car?
You said you called it in. You did that.
Yes, I did.
Oh.
Yes, I fucking did. And you're welcome, by the way.
I said,
I fucking go and help you out.
said thank
And then you fuck me over behind my
How'd I
back.
fuck you over?
No.
You're a
They're
fucking
taking 65%.
No, they're not. They're allowed to take 65%.
They're right.
Before taxes, it has not been anywhere near 65%. You're going to be proven wrong when they do the math in court.
Yeah.
Because every fucking pay set, they're going to go back and look. And it
Here
hasn't
comes the
been
cops,
anywhere
Lindsey.
near.
Lindsey,
You're
here
so
comes the
dumb.
police.
You're so dumb.
Here comes the police, Lindsey.
Lindsey,
Lindsey, here comes the police.
No fucking education.
Lindsey, here comes the
Doesn't even know
police.
anything.
Here comes the police, you asshole. Get out of my car. Come on.
I think it has to do with child support.
Lindsey, get out of my car. Nice going, Lindsey.
You better stop, Frankie, because I'll tell
Get out of my car.
You better stop. You better stop.
Thank you.
She's threatening him.
Thank you. Nothing. No, nothing. I just talked to them and she might come over with my.
Quiet, please.
Yep. Then he got arrested.
That would be exhibit 35.
And for the record, I move to strike. I move to strike.
So, Ms. Gattani,
Until you let it in.
the circumstances of that video, you've seen that video, right?
I have. Your client posted it all over the internet.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
Your client posted it all over the internet. Maybe to prove that you were setting him up too, just like you set up Frankie. It is Frankie, right? Or if it's just Frank, I'm going to call him Frankie anyway. Because it just sounds better in this Goodfellas type movie that we're watching. Yo, Frankie, what up, Frankie? Joey Bag of Donuts, Big Petey, Little Petey, Repeaty, Joey Bag of Donuts, and Frankie. Frankie Fingers.
Mr. Keegan was trying to get his oil changed, and he was driving down Main Street in Walpole, and he pulls into the CVS parking lot in Walpole, and then you pulled up next to his car, and you got in his vehicle, right?
No, that's completely wrong.
Well, can we agree that you got in his vehicle?
Yes. Yeah.
And can we agree that you called the police?
No, I never called the police.
Aidan always comes with receipts. And here is the receipt. It says, I then returned to speak with the victim. This must be the police report from the Frankie encounter. And ask about her encounter with Francis again. Oh, his name's Francis. I asked her how she knew that Francis wanted to talk to her, which she said he told her over the phone. I asked her if she got in his car and would not get out. She said she was in his car because Francis asked her to get in. I asked her several times if she was in Francis's car when he was outside the vehicle, not wanting her in his car. She again stated that she was in the car only because Francis invited her. When I asked her if she saw Francis's car and followed him into the lot, she responded with that she was in the drive-through line at CVS and she knew he wanted to talk from a phone conversation. She also said to me that when they were parked next to each other, Francis opened her back door of her vehicle to say hi to her kids. It did not appear to this officer that the victim was forced into this encounter, but actively engaged and played a role in this encounter. Based off of all of the aforementioned facts, Francis was arrested for abuse prevention order violation. What does this tell the judge? That she's got a history of luring men into violating the orders that she has against them. And Frankie had it on video because he's been there before. He's seen that film before. He probably didn't like the ending. Boston Mass 781 pointing out what we're all thinking. Watching others' drama like this makes me realize how boring my life is. Wow. And the kids were there during this interaction. Yep.
Someone else called the police.
I didn't call the police. I don't know who did.
And just sort of alluding to prior questions that I've asked you, you had a restraining order on him, right?
Yes.
And that means that you went to a court and said, I'm afraid of this guy, keep him away from me.
Objection.
Objection sustained. You represented to a court that you were in
Objection.
fear of imminent bodily harm, correct?
It's established it was a restraining order. The court understands the standard. What's the next question?
And you asked specifically to keep him away from you, right?
Objection.
Yes.
And you got an order that said, probably similar to this one, that he needed to stay probably 100 yards from you, right?
Yes.
And yet, when you saw him You went to him and you got his car a couple of feet away from him, right?
No, that's not at all what happened. I was at CVS first in the drive-through line at the pharmacy getting medication for my children. He followed me there
For your
after.
children, and you take care of your children, right?
Yes.
And
Sarcastic.
it's just a chance encounter.
No, he had been calling me all day, found out from his cousin where I was, and pulled into the parking lot next to me while I was in the drive-through line at the pharmacy. As my window was down, the passenger window, yelling at me to pull over, come over and park next to him. He wanted to talk to me. And I went and pulled over next to him. I didn't get out of my car at that point. I stayed in the driver's seat. My window was down. He came over, asking over and over for me to get out of my car to talk to him.
Isn't it true that he asked you over and over to get out of his car so that he could go get his oil change?
After he had started screaming, threatening me, tried to drive away with my leg out the door. Yeah, when he started recording after all of that.
He tried to
Yes.
drive away with your leg out the door?
He went forward about 2 feet, pretending to try to scare me.
Isn't it true that the video shows him not even in the car?
Mr. Brito, the video speaks for itself. Do you have anything further on this, or are you going to?
Wow.
No, Judge, don't.
Wow.
So back to the registry of deeds parking lot. Who did you talk to arrange for you to meet that group in the parking lot?
Who did I talk to arrange to meet the group?
You don't need to repeat my words. If you want to take a minute to think about them and then answer it, that'd be fine.
I love that because I pointed that out before. Oftentimes when a witness is trying to stall or delay their answer, they will repeat the question back to the lawyer so that they can stall to buy more time to think of an appropriate answer. And he calls her out on it. He's like, you don't need to repeat my question if you need a minute to answer. I love this so much. I'm taking it back. It's beautiful. This is cross-examination in district court at its finest. This is a masterclass in district court cross-examination. Bradel's great on his feet. He doesn't have a list of questions. He just goes. He pivots. Wherever she goes, he goes. He's right there with her. Eyes on her all the time. Listen.
For you to meet that group in the parking lot.
Who did I talk to arrange to meet the group?
You don't need to repeat my words. If you want to take a minute to think about them and then answer it, that'd be fine.
So great.
It was Kate Peter who told me that I was invited, but to arrange to meet the group, I don't recall.
Did you speak with Jennifer McCabe about going to that spot?
Like I said earlier, I called her when I got to the parking lot, but I don't remember if I spoke to her prior to that about, I just don't remember.
Kate Peter told you that Paul O'Keefe wanted you to be there, right?
Correct.
And then you responded to her word to the effect through a text. Paul O'Keefe wants to talk to me, right?
No, you're conflating two completely different conversations at two completely different times.
Sure.
That's how
So
they met.
Paul O'Keefe is the brother of.
Thanks, Claire, for pointing that out. Frankie was in jail for the same thing at the same time as Aidan, FYI. That's how they met, right? I remember hearing that story. There's so much lore here. L-O-R-E. Oh, in addition to the L-U-R-E that they used Lindsey as the bait to get him. Lore and lore, L-O-R-E. So much lore behind all these characters that it's wild. So not only was Frankie in jail the same time as Aidan, so was Brian Walsh and Harry Turk, right? You just can't make it up.
Deceased in the Kearney case, right, John?
Correct.
Right. Paul O'Keefe wants you to be there. Yeah, she felt so important. Here we go.
And then you responded to her word to the effect through a text. Paul O'Keefe wants to talk to me, right?
No, you're conflating two completely different conversations at two completely different times.
Sure. So Paul
Sure.
O'Keefe is the brother of the deceased in the Kearney case, right, John?
Correct.
And you were sitting right behind him in the 226 hearing, weren't you?
I don't recall where he was seated.
And you walked in with the O'Keefe family, didn't you?
Yes.
And you walked in with Jennifer McCabe, didn't you?
Yes.
They were my friends. They were my friends.
He said, "Won't you show me your names?" That's fine.
Let me show you these two photographs. Start with the first one here. Who's in that photograph?
It looks like I'm in this photograph. I can just make out my purse. I can't tell who the other people are.
Oh, her white
To your left
purse.
is Jennifer McCabe, isn't it?
Can you point to which person?
Yeah, right here. I can see
I can't
Matt
tell.
right behind her.
Okay. But that's you in the middle with the purse chain on your shoulder?
Yes.
And that's you going into the courtroom on 226, isn't it?
Can I look one more time?
Yeah, remember she said on direct that she looked through that window and she locked eyes with Aidan and he said the F word to her. Do you see the court officer standing on the other side of the door? There's no way she could have seen through that window, but whatevs, no big whoop. We just lie under oath whenever we want because were protected, apparently. She's really proud of that purse. I know. I know.
Yes.
For this picture, Your Honor.
Exhibit 35.
And the next picture is kind of a wider angle shot of the courtroom that day.
Oh, back to the
Yes.
You're
courtroom.
in the second row on the left side, correct?
Correct.
And Paul O'Keefe is the gentleman in the row ahead of you on the end, right? And
Correct.
he's got a light colored sweater on?
Yes.
And this is a fair and accurate picture of where everybody was that day?
Yes.
At that moment in time?
Oh, okay. So here's the picture again. Come back to your screen. Paul O'Keefe is in the front row, all the way on the right-hand side, next to his father, and then another girl, and then Peggy O'Keefe, and behind Peggy O'Keefe is Lindsey. So Paul O'Keefe is not really right in front of her, but in the row in front of her. And Aidan's on the other side, and he's walking out of the courtroom at this time with Meredith in the red. And here's Lally doing the walk of shame because he was late that day.
Time?
Yes.
All right. And then further with respect to this picture, it shows Mr. Kearney and Ms. O'Neill walking out, right?
Yes.
Get off of this picture.
Exhibit 36.
Oh, that was Carrie next to John Vaughn? Or Erin? I couldn't
And
tell.
you said that it was a couple of minutes.
Hold on. I'm gonna go back to that photo now.
Exhibit 36.
Oh, it looks
Right?
like Erin, but
Yes.
she had longer hair then. That's why I didn't recognize. I think that is Erin. I think you're right. Happier times.
And you said that it was a couple of minutes between when you walked in the courtroom and when Ms. O'Neill and Mr. Kearney left, right?
I believe so.
Does 19 seconds sound about a little more accurate?
I wouldn't know. I wasn't counting.
And isn't it true that no one had to tell Mr. Kearney to leave the courtroom, right?
I saw a court officer walk up to them. So that's all I know.
And your testimony is that he looked back at you coming into the room and now the F word when he saw you? Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm sure I'd like to play a video.
Let's have video.
And if we could just go up to 445, please. Get a little warm up here, I think.
Oh, the drama was happening over in this courthouse. Same day Karen Reed's trial was going on.
Good afternoon, Mr. McLaughlin. Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson.
And so we're going to say, Brad will bring his receipts, and he's going to say,
Mr. Kearney stood up, looked towards the window, then turned around and went to the right.
I guess I only see up to right now. So I would assume he left right after this shot.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hill. Good afternoon, Mr. Unity. Good afternoon, Ms. Reed. Oh, all right, so here comes Mr. Lally. Are you expecting him, Mr. McLaughlin?
Mr. Lally, late.
And then by then you had already entered and sat where the picture's shown, right?
Yes.
Leanne says, how is it a violation if she went to where he was? She saw him and should have turned around and left. It's a great question, Leanne.
So Mr. Kearney left, Ms. O'Neill, and you stayed in there to watch the hearing, right?
Right.
And what was your purpose in going there?
To see the hearing because I was invited by the family.
What was your purpose?
And who's the family? Who invited you? How did that transpire?
I was told by Kate Peter that Paul O'Keefe and Peggy O'Keefe wanted me to attend the hearing because they wanted to show their support and solidarity for me.
And it had nothing to do with the fact that you had a restriction.
Peggy O'Keefe and Paul O'Keefe wanted me to come to court, Kate Peter told me, because they wanted to show solidarity for me. Does anybody believe that? Do you think she even believes that? Let's take that back a question, because somebody said, is he going to ask her why she was at the Karen Reed hearing that day? And here's why.
I was invited by the family.
And who's the family? Who invited you? How did that transpire?
I was told by Kate Peter that Paul O'Keefe and Peggy O'Keefe wanted me to attend the hearing because they wanted to show their support and solidarity for me.
And it had nothing to do with the fact that you had a restraining order and you could cause the eviction of Mr. Kearney.
I was told nothing about that. I was told that they wanted to support me.
And are they still supporting you now that you don't have a restraining order, or is that still in place?
I don't know what you mean by still supporting me.
Well, you haven't been to any hearings, have you?
No, I've been to protests since then.
You haven't been to any court hearings, have you?
Not inside because they don't let the public in.
So that was just the one hearing that you wanted to attend, and you had, Mr. Kearney had just gotten out of jail, and you had a restraining order at the time, right?
Right.
Actually, no, there was another one after that I did attend. I think it was March 20th. But then once the trial started, they didn't allow the public to go in because of the small courtroom.
And did you bring a restraining order with you on March 20th?
I bring it everywhere with me.
So getting back to 226, you had your restraining order in your hand with you when you walked into the building, right?
No, actually, I had my hands in my pockets, as you can see by the pictures.
And it's your testimony that you didn't have it in your hand when you walked into the courtroom?
When I walked into the courtroom, yes, I was.
So let's start, sorry, I was confused. So when you walked into the courthouse, you had it and you showed it to a court officer.
When I went through security, I was asked to take it out to show. Yeah, it was in my purse.
So who asked you to do that?
One of the court officers.
Can you describe that?
I don't remember.
When did you first
They used you.
learn that Mr. Kearney was in the court?
I don't know. I think probably when we were in the hallway after we were brought from the room to go enter the courtroom, when we were standing near the glass panes or glass panels, and I actually saw him with my own eyes.
And you were there for the sole purpose of evicting Mr. Kearney at the behest of the O'Keefes and the Alberts and the McCabes, weren't you?
No, I was not.
It was just a coincidence that Mr. Kearney had just gotten out of jail. This was the first hearing he was going to attend as a journalist. And that's when you get invited by the family, right?
I had only just begun talking to the witnesses because he went to jail and I was getting harassed just like they were. That's how we started talking.
It was just a coincidence.
No, I don't believe that was a coincidence at all. That's how we met. That's how we became close and became friends.
You let them use you to evict Mr. Kearney from the courtroom, and you were all too happy to do it.
No, not at all.
So
That's how we
Mr. Kearney
became
used
friends.
Ms. O'Neill, and the hearing's over in like 10 minutes, right?
I don't remember how long it lasted, but it was short.
It was a lot quicker and a lot shorter than you anticipated, wasn't it?
Motion for Mr. T granted. I have the Mr. T keychain. It is vintage. I don't even think you can buy this anymore.
Don't give me no back talk, sucker. Don't make me mad. Shut up, fool.
That's the best one of all. Shut up, fool.
Shut up, fool.
Quit your jibber jabber. There's another one. They used her and she doesn't even see it. Come on. Are they still supportive of you? Or are you still friends with Jennifer McCabe and all these other people? Listen to that again, because he's pointing out the obvious to her. You let them use you.
And that's when you get invited by the family, right?
I had only just begun talking to the witnesses because he went to jail and I was getting harassed just like they were. That's how we started talking.
It was just a coincidence.
No, I don't believe that was a coincidence at all. That's how we met. That's how we became close and became friends.
You let them use you to evict Mr. Kearney from the courtroom, and you were all too happy to do it, weren't you?
No, not at all.
So Mr. Kearney leaves with Ms. O'Neill, and the hearing's over in like 10 minutes, right?
I don't remember how long it lasted, but it was short.
It was a lot quicker and a lot shorter than you anticipated, wasn't it?
I don't know how long I anticipated it would be, but it was short.
And you had this situation in place that you referred to about the babysitter, right?
I had somebody to get my kids off the bus,
You
yes.
said in your statement that you had to get back for 3:10 to get your child off the bus, right?
I wrote that because my phone had died and I needed to make sure I could get my children off the bus if they weren't.
You really couldn't stay to watch the actual hearing.
I didn't know my phone was going to die.
Well,
Nothing's ever your fault, is it?
nothing's ever your fault,
Is
is
it a
it?
coincidence that your phone died? Just happened to die?
Nothing's ever your fault. Moms out there with multiple kids. Do you always make sure your phone is charged when you're going to be somewhere that your kids might need to reach you? And you got a sketchy type babysitting situation where you don't even know, your kids don't even know the person who's getting them off the bus. Would you ever allow your phone to die? She was legit in the building for 20 minutes. Nothing is ever your fault, is it? Listen, you got to hear that again.
Nothing's ever your fault, is it? It's just a coincidence that your phone died, just happened to die. So you had this babysitter situation before you got there, and that's an indicator that you had to get out of there. Once you evicted Mr. Kearney, you were going to have to get out of there and go pick up your child at 3:10, weren't you?
Objection sustained.
So your son was getting off the bus at 3:10, right?
Yes,
And you live in Medfield at the time?
yes,
And that's about a half-hour ride from the Norfolk Superior Court, isn't it?
25 minutes. maybe.
25 minutes, sorry, a little 25. So you really didn't have much time to watch a hearing, did you?
I just said I intended to stay for as long as the hearing took, but I didn't know my phone was going to die.
And so it's your testimony that because your phone, everything was okay until your phone died?
I can't check on my children if I don't have a phone to call them.
And you didn't want to rely on the babysitter, right?
I was relying on the babysitter, but like I said, she hadn't met my kids before, so I wanted to make sure that they recognized her, she recognized them, they got into the house okay, there were no issues.
Why didn't you have Kate Peter call the babysitter? Because we know Kate Peter was outside because she's the one who called the cops that Aidan was filming outside the courthouse. Was this the same day? And also, she's the one who set up your babysitter. Why didn't you just have her call her?
I don't think it's that hard to comprehend.
So it was a,
It is very hard to comprehend that you would leave your 4 children with a babysitter that you've never met before and that has never met your babysitter. I mean, you met her like within a couple of months. That has never met your children. It's very hard to comprehend.
I was relying on the babysitter, but like I said, she hadn't met my kids before, so I wanted to make sure that they recognized her, she recognized them, they got into the house okay, there were no issues. I don't think it's that hard to comprehend.
so it was a helpful coincidence for you that the day ended at 2:10 or 2:15, right?
Sure, I guess it was helpful, yeah.
And then you go to leave the courthouse, right?
Yes.
Kate Peter
Judge, I'd like to
suggested the
show a picture
babysitter.
of the departure from the courthouse. Take it, no objection.
No.
If you do play on the cesspool of Twitter, you can understand why some people are spiraling out of control right now. Because this trial was June 12th, which is only a couple weeks ago. Everybody's being rehomed. DeChico was rehomed today. Howie Carr just broke that news. Kennick. Kakowski. No, he broke the news about Kakowski being rehomed.
The courthouse looked like when you were leaving, right?
Facing the registry of deeds, yes.
That's what someone walking out would look at when the hearing was over.
Come look at this picture. Please, if you can, safely. This is what someone would look at when they're coming out of the courthouse. Do you think she really could have recognized Aidan all the way across the street on the registry of deeds steps? You decide. Good thing this is a bench trial.
What someone walking out would look at when the hearing was over and everyone was leaving, correct?
I don't know when that was taken, but that would be the view if you were leaving the courthouse, yes.
Well, it was a busy scene full of many, many people, wasn't it?
Yes.
So is that what it looked like or not?
Similar to that. I don't know what time that was taken, but pretty similar. To me, I thought there was more people, but that could be.
Well, is it a fair and accurate representation of what the outside of the building looked like or not?
Sure.
I offer that to Mississippi.
No objection.
37.
37 will be. You mentioned earlier that on March 20th you attended a hearing,
I think it was March 20th.
and isn't it true that's one of the hearings that Mr. Kearney publicly stated that he was going to attend?
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to what he does. I don't get alerts to his location. I don't know.
Bullshit. You don't get alerts to his location. You've got a team of people telling you where he's going to be, and that's when they want you there.
So you left with a group of
My
people,
man.
correct?
On March 20th?
On 2/26.
Yes.
And who were those people?
You want me to list them all? Let me see, Jen McCabe, Chris Albert, Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe's sisters,
Denise.
Megan
D-Nice.
Malone, Colin McCabe, sorry.
Ooh, Freudian slip.
I
You
can't
said
remember.
Colin Albert instead of Colin McCabe. Believe it or not, Matt McCabe's brother is named Colin McCabe. He's coming up, I think, next. Or maybe. Yeah, maybe next.
For them all.
How about Paul?
Don't believe he was in the group that left with us.
You left down the stairs and you went down the handicap ramp to the right, correct?
Correct.
You got down to the bottom of the handicap ramp and then you started walking towards Devon Center, right?
Correct.
And you say that you saw Mr. Kearney cross the street at the register, right?
When I was crossing the crosswalk, is that what you're asking?
I'm not asking that. I'm saying that Mr. Kearney was, you say he was across the street at the registry.
When I first walked out, I first saw him standing on the steps of the registry. Yes.
And so it's fair to say that you were walking away from him, weren't you?
No, I was walking down the sidewalk to get to the crossing walk, and he was walking perpendicular following us.
Mr. Kearney was in front of the registry and you were walking towards Devon Center when you first made it right off the handicap ramp, weren't you?
Oh,
Yes, to cross
smiling.
the crossing walk.
So
Tim McCabe is
laws of
very
physics tell us
smiley
that
here
you-
in this picture. He's talking about the laws of physics. So the laws of physics tell us, caption that photo, everyone.
You first made it right off the handicap ramp, weren't you?
Yes, to cross the crossing walk.
So the laws of physics tell us that you're walking away from him, aren't you?
Well, not when he's walking with us, following us.
I'm asking you again. You're walking towards town. He's up at the registry of deeds.
If he had stayed put, I would be walking away, but he wasn't.
Next question. Then you make a left and you're walking towards the back of the registry of deeds parking lot, correct?
Yes,
And you're still walking away from him, aren't you?
still trying to, as he's still moving and
Trying to-
following.
Is anyone stopping you?
Nobody's stopping me from moving, but he's still walking, following us.
And you saw this, right? He's
I saw
following you.
him at different locations throughout. I didn't see him actually walking because I wasn't staring at him when I was walking. I was trying to just look ahead.
Mr. Kearney was in front of the registry building and you were walking away from him to the back of the building to the cars, right?
Trying to, yes.
Trying to. And you were increasing the distance between you and Mr. Kearney as you walked away, weren't you?
Again, trying to, yes.
And you kept walking and walking and walking until you made it to your cars, right?
Yes,
So it's fair to say that you were walking away from where he was and you were increasing the distance between you and Mr. Kearney every step, right?
no, not every stop, not till I got to the end of the wall and he no longer followed us. Then I was able to increase the distance between us.
So Mr. Kearney remained, to your knowledge, in the front of the registry building, right?
No, I literally just said the opposite.
What your testimony is that Mr. Kearney followed you to the back of the parking lot?
No, I said he stopped at the wall. If the wall was on my left at the registry of deeds, he stopped at that wall.
He did not follow you to the back parking lot, did he?
No, not to the back, no.
And every step you were taking was taking you further away from him, right?
Once I got past the wall, correct.
Past the wall.
Judge, I have a video of the departure.
Another Handmaid's Tale reference, the wall. Gilead was headquartered in Boston, coincidentally. Thank you, Odin's firm, Elizabeth Mullins, for gifting a membership.
What else?
Sandra says, Anna Burgess, no longer at Aperture.
That's you with the white purse, right?
Yes, it is.
And there's quite a few people that have dark hair, dark coats, dark sunglasses, right?
Yes,
So you're walking towards Devon Center there, right?
yes,
You're walking down the crosswalk and you're walking away from the registry of deeds, right?
yes.
Check it out for that as an excuse.
38.
Now, no one in that video yelled liar, liar, right?
Not at that point.
You didn't react to Mr. Kearney. You weren't pointing and saying, there's Kearney, go arrest him. Help, there's the guy that we're restraining order against. Nothing like that in this video, right?
No.
Please answer, please. Continue on judging this scenario. Now, that's a video from across the street looking at the Norfolk Superior Court, right?
Yes.
That's everyone still walking across the crosswalk and towards Devon Center, right?
Yes.
That's an excuse.
39.
And in that video, no one's yelling liar, liar, right?
Not at that point, but I don't know who took that video and
I didn't ask you who took it. I said, there's no one in the video yelling liar, liar, right?
not in that person's video.
So that's, you're correct, Mr. Bradley, there's no one doing that?
No, not in that video.
Now, you have some video from the gentleman of you going into the Devon Superior Court, correct?
Do I
Some
have?
video of you going into the Devon Superior Court?
I've seen of it, yes.
Just now, show the same group.
Is this going in, Mr. Baker?
That's you kind of starting on the right there with your purse, right?
Yes.
Where
in a big hurry there. Why are you in such a hurry?
The men told us to get in between them so they could
They're so protective, those men.
surround us and protect us just in case Mr. Kearney did show up.
Who told you that?
I don't recall.
And is that Paulo Keith and Scully Cap and the Light Sweater?
Yes,
So you're walking in with Paulo Keith, right?
yes,
And Paulo Keith invited you in, right?
that's what I was told.
You left with Jennifer and Kate, correct?
Correct.
She doesn't even turn her head at all to look toward the registry of deeds. She's just looking straight ahead, tunnel vision.
Say something stupid. Do it. Do it. Do it. Say something stupid. Do it. Say something stupid. Say something stupid. Do it.
Who's that?
Who's who?
The person yelling, say something stupid.
I don't know.
You don't know. Keep going.
Get a good angle. Come on.
That's your friend Grant Smith Ellis, isn't it? You know what's about?
I can't see his face.
You don't know his voice?
I don't feel comfortable identifying somebody saying something if I can't see their face.
Wait, there was a picture of Grant Smith Ellis. Wait, is that what he said? That was Grant Smith. Hold on.
Get a good angle. Come on.
Get a good angle.
That's your friend Grant Smith Ellis, isn't it? You know what's about?
That's your friend Grant Smith Ellis. Remember, they were tight for a while. I think he had a little crush on her. She doesn't know his voice, really?
Can't see his face.
You don't know his voice?
I don't feel comfortable identifying somebody saying something if I can't see their face.
So he actually sent out a tweet about walking in. You didn't.
I don't know.
Yes. Here's a tweet. Grant Smith Ellis tweeted, walking witnesses into the Karen Reed trial hearing, part 2. The victim with an active DV restraining order is here, as is Aidan Kearney. Kearney is currently violating his RO in the courthouse hallway, waiting to get into the room, and he can't leave without passing the victim. Thanks, Grant, for providing all this exculpatory evidence. Appreciate it. Michael Proctor has not been reinstated. No, there's going to the hearing. Thanks, Chip, for your 20. The hearing was continued into sometime late August. He had a hearing yesterday. It's a whole procedure. It's a whole procedure.
He came with you, he filmed that whole thing, and you went into the courthouse with him, didn't you?
Yeah.
I can't read that, first of all, but also I just met him that day in the parking lot. So he wasn't my friend at that point, but I can't read that message.
That was the first day that he fell in love with her? Oh my gosh, it was their meet cute.
Because that was
Their meet cute happened in the parking lot. Dedham Superior Court behind the register in the parking lot. 22624 XOXO. LG plus GSE forever. EVA. That was their meet cute. They just met that day. Shine on your crazy diamond, said Lally. Was late after all. Maybe he damaged the rear tail light. Rosa Bean says the whole world is supporting Turtleboy Aidan Kearney. Turtle, this is Laura Riker. YouTube is blocking my super chats to your channel only. I don't know why. I don't know why either, Laura. I have no idea. People have had trouble with it. They tell me that. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. All of AJ's Nichols said, off subject, Shannon Burgess is no longer listed on the Aperture website. Yes, this might be from earlier. We did cover that earlier. Olivia, I think, tweeted that. We've covered a lot of tweets today. Rehoming of Kakowski also. Clinton X, all these Karen Reed trial players rehomed proves what a sham this persecution was. Now, man, Shannon, what a joke, man. Good overcame evil. Yep. Tracy Fagan says eBay Warhol. That's a Brian Walsh reference. Bradle shows how far the registry building is from the courthouse, which is 102.19 feet. Thank you for paying attention. Donna says, Would think she could have used someone else's phone from the group to call the babysitter. Thanks for your 10, Donna. Gen X, I guess my free membership question disappeared. I don't know. I was wondering if Aidan can sue for this arrest and the jail time he had to do. Well, it's not over yet. It's not over yet, Gen X, 1968, but we'll see what happens when it's all over. I think he has excellent 1983 claims against the county and the town, and here it is. I didn't forget about it. I was just going to get to it later. So thank you for being with me for 12 months. Between Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney, they just may own the county, the state by the end of all of this. After all of this corruption comes out, can all be used as evidence in whatever civil claims they choose to bring. And I think they'll be good ones. Is Jennifer McCabe inducting victim to the Just a Normal Mom Club, says Tons of Fun 911. Well done. Hey, it's me, Shannon Burgess, not listed as an expert at Aperture anymore. Thank you very much. Ashley Linnell says, can we get shirts that say, I wasn't rehomed by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office? That's good. I like it, Ashley. I'll take it under advisement. Crazy Cat Lady says, I bet none of the McAlberts or O'Keefes are needing her friendship anymore. Aidan Kearney's defense fund is pinned in the chat. This is expensive, this defense. Sandra, Shannon Burgess is no longer at Aperture. I wonder if Hank feels bad about ruining lives. Just kidding. Of course he doesn't. Thank you, Sandra, for tuning in from Canada. Free 20. Bees on Mars. Cupcakes. I can't get over her leaving her kids with people they don't know. In this day and age, how is this okay? Because Kate Peters said so. And Jen McCabe, and they really, really, really wanted her there. Athena says, when I was a trainee prosecutor in Canada, we were attacked by an escapee. That screaming sounded like that. It was really scary at the time. We were knocked onto the floor and hurt. I'm sorry that happened to you. That's terrible. Yeah, it sounds like banshees screaming in the courthouse. Kind of settled down now. Somebody said, oh my God, why is this on fast speed? I don't know, because that's the way Aidan Kearney uploaded it. I didn't put it on fast speed. That's the feed that we have, and that's the feed that we're using. So sorry, not sorry. Melanie's Cupcake Posse. That's the sound of Jim still coughing. Jim's not the clerk in this one. Maybe going back to the Karen Reed hearing. Take note, Jen. Just about all sabotage is self-sabotage. Well done, Love Heals. Thanks for your 5. Moving on to this great cross-examination by Tim Bradle.
Plan for everybody to meet and walk in.
Lindsey Gattani. They had plans. She had friends. There was a group. She was invited. It was a whole thing. They really, really, really wanted her there.
And as a group.
How were you apprised of this plan?
Through Kate Peter, through, I don't know, probably, I don't know who else I talked to.
What did Kate Peter tell you about this plan?
Just that Jen was,
This will be the last time you're allowed to ask it.
I'm just trying to get a satisfactory answer.
It was the last time.
What did Kate Peter tell you about the plan?
just that Jen was going to meet me in the back of the parking lot. And then she gave me her number so I could call her directly myself.
And then you did that, didn't you?
Yes.
So you coordinated with Jennifer McCabe to meet in that back parking lot.
Well, I just called her once I parked.
And what happened? Was she there or what?
She said she was a couple minutes away.
And you said that during these walks in and out of the courthouse.
Jen was orchestrating it, but she wasn't speaking to Lindsey directly. That's why Mafia Masshole is important here, because she is the go-between. She's apparently a not so confidential informant for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, because she's been telling everybody about it and she talks about it on her channel all the time. And I guess Jennifer McCabe did not want to be caught directly speaking to Lindsey Gattani, so she's the go-between. She's the orchestrator. She's the Ray Donovan, the fixer, the orchestrator. I don't know if she's pregnant. I'm not starting any rumors. Please stop with the pregnancy rumors. I have no idea.
You had tunnel vision, right?
When I was walking in, it was pretty jarring because I had not walked through a crowd like that.
Well, you said
screaming
the crowd
before.
was more raucous when you went out. Didn't you?
Right. But
You had tunnel vision when you went out, right?
no, when I went in, because it was the first time I had walked through that.
You can make it slower on your end, except for then I will sound like really slow.
So you said you saw Mr. Kearney right when you came out of the courthouse, right?
Yes.
You didn't tell the court officer.
There was no court officer walking out with us.
You didn't go find a court officer.
No, I didn't.
You didn't tell the den cop.
Not at that time.
You didn't tell the state trooper.
Not at that time.
You didn't tell anybody.
Well, I wasn't going to walk through a crowd of hundreds of people that were screaming, calling me a whore and all kinds of names. I mean, it was chaotic. It was, you can see by the scene, it was chaotic.
You could have had Mr. Kearney
They were
arrested
calling you a whore. We didn't hear that either.
right then and there when you say you saw him. And you know that, right?
That was not my goal. I was trying to
If you
get,
really saw him, you would have had him arrested in about a half a second, wouldn't you?
Of course you would have.
Move on from that, Mr. Bradel. Sure. Fact-based questions.
And we saw from those videos that that was pretty much a sea of women with dark hair, dark glasses, and dark coats, right?
except for me and my bright white purse.
Except for me and my bright white purse. Do you think he knew what your purse looked like? Do you think he knew that you had a bright white purse? That is probably the dumbest thing she said so far today. And she said a lot of really dumb things. Not today, on June 12th. Or whatever day she was. She testified. This was a 3-day trial. Except for my bright white purse. She went to the courthouse because she was invited by the O'Keefes and McCabes because they wanted to support her. Laura, they wanted to support her for all that she's been through. They wanted her there, she said. Wasn't that long ago. We just went over that like 5 minutes ago. She keeps talking about the white purse.
So isn't it true, Ms. Catani, that in all of this video, there's been no expression of anyone saying liar, liar?
Objection.
Nothing.
No liar, liar.
No, you're right.
Thank you.
Bye bye, Lindsey. Bye bye. Na 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 na
Colin
na.
McCabe, please.
Hey, hey, hey.
Colin McCabe.
Goodbye. Okay, here comes Colin McCabe. He can say Colin for this McCabe. This guy's hostile. What do you see? This guy. This is Matt McCabe's brother. How come he doesn't call him Colin? I mean,
Perjury, Reagan. Do you swear in the matter now in hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. McCabe, would you introduce yourself to the court, please?
My name is Colin McCabe.
And Mr. McCabe, are you employed?
Yes, I am. I'm married, yes.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm in construction.
And directing your attention, sir, to it's like, I think we're February 26th, going on, 2024. Did you get plans to go anywhere that day?
Did I have plans on February 26th to go anywhere that day? Yes, I had plans where I came and I showed up and went to the courthouse across the street.
And, were you alone or with someone?
I was with a group of people.
And when you say you showed up, did you drive yourself?
Yes, I came by myself.
Where did you park?
I parked in the back parking lot behind the Registry of Deeds.
And when you got there, did you find the people you were supposed to meet?
Yes, I did.
Noting your last name, sir, appears to be the same as one of the witnesses in the Karen Reed case. Is there a family connection?
Yes, my brother is a witness and my sister-in-law is a witness in the Karen Reed case.
he just tried to intimidate. It looks to me like he just tried to intimidate. Like, Aidan, come to your screen for a second as he looks over at him. Look at that. Oh, freeze game on point. Look at him. Putting his arm down on the thing, getting his belly out, and he's like, I will ruin you, Mr. Turtle Man. No spoilers if you've already watched this in the past 48 hours.
Have you attended any of the Karen Reed hearings before?
Yes, I have.
And what was your purpose in attending that day?
Just go to support the O'Keefe family and the witnesses that are involved in that case.
Did you make your way at some point from where you were parked to Norfolk Spirit?
Yes, I did. I walked up the driveway, past the Registry of Deeds, across the street into the courthouse.
And when you made that progression, were you alone or were other people?
I was with a group of people at that time.
I gotta talk to you, jerky.
You know Lindsey Catani?
Well, the jerky boys.
I do not know her, but she was not in the group of people that I was with when I walked into the courthouse.
Who was in the group that you were with?
Other residents from Canton, some family members, and just people that I have no idea, just supporters of the O'Keefe family.
So when you got into the courtroom, you passed through the metal detector, et cetera.
Yes, I did.
And where did you go from there?
Then I proceeded up to the top of the stairs in front of the courtroom where the hearing was being held. There was a group of other people there. There was a lot of people up there, and I just stood there waiting to see if I would actually get into the courtroom.
That is some central casting right there, Roger.
No, I did not.
Did you have a restraining order with you?
I went down to the bottom floor of the courthouse and I sat there waiting for the people that were in the courthouse to come out and leave.
Now, are you familiar with the gentleman named Aidan Kearney?
I know who he is.
Kearney.
How do
He
you
calls
know
him
who he
Kearney.
is?
Just from seeing, I have zero online presence, but just from people sending things and knowing that he's the guy that's been harassing my brother and my sister-in-law.
I have zero online presence. You may also have zero in-person presence. I'm just saying. Fight me about it. I have zero online presence, but I know who he is because, you know, people send me things and stuff. And I don't got to talk to you, jerky. I'm going to knock you upside the head with my ratchet. I'm the best damn mechanic you ever seen. I'm calling about the job. I fell down the stairs and my shoes fell off. And I broke my glasses. If you know, you know.
Doing his coverage of the Carey case.
And on the day in question, did you know what he looked like?
Yes, I did.
And did you have occasion to see him at any point?
During that day, yes, I saw him multiple times during that day.
What would describe the situation the first time you saw him?
First time I saw him was when I was coming across the street. Saw him. There was a massive crowd of all of his supporters and Carey supporters out there on the
Oh,
street.
come, rage cleaners, rage crocheters, come. Look at the hand on hip. Look at that pose. He knows how to do it. He's getting it done. Saul Rosenberg in the chat. He's getting it done. Strike a pose, hand on hip, make some space, pop your hips back, pop back your pelvis, one foot in front of the other, and it's going to slim you out. Colin McCabe.
He does, taking pictures with his fans.
And then
Oh, he's taking pictures with his fans. The way he said fans. Listen, sometimes we got to laugh or we're just going to cry. And you also got to donate to Aidan's fund. This is expensive. Tim Bradle, I don't know how much he charges. I really have no idea. Mark Betterow is also an attorney. He was not there this day on this trial, but it's expensive stuff. Bend and snap, bend and snap. Oh my God, I got to tell you this story. Remind me to tell you about this. I'll tell you now because I'll forget. The other day, I'm with my ma. We're in the car. And I got to drop someone off at UPS. So I pull up to the UPS. And my mom's like in her 80s, right? And this guy comes out of the UPS store. This guy out of UPS, he was out of Central Casting. I live in Long Island. We don't see a lot of guys like this. Blonde hair, like long blonde, like almost like bleach blonde, wavy hair, tight UPS shorts, tight UPS shirt, tan as could be. He looked like a surfer dude. Like he was something out of California. On the hand truck, he's wheeling the stuff over to I said, Ma, you remember Legally Blonde when Jennifer Coolidge was in love with the UPS guy? I'm like, that's the bend and snap. That's the guy that Bend and Snap was made for. And so I said, I got to tell him. She's like, you got to tell him. You got to tell him. So she sat in the car and I went over and I told him exactly that. I said, have you ever seen Legally Blonde? And he said, yeah, actually I have. I said, you are like the hot UPS guy that Jennifer Coolidge fell in love with and the whole bend and snap and bend and snap and bend and snap. And he just started laughing. And I said, that's your compliment for the day. Enjoy it. And I just walked right back to the car. It was so funny. I tell my kids, you should compliment 3 people a day. 3 random strangers. Just give 3 compliments a day. Because you never know and you can make somebody's day, right? The bend and snap. Make somebody's day. Just say to them, I love your shoes. I love your white bag. Your hair looks great. People you don't even know. You don't know. You could turn someone's day around. And the UPS guy, I said, you must get that a lot. And he's like, no. I was like, I can't believe I'm the only one. That's what screamed out to me. The bend and snap. It was hilarious. Moving on. Strike a pose, Mr. McCabe.
Saw him out there doing what he does, taking pictures with his fans.
Taking pictures.
And then did you see him again once you went to the courthouse?
Yes, I did. Then when I was upstairs waiting, I saw him. He came up the stairs and actually he straddled my leg when he came up the stairs. He came up, he was trying to slither his way like a little snake through the crowd. And when he got to me, he said, excuse me. I said, sorry, it's packed. There's no room to go. So he tried to slither by my body, basically straddling my leg. People in front of me weren't moving. So then he realized he wasn't.
He tried to slither by my body. Okay, you have to come back. I'm sorry to bring you back again to the screen. You have to watch the hand motions he's making with the slithering by me. Slytherin has entered the chat. taking pictures with his fans like he does.
Yes, I did. Then when I was upstairs waiting, I saw him. He came up the stairs, and actually he straddled my leg when he came up the stairs. He came up, he was trying to slither his way like a little snake through the crowd. And when he got to me, he said, "Excuse me."
Like a little snake. He was trying to slither his way up like a little snake through the crowd. He was straddling me. Oh, look, he's looking over at him again. Look. He's intimidating me, and I'm on the other side of a screen. He's over here on my other screen. So that's why sometimes you see me looking over here. I'm so glad to see that so many of you in the chat like to randomly compliment strangers. Let's start a new trend. Slithering like the snake he is.
I was waiting, I saw him. He came up the stairs, and actually he straddled my leg when he came up the stairs. He came up, he was trying to slither his way like a little snake through the crowd. And when he got to me, he said, "Excuse me." I said, "Sorry, it's packed. There's no room to go." So he tried to slither by my body, basically straddling my leg. People in front of me weren't moving, so then he realized he wasn't going to get by. He walked down the stairs, came up the elevator, came on the other
So
side.
you tried to block him from getting into the courtroom. And now you're going to use every snake analogy that you can think of to describe him. Look at this guy. Wait, I'm in the way. Look at this guy. Look at this guy just sitting here. He's probably waiting for the next case. He's probably a lawyer in the red tie. He's looking, I'm like, dude, are you really? Is this really your testimony? On point again. Gigi says Colin is a little teapot, short and stout, and you know the rest. Tip me over and pour me out.
I looked over smiling. I said, "Next question."
You waited until the hearing was over, then what did you do?
Then I proceeded to leave with everybody that was leaving the courthouse.
And, where were you in the line of people?
I was the last person. I was the last one in the line.
Very last person.
Yes.
Now, as you're leaving, did you decide to do it?
Yes, I took my camera out and started filming just because it was a crazy mob of people. And
All right. And
Really?
did you view that recently?
The video? Yes.
That's Polo Keefe's lawyer for the civil case? For real? Oh, LCB said it, and then Mike S said it. He's like, what the hell did I get myself into? I can't call this guy as a witness in the civil case. He must be real fun at weddings. He probably does the hokey pokey and turns himself about. He does the dancing, the napkin dance. The choppa mozzarella, which I just saw for the first time the other day, and I can't unsee it. People really do that at weddings. It was frightening.
And, did you edit that video at all, or is it just as you shot it?
The video is just as I shot it.
I'd like to play the video.
Oh, let's play the video.
So I believe that's number 5.
Thanks for getting my sense of humor,
Memory
Charissa.
correct. Would you play exhibit? Would you play our number 5?
Linz, come over here. He's bringing up the rear, as it were. He's bringing up the rear. And he's filming just in case, big mob of people out there, big mob of people. I'm on top of things and stuff, and I do the things and stuff. And I'm, Linz, over here. Are you pointing out Turtleboy to Lindsey? Hold on. I like how it just went black and white. I like that. That's a shadow, everyone. Can you tell?
Just a couple of questions. Is that your voice? We occasionally hear some things like the go with your.
Yes, that's my voice.
You're interacting with the crowd.
Yes, I was.
And at the end, is that your shadow in the city?
That is my shadow on the ground, yes.
Is your video?
That is correct.
Now, did you have any discussion with Megan McCabe about both of your videoing?
No, I just pulled out my camera and started videoing just because for the safety, who knows? I don't trust anybody. Not sure what would take place. Wanted to make sure I
Judge, no
documented
question
everything.
before the gentleman answer the question.
And
He just gave Tim Bradle a real nasty look too. I have so many questions about this man. Was he at the wedding of Tristan and Caitlin? I have so many questions. So this is Matt McCabe's brother. How many brothers are in the Matt McCabe family? This is Colin. So there's also a Sean McCabe, right? Because Sean McCabe is the one who said to Turtleboy, when Turtleboy asked him, or Aidan asked him, so you're saying you have a line to Judge Canoni? Sean McCabe said, who? You mean Auntie Bev? That's where the nickname came from. Whose seaside cottage do you think we're going to bury your body under? Right? I thought they knew winter wasn't over. From the shadow. Oh, Hank's little bulger, you're a funny one. He doesn't trust anybody. You can just feel the hate emanating. It is coming out of his pores. How much he hates Aidan Kearney. Hear that again and look at the face that he gives Bradle when Bradle's like, yeah, the question's over. You answered the question. Stop talking.
That is my shadow on the ground, yes.
Is your video?
That is correct.
Now, did you have any discussion with Megan McCabe about both of your videoing?
No, I just pulled out my camera and started videoing just because for the safety, who knows? I don't trust anybody. Not sure what would take place. Wanted to make sure I
Judge, no
documented
question
everything.
before the gentleman answer the question.
And
dirty look.
What was your purpose in taking the crowd? In taking
Just to document what was happening, just in case something happened.
Were you focused on Mr. Kearney?
No, I was not.
Did you see Mr. Kearney as you were walking along? Did you notice it?
When I was walking along, no. I thought I might have saw him out of the corner of my eye at some point, but no.
So did there come a time when you reviewed the video and you did notice Mr. Kearney?
Yes.
And I'd just like to go through a few of those points with you.
Looks uncomfortable standing there.
0.05. And just for your honest information, there's a couple of frames for every.
Sean McCabe did make threats, yeah.
All right.
Are you being under?
There. Yes.
That reminds me. Double line says, I love the shirt. He must work at Best Buy. Let's put Hank Brennan's
It will be 40.
name tag in the corner. Hello, my name is Hank Brennan. Remember that from the pleadings?
I was about to ask you, what does this show?
So that's parked right there, a shot across the street in front of, I'm assuming that's the Registry of Deeds building.
I'm the
And if you zoom in
photographer.
a little bit on it.
I'm the team
Here's
photog.
the Mr. Kearney up in the top of the picture.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no way anybody can identify anyone in that video.
That's
I
right.
object. Next question.
You can't tell. Look at this video. Look, come back to the screen for a second. Really? He said that he can see that it's Turtleboy across the street. You can't see anybody in that video.
No way anybody can identify anyone.
Registry of Deeds building. And that's parked right there, a shot across the street in front of, I'm assuming that's the Registry of Deeds building. And if you zoom in a little bit on it, it appears to be Mr. Kearney up in the top of the picture.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no way anybody can identify anyone in that video. I object. Next question.
Is this a zoom shot of that? Of that frame?
Yes, it is.
Any objection, Mr. Britton?
To
the Zoom?
Zoom, yes, I do, Judge. It's not what you and I would see. So I object.
Objection overruled.
41.
Can you advance the video to 30 in? I think it's probably the 5th or 6th frame and 30 in. If that's any help to you with this property.
I saw Bigfoot in that picture.
And can you tell us what this shows?
Yeah, this shows how closely they
That
were
is a picture
monitoring
across the
Aidan.
street well, it's a still shot from across the street of the Registry of Deeds.
You have a Zoom shot of each one of these, Mr.
Well, I have a Zoom shot of some of them, Your Honor.
Yeah, he's got a whole bunch of video because he's the photog. He's the team photog, and then he has to come back another day. So we're gonna get to see his sartorial splendor once more. He ate Walter for lunch. Someone said, "Let's move on," because he comes back another day. He's got lots of video. Judge doesn't seem impressed, and I don't know if there's anything else that is important from this day. I just wanted you to get a good look at Matt McCabe's brother. One of them, anyway. This was a different day because now you can see the attorneys have different suits on. This must be the final day. Maybe this was the 12th.
And you swear in the matter now in hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth.
No, he's got like a horizontal stripes. I don't know. I'm just saying. Now he's ready for cross. This is the cross.
Truth and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Thank you very much. Good morning, sir. You're Colin McCabe.
That is correct, yes.
And you are related to some of the witnesses in the Karen Reed matter?
Yes, I am.
And who are those folks?
My brother Matthew McCabe and my sister-in-law Jen McCabe.
So back on 2/26/24, you were here as part of a group of people going to court in the Karen Reed case, right?
That is correct.
And it was a 2 o'clock hearing?
I don't know what time it is.
So you were there in the afternoon, weren't you?
Yes, I did.
And so you know that the court goes till 1, there's a lunch break from 1 to 2, and then they start up again at 2, right?
Yeah, I have no idea what time it is. I have no idea.
So do you know what time you were here with this group? That day?
With this group? I know I'll be in the afternoon. I don't know the timeline exactly.
How did you come to be informed that you should meet at that location?
I spoke to my brother and I said, I'll meet you down at the courthouse.
And that's Matt McCabe?
That is correct.
What was your understanding of what you were going to be there for and what was going to happen that day?
I was coming in to support the OP family and the witnesses in the case. Show a support group.
Have you ever met Lindsey? Had you ever met Lindsey Gattani before that day?
No, I had not.
And when you got there, did you have any conversation with her?
No, I had not.
How many people approximately had gathered?
He had never met Lindsey Gattani before, and yet he felt comfortable enough to call her Linz while he's yelling in the video. Wasn't that him yelling in the video? Linz, Linz, but he'd never met her before. Do you hate people that all of a sudden call you like they've just met me for the first time and they're calling me Mel? Like, you got to earn the Mel, you know? You got to earn it. Linz, Linz. That's just weird to me. Am I overreacting again? Maybe. You got to earn it. Nobody knew her.
Support group.
Have you ever met
support group?
Any of what you were going to be there for and what was going to happen that day?
I was coming in to support the OP family and the witnesses in the case. Show a support group.
They have a support group for the witnesses in the case. They've got a support group. What do you got to do to get into the support group? Look at his face now. Oh my God, my freeze game is so on point today. Either that or this guy just has great expressions and every single time they're on point. Will the video show the white purse? Taylor Burton wants to know. It's the McCabe and Albert family support group. Tell them the guy never went in the house. Tell them the guy never went in the house. They're at the Asian house.
Have you ever met Lindsey? Had you ever met Lindsey Gattani before that day?
No, I had not.
And when you got there, did you have any conversation with her?
No, I had not.
How many people approximately had gathered at that area behind the registry of deeds? In your group?
It was a good sized group. We kind of broke up into multiple groups. So maybe 20, 30 people maybe. I have no idea.
And was Paul O'Keefe there?
I have no idea. He might have been. I have no idea.
You have no idea if Paul O'Keefe was there?
Did someone?
I thought you were part of the support group. Isn't Paul O'Keefe like the person that you're supporting? But you have no idea if he's there? Wait a minute.
Multiple groups. So maybe 20, 30 people maybe. I have no idea.
And was Paul O'Keefe there?
I have no idea. He might have been. I have no idea.
Who are you supporting?
So, did someone introduce you to Ms. Gattani?
No, I've never met her.
And you said it broke down into 2 groups as everyone came towards the courthouse. Is that right?
That is correct.
Who was in your group?
In my group, a couple of people I have no idea who they were. My sister, my aunt, my cousin.
What are the names, please?
My cousin?
Yeah, the names of the people that were in this group.
I don't know everybody that was in the group, but Kathy Blockner, my aunt. Shannon Sullivan is my cousin. Megan McCabe is my sister. I think a few of my sister-in-law's sisters were there. I don't know their last names off the top of my head, but
Denise.
And everybody else.
Denise. We know Denise. She made the timeline. Your sister-in-law, Jen McCabe's sisters, they were there too.
I don't know their last names off the top of my head, but Michelle and
brought him-
Denise and everybody else. I don't know who else was there.
They brought him for
What was your
muscle.
understanding of the hearing that was gonna happen that day?
My understanding was just was a quick errand that day, go in, see what happens, and then just go and then leave.
We were just gonna
So
see what
you walked
happens.
Towards the courthouse from the registry of deeds, correct?
That is correct.
And which way did you walk? Let's say you're walking towards the courthouse from the registry of deeds. Did you go to the right around the building or did you go to the left around the building?
Came up the driveway side, so I think that's the left around building. If you're coming from behind, but you're looking at it, it's to the right. So it depends on what side you're on. From the rear, it's on the left side. If you're looking at the front of the building, it's on the right side.
So can we say it this way, that you came up between this building and the registry?
Yes,
And that's when you came into the court?
that is correct.
What happened when you got inside the court?
When I got inside the court, and then went through the metal detector and everything, came in the building, walked up the set of stairs to where there was a group of people waiting to get into the court.
Did you see Ms. Catani inside the courthouse at all?
No, I did not. She wasn't in there.
Did you end up getting into the courtroom?
No, there were too many people and there was a count on the numbers that could get in, so I was at that back of time, so I did not get in.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Kearney get into the courtroom?
Yes.
At some point, so just to set this right, you're outside the courtroom, but in the courthouse.
That is correct.
What did you do while you were in the courthouse waiting around?
I just sat there waiting.
Sat there and waited.
Wasn't long, maybe half hour.
And what happened after half an hour?
Then after that, when court let out, everybody started coming down the stairs. I waited for the group that I was with to come out, and then I proceeded to fall behind them and exited the courthouse.
Did you see Ms. Catani as far as exiting the courthouse at all?
At that time, I had no idea who she was.
You know,
So,
Lindsey.
the group of people that was exiting.
So I'm glad you brought that up. A lot of these observations that you have, that you've offered, are from you looking at video and then realizing stuff later, right?
Me looking at video and realizing, yes.
And one of them is figuring out who Ms. Catani is, right?
Well, no, when we were in the back parking lot, I then found out who she was when we were back.
So did you recognize her in the courthouse or not?
Yeah, I saw her when she went into the courthouse.
Oh, yeah.
Did she have a piece
I
of paper in
recognized
there?
her.
Yes, she did.
And what was your understanding of why she had a piece of
He
paper?
noticed her.
My understanding of what that was all taking place when I was standing at the doorway waiting to get in. She had said to the court officer that she had an order against Mr. Kearney.
Did you talk to Jennifer McCabe about Ms. Catani at all?
No, I did not.
It's true that Ms. McCabe was with Ms. Catani on the way in and on the way out, wasn't she?
He does.
She was
look
part
like
of the group.
Quinn,
Yes.
Did you hear them talking?
No, I did not hear them talking.
Did you hear them approaching the courtroom?
No, they were in a different group than me.
So back
Different
to the
group.
meeting.
Different support group. They got a lot of support groups.
You leave the courthouse, and is it still two groups or is it one big group?
When I left the courthouse, it was one big group.
So Ms. Catani's in that group?
Yes, she was.
Ms. McCabe, Jennifer McCabe's in that group?
Yes, she was.
And you're in that group?
Yes, I was.
And how many people roughly in the group?
I don't know, probably about 25 people maybe.
And when you were
25
leaving,
people.
the hearing had concluded and a lot of people were streaming out of the courthouse, weren't
Yes,
they? Some people went to the right down the handicap ramp, some people went down straight, right?
that is correct.
There was probably over 100 people out in front of the courthouse when you left, right?
There was probably more than that, sir. More than that.
And you and your group went out of the courthouse and you went down the handicap ramp, right?
That is correct.
And you came to the bottom of the handicap ramp and you were jawboning with some of the protesters out there, weren't you?
Yes, some things were being said to me, and I responded to the things that were being said.
Sure. And you called somebody retarded and you said something about somebody could be committed or something. You're waiting for them to be committed, right?
Yes, might not have been the best choice of words at that time, and I'm regret saying.
Oh, did you go to the Proctor School of Testimony? That might have not been the best choice of words at the time. You regret it? Yes. Was it unprofessional and regrettable? All the same buzzwords they use.
Yeah, but yes.
And as you're leaving, Ms. Catani's in your group and everyone's sort of walking together away from the courthouse, right?
Correct, to go across the street to where the guys were talking about.
Right. So everyone's walking at first along High Street towards Dedham Center, right?
That's the name of the street. I don't know the name of the street, but
Let's do it this way. The street in front of the courthouse.
yes,
You exit, you get to the bottom of the handicap ramp, you make a right, you're walking towards town.
yes,
And you're kind of walking towards this building,
yes,
but across the street.
correct.
Then you get to the crosswalk, you walk over to the same side of the street that this building's on, right?
Yes,
And then you walk down that little street that's in between this building and the registry of deeds building, right?
yes.
So all this time, you're walking away from the courthouse,
Walk away from, yes.
and you're walking away from the registry of deeds building, I should say the front of the registry of deeds building.
Well, no, technically when we're crossing the street, I'm walking towards the registry of deeds building. And then as we're walking down the side of the street, then yes, I'm not walking away from the registry of deeds until I get down.
Right, so you get to the side of it, you're walking along the building, away from the front of the building, right?
That is correct.
And show you some photos. May I approach her? Just gonna show you these three photographs. I've shown these to council. Take a look at those. Some of you can familiarize yourself with those. Okay, all right. Are those close-ups of you and your group leaving the courthouse?
Yes.
And are they fair and accurate representations of your and your group's departure from the courthouse that day?
Oh, this one here? Yes. These ones right here? I don't know exactly where he's at.
Well, do they show the same people that you were with that day?
There was multiple people there. It shows a few of the same people that I was with that day. I don't know if it's everybody.
And so it's can be agreed as a partial representation of some of the people in the group when you left?
Yes.
I don't think it's just in this exhibits.
No objection.
Exhibit 41, 42, and 43.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we just take those back for a brief moment and then we'll look into it.
All right, so this guy, you know, whole bunch of things and stuff, and yeah, I don't got to talk to you, jerky. Not much more. I wanted to see you. I wanted you guys to see him. Who's this guy? I don't know what this guy's about, but let's get to Meredith because, oh, wait. Bradel makes a motion to dismiss, and of course, he says no. So then it moves on to the defense case in chief. And we're going to do Meredith, and then we're going to do Paul O'Keefe, okay?
But the fact is, of the, and by reading, this Kearney is almost
In the case, the government is, spec to each other.
Motion to dismiss denied. Okay, defense, call your first witness.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear in the matter now in hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank
And
you.
look how beautiful Meredith looks that day in court. Pretty in blue. Here we go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
State names, spell your last name.
Here on point.
Apostrophe NEIL.
Makeup
I know where you live
on
in
point.
town.
I live in South Boston.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a CPA.
And who do you work for?
I work for a large financial institution and do private equity financial related.
And what's your
I didn't know she
education?
was a CPA.
I obtained a bachelor's of science in management and French from UMass and then a master's in accounting and MBA from Northeastern University.
How long have you been in town?
12 years.
And do you know Aidan Kearney? How do you know Mr. Kearney?
MBA from Northeastern. I think she said UMass undergrad. She's wicked smart.
And how long have you been dating?
About 18 months,
How long have you known him?
couple years.
You know that he's charged here today with violating a restraining order, right?
Yes,
And you were with him that day, weren't you?
I was.
Tell us how that came about that you and he.
Meredith is Aidan's girlfriend. He was with her in court that day. When we looked at the video earlier, she had the red on. And when I think she's the one who saw Lindsey Kearney come into the courtroom, and I think she said, Aidan, we got to go. And they got up and left. She looks like Isla Fisher. Somebody said, oh, yeah, a little bit in that freeze frame. Compliment.
We were together and coming to them on 2/26/24.
Sure. So there was a hearing to hear a motion to dismiss at the Kearney case. We both have obviously been following the trial for quite some time, so we decided to attend the hearing together.
And just for the record, so the factual background is clear, Mr. Kearney is probably the most prolific commentator and journalist
Objection.
on the Kearney case. Is that a fair statement?
Harsh.
Yes, that's a fair statement. He covers it almost exclusively.
And you actually do too, right?
Yes.
Comment on Twitter or X about it here and there, right? And you assist him with that endeavor as well?
Yes, sometimes research.
So on that date, there was an afternoon hearing on your evening, right?
Yes, 2 o'clock.
And at the time, Mr. Kearney just got out of jail a couple of days earlier, right?
Yes, 2 days.
And that was from a case that was out of this court, right? You know a little bit about it, right?
Yes.
And then you know that the charge in that case was among the charges in that case was the charge of assault and battery, right?
Your Honor, this is Mr. Brady's witness.
Okay.
I'm just trying to move it along for some preliminary
But
action.
it's leading, but it's all, we all know. This anyway. Let's go.
It's leading, but who cares? Really, Cosgrove? Like, this is what you're going to hang your hat on? Your case sucks. We all know it. You just don't want everyone who's going to watch this later to know how smart and beautiful Aidan Kearney's girlfriend is compared to the woman that just testified about, perhaps maybe colluding with the McCabe's and the Alberts to get him to violate a restraining order so he could get thrown back in jail. Is that it? The only thing live for this trial was the Zoom feed with no video. And like I said, the video just was released about 48 hours ago, and that's why we're looking at this now.
So on the day of 2/26, how do you and Mr. Kearney come together?
We rode to the court together with our friend Brad Goldstein.
And what was the plan that day among you guys to watch this hearing?
The plan was to go into the hearing so that Aidan could cover the case and report on it, and then to leave after that.
Where did you park when you got there?
I parked in the registry of deeds.
And did Aidan have a car in some other location as well?
Yes, about 10 minutes down the road, he parked, so I met him as he was coming from his house, and then we drove together.
Then you drove together closer.
But crashed in the registry of deeds.
And where did you park your car?
In the registry of deeds parking lot.
So like the back of the building, behind the building?
Yes.
Did he leave some items in the car when you guys departed the car?
Yes, his computer and his car key.
So what was your path, the three of you, what was your path to the Norfolk Superior Court?
Into the courthouse, we walked around, I believe, this building, between this building and the registry, across the street, we crossed walk up to the request house around 1:30.
Was there anything unusual that occurred in the walk, or was it just the typical assemblage of people outside?
Not all very typical, just supporters of Karen and being outside.
And did you have some conversation with them, or did you see Mr. Kearney having a conversation with them?
Yes, many conversations.
Do you know who Lindsey is?
I do.
And did you see her outside anywhere during your arrival into the courthouse?
No, we would have immediately left.
What happened when you got into the courthouse?
When we went in, it was still about 1:30, we weren't letting people in just yet, so we went through security and then went upstairs and waited in a line before they started letting people in about 10 minutes before.
Did you and Aidan and Mr. Goldstein, did the three of you get into the court hearing?
Yes, we did.
And where did you go when you got in?
We sat in, I believe, the third row, towards the outside of the row.
And if you were looking up at the bench, at the judge's bench, were you on the left or the right?
We were on the left side.
All right, so kind of near the windows on the left?
Correct.
Did you sit in the same row as Mr. Kearney or a different
The same row.
row? What time did you sit down roughly, if you remember?
I believe it was about would have been 1:50 shortly before the two lost our time.
Did you have any knowledge of the hearing that was about to commence and what kind of hearing it was?
Yes, it was a motions hearing. There were several motions to be heard, including a motion to dismiss.
So was this the type of hearing that you anticipated would be 5 or 10 minutes or a longer type of hearing?
I expected a couple hours, which is why I took the afternoon off from work.
So you were sitting down. Did the hearing commence at about 2:01 in the afternoon?
That sounds right.
And right around the time that it commenced, did you see Ms. Katani?
I did. I turned around and saw her.
Where did you first see her?
I saw her entering the courtroom with several other witnesses in the Karen case.
And just to summarize, you've seen video of this and you're aware that there's video and evidence about this very snapshot of time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember it though, right? All right, so we're gonna just go with your testimony. So when you turned around and you saw Ms. Katani, what did you see? Set the scene for us.
I noticed right away Jen McCabe and going down, not McCabe and some other family members, but immediately noticed Jen McCabe and her, and as turned to me and said, Lindsey's here, we have to leave now.
Did you notice whether she had anything in her hand? Did you make any eye contact with her or communicate with her in any way?
No, as soon as I saw her from the bar, I just said, we have to go now, so.
When you turned around to see Ms. Katani, you were looking kind of towards the back of the room?
Yes, I was in, turning over my right
You kind of had to turn over your shoulder. What about Mr. Kearney? Did you see him, whether he was looking with you or whether he was looking straight ahead?
He was looking at me, because he was not hurt. I was just looking to see who was coming in, just wanting to see if any of the Jen McCabe or the other witnesses that he.
Just listen to the question you asked. Just answer that question and just wait for the next one.
So
Shut up, Cosgrove.
when you, right at this snapshot of time, when you're looking back at Ms. Katani, you see Mr. Kearney. Did Mr. Kearney react in any verbal way, to your knowledge, when he saw or you saw Ms. Katani?
No, nothing directed at her.
Did he get up?
He did get up and said, guys, I have to leave, so.
Was he facing the direction of Ms. Katani when he said that, or was he facing the direction of some other people in the room?
He was face forward still, so not anywhere near her.
And what happened next, right next?
We got out and we had to, there was some people also standing in there in between us, the crowd standing between us, and we left, walked out the door, headed downstairs.
Yes, he's
Did
gonna
anyone
root
have
today.
to tell you or Mr. Kearney what to do?
No, I told him we leave, we left her out without speaking to court officers.
What was the time period that went by from the time Katani walked in the room till you and Aidan had walked out of the room?
Seconds, under 20 seconds.
Where did you see Ms. Katani go when she came into the room, if you saw?
I didn't even look because I saw her and I wanted us to get out of there.
Do you know who Paul O'Keefe is?
I do.
Did you see Mr. O'Keefe in there? Sure.
I don't believe so. He's looking at videos after the fact, and I can't say that at that time when I was walking out, I saw any of them because I was just focused on getting out.
Sure. In the 10 minutes or so that you were waiting there, can you recall, looking around the courtroom and seeing who was around?
I think somebody will be family may have been there before, but certainly not Mr. Conley or Jen McCabe, who walked out after they.
So you leave with Mr. Kearney out the door of the courtroom.
Correct.
Where do you?
We head down the stairs, the security area where we came in, and a couple people stopped us and talked.
Just gonna listen to the question you asked.
So you walk outside and you're going to leave the courtroom?
Yes.
As you guys leave, did anybody from the Alberts or McCabe's or O'Keefe's make any comments about you or Aidan having to leave?
Objection, relevance.
Chris Albert
What did Chris
did.
Albert say?
He said something like, that's a BITCH, huh? That we needed.
That's a BITCH.
Where did you
Doesn't
go?
even say it.
Physically,
Wait,
where did you go when you left the court?
Chris Albert said something. Hold on. They're so afraid of Aidan, right? They're going to have to testify about that.
Any comments about you or Aidan having to leave?
Chris Albert.
Objection, relevance.
What did Chris Albert say?
He said something like, that's a BITCH, huh? That we needed.
Where did you go? Just physically, where did you go when you left the courtroom?
We went downstairs.
Did you speak with anybody as you were leaving?
One woman, Coach Aidan,
What was Mr. Kearney's kind of demeanor when he was leaving?
he was in a state of anxiety. He wanted to get out of there.
Objection to the characterization and to what he wanted.
Oh, boy. Cosgrove gets loud when he doesn't
When
like
you
what
say
the
he was in a
witness
state
is
of-
saying for on the defense's case in chief. He was getting anxiety.
Anxiety. Can you give us some things that you observed about him that maybe conclude he was in a state of anxiety?
He was shaking, he was walking fast, he was worried she was going to fall down. He told me he was worried she was going to fall down.
So you get down the stairs to the first floor, and what happens on the first floor?
A woman approached us and gave some information about entering the courthouse before.
Did you know that lady by any chance?
Yeah, she was Jill Chapman.
Was that in the vicinity of the metal detectors, or where was that on the first
Right
floor?
around
Just
the
generally?
metal detector area.
Did you stay with Aidan for that, or did you go ahead of him, or were you still together, or what?
I stayed with him.
You exited the court, the front doors of the courthouse? And what was the scene that you first saw when you went outside?
There was a smaller crowd of people outside, so all movement, because a lot of people had gone to the hearing, but there were these around people, were also police officers.
Approximately how long after 2 o'clock were you guys standing outside?
Probably within 2:06, 2:07.
A few minutes after 2:01 or so, a few minutes later? What did you see Mr. Kearney do when he came out of the courthouse?
He immediately walked up to a police officer across the street,
And where was the police officer?
directing traffic in the crosswalk.
So that's kind of is that a busy area there, or is that a quiet area?
It's a busy area.
So did Mr. Kearney stay on the court side of the street, or did he walk to the registry side of the street?
He walked to the registry side.
Did he try to have a quick conversation with the officer?
Yes.
And what did you see?
I saw the officer, he explained the restraining order situation to the officer, and the officer said, go over there for now.
And did you see any physical gesture that accompanied that statement?
Yes, he pointed towards the registry.
Okay, so he kind of made a physical gesture pointing that.
So Aidan goes to a police officer first thing and asks him what to do, and they tell him to go over to the registry of deeds. So he's just following orders from the law enforcement.
Direction? And did you see Mr. Kearney do anything in response to that gesture?
He went over towards the registry of deeds in the actual building.
All right, and did he, where did he stand in relation to the actual facade of the registry of deeds building?
He was all the way up against the wall, as far away as possible.
Did you and Mr. Kearney intend to do anything at that time period to memorialize what had just happened inside?
Objection to what she thinks.
What was the plan between you and Mr. Kearney about what to do about what happened inside?
The plan was to get a police report taken. I insisted on memorializing what happened in there to ensure that this could happen, wasn't going to mistake it happened and make it sound that that would be some type of violation.
At some point, was Mr. Kearney reporting, doing his job, I guess, about what had just happened?
Yes, he started live streaming as soon as we left the courthouse, and we both agreed it was a good idea so that everything was documented in case Mr. Kearney came back out with all of them.
And what is live streaming?
It's just when you have a camera and you conduct a live video to audience on YouTube or some kind of social media platform.
Everything is
Was
sped up.
Mr. Kearney
Oh,
live
yeah.
streaming to your?
Kathy's confused. She's like, the video is totally fast and sped up. No way he walks that fast. This is sped up because this is the way that Aidan downloaded it, because it was even sped up at like 1 1/4. It was like, it's over 5 hours long. So we're just watching the percipient witnesses, and then we're going to watch closings, and then we're going to hear the judge rule on this.
Your knowledge, as he came down the courthouse steps?
He was.
Was he live streaming when he was talking to the officer?
Yes.
Did he continue to live stream as he followed the directions of the officer?
Yes, he did.
When he got to the facade of the registry, was he still live streaming?
He was.
Did you want to get involved with him in his live streaming at the time?
No, I purposely kind of stayed out of pictures. I didn't want to be on the live stream.
At some point, did hundreds of people stream out of the courthouse?
Yes, a few minutes later,
How much time had passed between when, let's say, when he gets to the facade and then when hundreds of people come out of the courthouse?
probably 1 or 2 minutes, not long at all.
Was that an expected, strike that, was that the departure of the folks that you saw in the courtroom earlier?
Yes.
Did you expect that hearing to end, causing all those people to leave?
No, it was supposed to be a couple hours long, and I would expect it to be my friend was still in there, 8 of us.
You
Yeah,
mentioned
Aidan
that
has
the
video.
officer that Mr. Kearney spoke with was in a little bit of a busy area, right? Did it get less busy or did it get more busy when those hundreds of people came
A
out?
lot of pink shirts in that courtroom.
With this event occurring, did it get more difficult or less difficult to get the officer's ear to get something going with respect to police report?
More difficult.
And was Mr. Kearney continuing to live stream?
He was for a period of time, yes, and then I think, yeah, it was until, later.
Did many of those hundreds of people kind of come across the street to the registry?
Yes,
Do many of those people know and communicate with you and Mr. Kearney?
yes, they all get the office.
And they do typically on a regular basis. These are people that you guys know, supporters, friends, colleagues, acquaintances, right? Did you and Mr. Kearney kind of separate off from each other in terms of talking to these people and doing whatever you guys are doing?
Yes, one thing we did is something.
And where were you and where was he to your knowledge?
He was still around that same area near where the officers were to go. At one point, my friend Brad, who I came with, pushing, we walked a little bit towards the parking lot.
at some point, did you see Lindsey Kearney and her group come out of the courthouse?
I didn't see her coming out of the courthouse.
Was it something that was open and obvious, or was it something that was mixed in with everyone else coming out?
To see if people all wear coats similar, so.
Was there something unusual about, the colors? Was there contrasting colors? Was it a majority of similar clothing, or what was this?
A lot of dark wear, black wear coats.
A lot of black.
Did you, at some point, when they came out, when Kearney and her group came out, were you paying attention to Mr. Kearney at that time?
I don't know exactly when she came out. The only time I saw her was when I went back to my car in the parking lot to try and get some stuff from there.
So before you left, did you, and when you were in the vicinity of Mr. Kearney, did you ever hear him calling anyone a liar, screaming out liar, liar? Did you ever see him make any outward manifestations that he had seen or spoke to Ms. Kearney?
No.
And was he still live streaming?
Yeah.
When you live stream, do you hold up your phone in a similar fashion as you would when you're videoing someone or photographing someone?
He holds it up to his face.
So is it a similar way, or is it dissimilar?
It's different. It's really you're trying to get yourself, not something else.
And was he doing that to your observation that day? So you were able to discern that he was holding it towards himself versus memorializing the scene? At what point do you and Mr. Goldstein decide to go head towards the rear of the building?
Thank you, Lodi.
Within a minute or two of everybody getting out, I think he came down, we quickly chatted, and then we went to my car because he left his coat there.
Okay.
Thanks, Chip.
So did you say that you saw Ms. Kearney in the back parking lot?
I did. She was already there at the time I got there, but I didn't immediately see her. Brad, when I stepped out of my car, Brad pointed out and said, there she is. And it took me a good Stephen, for 2 seconds, Stephen, to be able to recognize her. She was with another group of women and pretty much wearing the same thing. So it took me a little while in the car to see her. But
She was parked all the way at the far end of it.
Okay, we're going to move to Cross. Chip says the Michael Proctor news is unconfirmed. People saying fake news, my bad. Thanks, Chip, for your 20. Yeah, it's going to be a couple of hearings long. And we know, I think they only meet once a month. So there's another hearing scheduled for Proctor to appeal his firing. People are saying that Cosgrove is mean to Meredith on Cross. So I think that's coming up right now. Let's see.
Now try my question.
Oh, wait, here we go.
Question. You don't much like this Kearney, do you?
but he really lied.
That wasn't the question.
You don't like Ms. Kearney, do you? And then I think she says, what's to like? Wait, hold on. This is a girl after my own heart. We didn't get to meet one time, and she's awesome. Wait, hang on. You don't like Ms. Kearney? Wait, okay, here's where he gets up to go. Here we go. Cosgrove, Cross of Meredith O'Neill. Sassy Meredith, Queen.
I think you told Mr. Burger that you've known the defendant for a couple of years and that you've been dating for about 18 months.
That's correct.
Did you know when he was dating this time? Really? You don't much like this Kearney, do you?
But he really lied.
That wasn't the question.
What's there to like?
Did you hear the question?
Yes.
What was the question?
Do I like Mr. Kearney?
Yes. Now try my question.
Of course I don't like her.
Of course I don't like her. Good for you. Oh, correct. I don't like liars. That's what she said. I'm not sure.
Did you execute an affidavit in some view June 5th of this year?
I did.
And did you say that some view paragraph? Actually, I'll show it to you first.
What's to like?
And you can ignore circle.
She,
Just take a minute to read that.
Lindsey and her posse
read it.
have made life a living hell for many people. Oh, Meredith said, of course I don't like her. Wasn't going to perjure myself by saying I did like someone else.
So did you say in number 3 of your affidavit at approximately 2:05, I turned around and saw Lindsey Kearney into the courtroom holding a white piece of paper in her hand. Immediately told Aidan we needed to leave. We were surprised to see her there because she never attended a Karen Reed hearing prior to that and was not friends with any of the witnesses or the victims' families.
That's correct.
By the way, have you attended all of the Karen Reed hearings at that point?
Most of them, not all.
And you don't know your personal knowledge whether Ms. Kearney was in any of the previous hearings or not, do you?
I do from watching I watched every single hearing.
Oh, you kept a vigilant eye from the moment that Ms. Kearney walked in, you checked out every single person in the courtroom?
Well, at that point, she had sent to jail, so you would know she was there.
I'm not sure I see.
At that point, she had sent him to jail. It's hard to hear because the audio is not that great. But trust me when I tell you that there are many, many people who dislike Lindsey Kearney. And if she had been to a prior court hearing, it would have been all over the cesspool of Twitter and everybody would have known about it within seconds because Grant Smith Ellis would have tweeted it out. Yeah, Meredith is in the chat. So, hello, Mr. Cosgrove. We know you're retired judge and all, but this is the most absurd waste of the court's time. But we still have Paul O'Neill to get to, so let's listen to Cosgrove be mean to Meredith, and then we'll all back Meredith, and then we'll get to Paul O'Neill.
You kept a vigilant eye from the moment that Mr. Kearney walked in, checked out every single person in the courtroom.
Well, at that point, she attended jail, so I didn't know she was there.
I'm not sure I see the connection, but maybe if I think about it, it was unclear.
Oh, he's getting
Now, did you
snarky.
happen to read an affidavit that Mr. Kearney wrote?
Which one?
Oh, did I say Paul O'Neill?
With someone else's statement.
I have Paul O'Neill on the brain. I'm a Yankee fan. I have met Paul O'Neill before. Paul O'Keefe. That's the second time I did that today. I called Peggy O'Keefe, Peggy McCabe, and Paul O'Neill. I've met Paul O'Neill before. He's an amazing Yankee. He's not hard to look at either. It's a total drink of water. Thanks, Fem Natali. Fem Natal. Or Natali. Paul O'Keefe. Sorry. Paul O'Neill will not be here today. I'm sorry to tell you.
I'm not familiar with all this. If there's something specific you'd like to ask me, I'll take a look.
So collaborative here. We're so collaborative.
Did you happen to watch, did you watch all of the Kearney shows? Do you remember whether you watched the Saturday Night Live show on February 24th?
I don't remember off the top of my head, that was so long ago.
Well, can we agree that February 24th of 2004 was 2 days before February 26th, the year invaded the States?
You 2024?
Yes, 2024.
Yes, I agree with these 2 days.
Thank you. And do you know that Mr. Kearney said that on that live show, he announced that he would be attending the Karen Lee hearing?
Did you say that? I'm sorry,
And do you know that he stated that,
Witnesses don't have to agree or disagree, just whatever you know or don't know.
and do you know that he stated that on that show, he expressed concerns that the detainees at Alberts would show up with Lindsey Kearney as a human shield in order to remove him from the courtroom due to the restraining order she had?
Yeah, it's true.
I don't remember saying that.
Well, still for the moment he did. Can you explain why, in light of the fact that he was broadcasting on a live show 2 days before this hearing, that he was worried about Lindsey Kearney showing up, he was surprised to see Lindsey walking the court?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You were surprised. Cosgrove woke up for this. He woke up. I don't know how old he is. And then this is not like any sort of diss about his age, but he's been a rather sedate. And we've seen him in other hearings where he calls Colin Albert and the trying to revoke Aidan's bail hearing for the window intimidation. And he's like, he got very animated just then. He woke me up. Hang on.
Can you explain why, in light of the fact that he was broadcasting on a live show 2 days before this hearing, that he was worried about Lindsey Kearney showing up, he was surprised to see Lindsey walking the court?
Objection. The judge is sustained. Next question.
Wow, that's hilarious.
So you and Mr. Kearney see Lindsey Kearney come in and you get up and you go down the stairs and out the door. Is that correct?
Triple dip Cosgrove.
Mr. Kearney stopped live.
Pretty much as soon as we stepped outside.
Stepped outside the courtroom or stepped outside the building? Okay. And that was always the plan, was it not? Much the point of the visit was that Mr. Kearney was going to do a live cast on scene.
I don't recall these, you know, things you talked about.
Doesn't he pretty much always do that when it comes to Karen here?
Usually before, not always after.
How often would you say you just want to do a live cast session?
Recently, he doesn't do one, he doesn't work on it. Did exactly take camera on to document what happened out there.
Mm-hmm.
He told you, I want to document what happens there.
He's, Mr. Tiny followed him, he wanted it on camera. So that was
All right. So you're outside of the courtroom, he talks to the officer.
It was-
The officer
It was
Correction, you
Aidan's.
say
It was
registry.
Aidan's Saturday Night Live. He does a live every Saturday night. That's what he was referring to.
You give the officer say registry of deeds.
He said go over there and point the registry deeds.
Oh. Stop and point like this, or was it a gesture like that?
Street, pointing at the building.
Straight again. Wasn't pointing at Pond Street.
I don't know what it is.
Mr. Kearney goes over there. Are you still with him at this point?
Yes,
Are you standing next to him or nearby him by the registry of deeds building?
nearby, not.
And you're familiar with the Norfolk Superior Court, the entrance and the exit, are you not?
I am.
And you've attended a number of the hearings that you've seen. And you know that typically when the hearings get over, people who have attended the hearing, and quite a number attend the Karen hearing, would you agree that?
Sorry, this is-
Would you agree that quite a number of people typically attend the Karen hearing?
yes.
And on this particular day, it's so crowded, everybody couldn't get in, correct? So you know when the hearing ends, what typically happens is that people go out that main exit door, same way they went in, correct?
Yes.
Now, at some point, you notice that people are coming out the door, right?
Yes.
Are you standing next to the defendant at that point?
For a little bit, you could feel a little bit away as the crowd started coming out.
Well, did you observe whether Mr. Kearney, who was worried that Mr. Tynan would follow him, was looking as you were at the door, and was in a position to notice the crowd coming in?
He was on his camera live streaming himself.
So is it your testimony that you was probably obstructed by the phone?
I can't tell you what he was thinking at that point. I was having a conversation.
Well, you've been very good about telling us when I was looking at other counsel.
Oh, the judge has reprimanded him.
I can't tell you what he was thinking, what his assessment of what was going on. I was having conversations, people were rushing up to me, he was on the phone, so
So in any case, you noticed that people were coming.
I did.
Did you have any reason to believe that Ms. Catani would not be coming out that door with the rest of the crowd attending here?
I know what the things were.
What was the question I was asking?
Did I know this time wouldn't have plates on the door?
No. I asked you, did you have any reason to believe that Ms. Catani would not be walking out that door with all the rest of the people who attended the hearing?
Objection, Your Honor, just inviting speculation. Someone else's statement.
Could have went out the back door.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you on the phone system. Well, at that point, did you say to Mr. Kearney, I see people coming out. I see people from the Karen Reed hearing coming out the door across the street. Did you say that to him?
No, I wasn't directly next to him.
And you only talked to him when you're directly next to
I was talking to other people.
him. So you had no concern at all that Lindsey Catani would come out and pursue him and get him in trouble. You weren't worried about that at all at that point.
I was trying to figure out what happened because I didn't.
I didn't ask you what you're trying to figure out. I asked you if you were worried at
I
all.
know, this is
that Lindsey Catani
insane.
would come out and pursue him. I thought that was your big worry. Did you tell Mr. Brady that? You and Mr. Kearney were
Judge,
very
I
worried.
just would like her to be able to get an answer in there somewhere.
Yes, we were concerned about that, so we wanted to get a police report for, we didn't expect people to come out then.
And you didn't answer.
No, we didn't.
No, I didn't ask why.
Okay.
So
love
you don't
how-
tell Mr. Kearney,
Meredith is keeping it together better than I would. I'd be like, dude, talk to the hand. I'm not asking you why. This is real life. It's an SNL skit, is what this is. You weren't afraid that she was going to come after him? She probably was. She probably was looking out. She is the one who told Aidan to get up and leave the courtroom when she saw her come in because she knows how these people operate. Okay. We've seen this film before. We know how these people operate and brag about it on their YouTube channels.
the people coming out, you don't call that to his attention. Because you're talking to somebody, for whatever reason, you don't call it to his attention.
I'm talking to community to see people are coming out.
There's no jury.
And you don't say, hey, Lindsey might be coming out that door. Why don't you go back to my car and get the hell out of here so she doesn't track you?
I haven't seen her at that point.
So was it your plan to wait until she was on top of you before you left?
So it's their fault?
No, we didn't contemplate, we didn't expect the hearing to end in 5 minutes.
Well, it ended, right? People were coming out the door regardless of your expectations. You could see that, could you not? And in fact, before people even started coming out, if you're so worried about Lindsey Kearney, why didn't you say, let's go back to my car and get the hell out of here so there isn't a problem?
wanted to normalize the police report, especially by the work violation.
And then there was a police station in the town of Denver.
I don't know.
Did we miss the part where he asked if,
No one's served.
was that at the beginning, Meredith? Where he asked if I knew Aidan when he and Ms. Gattani dated, and I said they never dated. Did I miss that when I was off screen for a second or two? That's fantastic. You were so ready. You're a step ahead of him during this entire cross-examination. It's beautiful.
Trying to file these reports. Probably to that day. Couple of days after. So you couldn't leave because you wanted to file a police report, but then a couple of days passed before Mr. Kearney gets there. Is that what you're telling us?
I don't remember. At that point, she had already started this, so I don't know that it would have been.
But you think it would have been proof to get reported before she did?
She did like that night, so
So you would say she was very quick about reporting the alleged violation?
not when it happens, not until later.
If it ever went to.
He needs a moment. He's holding onto the wall for dear life.
So, Mr. Kearney did not stay up against the wall of the registry of deeds.
No, he actually went out to parking lot first weekly because I texted him, do not come back here until parking lot.
Well, when he starts moving, he moves in the direction of this courthouse, correct?
No, he moved in direction back towards Superior down Court Street.
Really? Could I have 15, please? Remember what Mr. Kearney was dressed as that night?
What he was dressed as?
Blue tie. You see him in that photo? What's the back?
Oh, wait, is that?
Oh, that one, he's not in the front.
Hold on. I don't know. I can't really zoom in enough, but is that like Auntie Deb in the blonde wig? Or is that somebody with a hat and somebody with a yellow shirt behind? I don't know. What he was dressed as? I don't know. Did he have a costume on? I don't think he had a costume on, Cosgrove.
You see him in that photo? What's the back? Oh, at that point, he's not in the front of the, he's not on the steps of the registry of deeds.
Where's that Grant? Oh, it's hard to tell.
Well, would you
Is he
say,
dressed as a journalist?
looking at the registry of deeds building, would you say he's moved to the right or he's moved to the left?
Jack, this is all speculation because we don't know where Ms. Gattani is, we don't know when this is.
It's like Shakespearean.
Objection sustained. I don't need to give a witness.
He was dressed as an award-winning journalist.
What direction he went, yes or no?
No.
Next question.
All right, let's take a look at 16, please. Well, wherever he is, it's fair to say he's not in the front of the registry of deeds at this point, is he?
I can't tell where he is. I didn't look at that though.
All right. Let me move on to another line of question. You have your cell phone there. Mr. Kearney obviously had his cell phone. Did you ever call him and suggest it would be a good idea to call?
I usually don't service here.
I'm sorry?
I didn't call him, but I use a very fast service around here.
Whenever you're in the courthouse or whenever you're outside?
I'm done in general. My carrier gets terrible service.
Who's your carrier?
Thank you.
And when you were there were a lot of people in the crowd shouting for these things, right?
Sure, yes.
And you were, at times, you were some distance from Mr. Kearney. were you not?
Yeah, I usually went back to the parking lot with my friends.
Right. So you really have no idea whether he happened to shout liar at somebody at some time.
Well, by the time I got to
Liar, liar, pants on fire. How about liar, liar, pants on fire?
All right.
Dude, are you still clinging to
And
this
when you were
fallacy?
quiet from Mr. Kearney, were you down in the parking lot the whole time or?
Oh, for the love of the traveling Mary. Let's get to Venmo. Elizabeth, thank you so much. Says, sends a Venmo and says, because the babysitter never met the kids before. That's hilarious. Thank you. Lynn says, your humor is hysterical. You are hysterical. Your humor is right up my alley. It's like a love-hate situation, right? It's like either you love me or you hate me. There's really no in between. Either you get me or you don't. Kind of like Dave Matthews. There's no in between with Dave Matthews. Some people love him, some people hate him. Thank you. I put the closed captions back on. I'm sorry. I must have forgot when I had a good freeze frame. Sometimes I take them down so I can go back and screenshot it later. Elaine, very generous Venmo, says, we're running behind today. Thank you for covering this. So many players in this saga. It's hard to keep up. I need to make a flow chart or a family tree of sorts. Yeah, we need like Brandy Churchwell to make a family tree maybe for the Turtleboy, Aidan Kearney saga. And she says, bless you, Melanie. Thank you. Bless you too, Elaine. You're amazing. He's going to get nothing out of Meredith because you can just tell she's the kind of witness that you are getting nothing from. Hand on the hip. Put your hand on your hip. Pull your knees in tight. No, 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 no. Yep, we had that. Let's do the timeline again. We had that. That was on our playlist. All right. Can we skip the rest of this or do we not get to the part where he says, did you know him when he was dating? I want to skip to Paul O'Keefe, who I called Paul O'Neill before.
Before you get to the parking.
The parking lot was open for most of the time.
I'm sorry?
Before I went to the parking lot, when it's when we got separated, I was open most of the time. Very close.
You were working most of the time very closely. All right, so the answer to my question, which was you work with him in all times.
You're never going to break her. You can't. You can't break her.
Find the police station and report it afterwards. This whole thing has subsided?
All right, let's get to Paul O'Neill. I mean, Paul O'Keefe. Why don't we have the Yankees on the brain today? All right. Paul O'Keefe was mad because he tried to, didn't he try and quash this subpoena? Because he didn't want to miss he didn't want to miss a half a minute of the Karen Reed trial, but it was a half a day on the 12th of June. Get your defibrillator ready, everyone. Here we go. Paul O'Keefe coming to the stand. Oh, I got to change the banner. Here we go.
Do you swear in the matter now in hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth?
Oh, because Meredith O'Neill. That's why I was saying Paul O'Neill, maybe. Also, I love Paul O'Neill.
Paul O'Keefe, O'Keefe, West Bridgewater, Massachusetts. I'm in sales.
Where do you work?
Simmons Industries.
How long have you been selling for?
Everybody has wanted to know if Paul O'Keefe had a job. That's a question I get at least 10 or 15 streams. Times a stream is, does Paul O'Keefe have a job? Hips don't lie we don't have a Turtleboy playlist, but we could add it to the Karen Reed one. We can make a joint playlist. Apparently he works for Simmons Industries as a salesperson. How long you been selling for?
Next month will be 13 years.
So family near, just general.
I do.
And how many family?
Mother, father, niece, nephew, wife, children.
This is Bradle on direct.
You have the family connection to prosecution, Karen Reed prosecutor, correct?
I do.
And your brother had passed away, and he's the case involves his death. Prosecutor.
Correct.
And you attend the court hearings over there?
I do.
And you know the gentleman with you today, Aidan Kearney, correct?
Unfortunately, I do.
And he's someone who you
You know Aidan Kearney? Unfortunately, I do. I was just about to say, wow, Paul O'Keefe is being very cooperative with Bradle because we know how much he hates that he works for Vandalay Industries. He'll always accept a Seinfeld reference. There's a Seinfeld reference for every single situation. Thank you, Murder Mittens. Everybody says they thought the question was, how long have you been sober? No, he said, how long you been selling like in sales. Unfortunately, I do. Really? But you're not helping yourself.
Correct.
and you attend the court hearings over there?
I do.
And you know the gentleman with you today, Aidan Kearney, correct?
Unfortunately, I do.
And he's someone who you don't like,
No.
right?
No.
No, I'm not correct, or yes, I am?
No, you are correct.
And you've had text.
He's somebody who, hold on.
Unfortunately, I do.
And he's someone who you don't like.
Someone you don't like.
No.
No, I'm not correct, or yes, I am?
No, you are correct.
And you've had a text message or Facebook message exchange with Mr. Kearney, correct?
Once or twice.
And just
Okay, and here, or Turtleboy, put it on the video for us right here. Looks like a, I don't know, maybe Facebook Messenger. July 27th at 1:05 a.m. Uh-oh. Paul O'Keefe says to Aidan Kearney, I'm taking you down. I hope you know that. You're done. You are going to jail again. Actually, prison this time. I hope your kids are prepared. I so look forward to that. And then Aidan writes back, drinking again, Paul? And then Paul O'Keefe responds, Adderall, Aidan? And then Aidan writes back, you spelled it wrong, both words. Hilarious.
You can look at it if you want, just in the interest of moving along. You sent him a Facebook message saying,
And then at the bottom it says, I don't do, Paul says, I don't do drugs and I'm not a what?
and you can look at it if you want, just in the interest of moving along.
A douche,
Sent
so
him a
I'm okay
Facebook
with
message
that.
Saying, I'm taking you down. I hope you know that you're done. You're going to jail again, actually prison this time. I hope your kids are prepared, so I look forward to that. Is that right?
That's a very small part of the conversation, yes. Yes.
I'm just trying to get to the nugget of it. If you want to look at it, I'm happy to show you. But that's the nugget of your sentiment towards Mr. Kearney, right?
Yes, I mean, that was sent out of frustration from all the harassment that the defendant has
Well,
given to me, my family, friends. There's a slew of reasons over the last
That's
2
an
years.
accurate summary of your emotions and your feelings towards Mr. Kearney, right?
I would say at that moment, it was words out of frustration.
Oh, so you do like him.
In terms of your case across the street that involves your brother, it must be difficult or annoying or frustrating or produces anger in you. Mr. Kearney is a frequent visitor, a frequent commentator, and a frequent critic, right?
Among other things, yes.
And so it would be nice to get him out of there, right?
Among other things.
I mean, I don't care for him to be there, no.
And so how did you come to be acquainted with Lindsey Gatton?
How did I? I mean, we were both.
Oh boy, I'm sorry. I should have trigger warned you on this, but if you don't know the lore on this one, the L-O-R-E. Paul O'Keefe was apparently trying to lure L-U-R-E, a woman that he met on Facebook Messenger, and he sent her a bathroom selfie. And here it is on the left side of your screen. Should have warned you, but I didn't. And so now you have to endure it. You can't unsee it. And I think Aidan put that there for you to enjoy. So it is, you know, what it is.
How did I?
How did you become
I mean, we were
acquainted
both
with Lindsey Gatton?
experiencing the same harassment from the defendant as well as his followers.
So you feel like there's an affinity with you and Ms. Gatton in terms of being criticized or exposed by Mr. Kearney?
Harassed, I would say.
So back to my question, when did you meet Ms. Gatton?
When did I meet her? It would have been the day that the defendant was removed from court across the street, back in February 2024.
That's the day you first met her. You first met Lindsey Gatton on the day that Kate Peters said that you wanted her to come to court with you. Yes, his wife, I think, was not happy. She stopped showing up at the second Karen Reed trial after that. And then when they were both listed on the witness list, they were listed as living in separate towns. Instead of Bridgewater, I think Paul was back in Canton with Mrs. O'Keefe living at One Meadows. And so those things happen. Poor Aaron.
That was on 2/26/24.
That sounds about accurate.
And you'll recall, that was
First
the
time
hearing
you
where there was a number of things on the agenda, but court kind of got done pretty quickly that day, right?
I believe it was an afternoon session. I don't really recall what was said. I've been to many, many court dates over the last couple of years, so I don't know what was said specifically at that date.
In terms of you meeting or speaking with Ms. Gatton, when was the first time you spoke with her?
That day I introduced myself.
What was that?
I said, nice to meet you. I think I applauded her strength, and that was it.
You
Was she
applauded her
there?
strength?
Was she invited there by you?
By me personally, no.
To your knowledge, who was she invited there?
Someone had asked me if it was okay if she went to court that day, and I just said, sure. I don't remember who exactly asked me that question.
Oh, you don't remember who asked you that question? It's been all over the internet for several years now. This trial was June 12th of 2025, and the date in question is February 26th of 2024. So like almost a year and a half ago, and you don't remember who asked you if Lindsey Gatton could go to court with you? Really, dude? This judge is smart. Listen to that again. Applauded her strength. I said, nice to meet you.
You? I think I applauded her strength, and that was it.
Was she there
Was she invited there by you?
By me personally, no.
No, he didn't invite her.
Who was she invited there?
Someone had asked me if it was okay if she went to court that day, and I just said sure. I don't remember who exactly asked me that question.
Was it Kate Peter?
I don't recall if it was her.
Was it Kate Peter?
I know who she is. I don't know if I would say I really know her.
Have you ever spoken to her?
I've spoken to her once in a phone conversation, and then I believe once for the defendant's arraignment at one time when I met her in person.
What was the time frame you speak with her? When was that?
When did I talk to her?
Yeah.
I really don't know, to be honest. It's
Prior to 2/26?
possibly.
Wow, you know it's going to be coming out soon? All of Kate Peters' text messages. All of them. All of Proctor's text messages with Jennifer McCabe. All of them. Michael Marcy's text messages and emails. They're all going to be coming out. So you better, hopefully you're accurate. You set Aidan Kearney up. Maybe not you. Kate Peter, Brian Tully, Ken Mello, and Lindsey Catani sure as shit set Aidan Kearney up to go to jail in December, in and around December of 2023. He's in for 60 days, and then 2-3 days after he's released, when everybody knows he's going to be at the Karen Reed hearing on 2/26/24, you get a call saying Lindsey Catani wants to come to court, but you don't remember who it's from. Just play dumb. Because it may come out that this is not very accurate. I've spoken to her once. Hold on. Have you ever spoken to her? This is talking about Kate Peter.
I've spoken to her once in a phone conversation, and then I believe once for the defendant's arraignment at one time when I met her in person.
What was the time frame you speak with her? When was that?
When did I talk to her?
Yeah.
I really don't know, to be honest. It's
Was it prior to 2/26?
possibly.
Kate Peter facilitated this entire visit of Lindsey Catani to court at 2/26.
I have no idea. I was asked by someone if it was okay with me if she came. I said okay. It's a public courthouse. At that time, going to court, we were greeted by, we had to go through a gauntlet of people yelling and screaming at us, which was organized by the defendant and incited by the defendant. Deterred a lot.
A gauntlet.
Question and answer process. So, when did you speak with Ms. Catani that day? Where were you?
We were in the back parking lot of the Registry of Deeds, where everyone meets and we walk over together.
We drinking
How did you
beers?
come to meet her in the back parking lot of the
We
registry?
tailgating?
What was the plan? What was the organizational situation about meeting up there?
I mean, anyone who would go to court knew that we parked back there, and that's where we met and walked over as a group.
So is your testimony there was some sort of just a spontaneous thing that you guys ran into each other back there, or was there some sort of a plan?
I pulled into the parking lot. There was a group of people. I got out to greet the people. She was one of the people that was in the group.
Did you know that she was going to be there?
I'm assuming she would be because I was asked if it was okay with me.
Mm-hmm.
So I was under the assumption that there was a likelihood she would be there.
So you were asked by someone who you're not sure it was, if Lindsey Catani could be in court, and then she materializes at court.
Correct.
Where did you park in the Registry of Deeds parking lot? Close to the building, far away from the building, whereabouts?
At the far end, away from the building.
Away from the building? Now, would it be correct to say that you did not invite Lindsey Catani that day?
Personally, I did not know.
Did you or your family, to your knowledge, express any invitation to her that involved your family wanting to support her, recognize her, and be with her at your brother's case?
The only thing was asked of me if it was okay if she went. That was it.
Was there anything about supporting her or helping her or anything?
Nope.
It's fair to say you were more focused about your brother's case, not Lindsey Catani's case?
Correct.
He didn't invite her, he says.
Did you walk in with Mrs. Catani?
I believe the group that met in the parking lot all walked in together. Yes.
Did you know that she had a restraining order against Mr. Carney at the time?
I believe I did. Yes.
Were you trying to use Ms. Catani to evict Mr. Carney from the courthouse?
Was I personally? No.
Was your family doing that?
No.
Who was doing it?
Was Kate Peter doing it in conjunction with Mello and Tully? This is all going to come out and it's going to be,
Yes, I thought so.
it's going to keep us busy for a long
So
time.
just coincidentally, on the first time you met Ms. Catani, she had a restraining order against Mr. Carney, right?
That's correct.
And she had it in her hand when she went in the courthouse, didn't you?
I didn't see her with it. I think she was behind me.
Did you see her with a piece of paper in her hand when she walked in?
I did not.
Did you see when she walked into the courthouse?
Again, I think she was behind me. I didn't see her walk in, so
Did you see her when she walked into the courtroom?
no, because she sat behind me as well.
Did you see her when she came in and sat behind you?
No.
you speak to her at all in the courtroom?
No.
Do you have an awareness that Mr. Kearney was in the courtroom on the other side of the aisle?
Yes.
Did you speak with him or see him or have any interactions with him?
Not at that point. Later in the day.
Did anyone ask you to invite Ms. Kearney to any hearings before Mr. Kearney got out of jail, such as January 5th or January 18th?
That was the only time.
Just when Mr. Kearney was out of jail,
Mm-hmm.
and Ms. Kearney had a restraining order, right?
Correct.
Right.
Did you speak with Jennifer McCabe that day at all?
I don't believe so.
Look at his blink rate. Everybody says, look at his blink rate. Lies.
Thank you very much for that.
Mr. O'Keefe, if I could caught your answer correctly to Mr. Bradle's question about having an interaction with Mr. Kearney was in the nature of not then, but later on that day.
Correct.
Can you describe that for us, please?
Leaving court, I was ambushed by the defendant and harassed with his camera in my face, telling me several times that I'm a disgrace to my brother.
Now, did you know if you left the court at the same time as Ms. Kearney, or did you leave before or after her?
Both after?
About how long after, do you know?
I really have no idea.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen up there.
So much drama.
And this is typically my line. I've forgotten the number, but I think what we want is February 27, 2024. Ms. Crawford, could you play that, please?
You want to make a disgrace in your brother, you disgrace. You want to make disgrace. That's what I'm not want. Shut up for the first time. For you guys, shut up for you guys. Disgusting. Disgusting, Paul. Disgusting.
I think it's the same day, this video, because that guy in that blue sweater, unless he wore that blue sweater with the white stripes twice, saying you're a disgrace to your brother. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your interaction with Mr. Kearney?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's same day.
You maybe see it played on one of Mr. Kearney's YouTube presentations.
Yes.
Did you observe at any time during your interaction with Mr. Kearney on that occasion that he appeared to be distraught?
He was very upset.
And what was the sense of him being upset? Did you get that?
What was the sense? I think it's because he was removed from the courtroom. And he must have thought I had something to do with it, which is probably why I'm here today.
And did you observe him to be trembling, shaken?
He was mostly angry.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
So that's a tape recording, Mr. O'Keefe, of your interaction with Mr. Kearney after court that day?
Yes.
And you said, don't get too comfortable?
Yes.
And your mom said, where's Lindsey?
I believe she said that.
So in other words, you guys knew exactly what was going on.
Don't get too comfortable, he says to Aidan. And Peggy O'Keefe says, where's Lindsey? So in other words,
Mom said, where's Lindsey?
I believe she said that.
So in other words, you guys knew exactly what was going on that day, and you were taunting Mr. Kearney about the presence of Lindsey at the time.
I wouldn't say taunting. None of that would have been said if the defendant didn't get in my face and ambush me the way he did.
yes, it would have.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
They wanted him back in jail. Yep. Well done. All right, let's get to the closings. If you want to watch the whole entire hearing and all the witnesses, it's on Aidan Kearney's channel. It's entitled Turtleboy RO Trial, June 2025, and the name of his YouTube channel is Turtleboy Live.
To get out of there. Those are all things that Kearney said happened.
Hold on. Okay, Bradle closes first, so let me go back a little bit.
Restraining to try to cause a in this court, like a judge, Mr. Kearney.
Here we go.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Closing.
Court, Judge, Mr. Kearney did not violate this restraining order on 2/26/24, despite the best efforts of Lindsey Kearney and her compatriots. The government, stated in legal terms, Your Honor, the government has certainly not proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And you're the fact finder, and we don't need to reiterate the standard because you applied every day as a judge. That day, Ms. Kearney came into that courtroom wielding that restraining order like a sword, not using it as a shield. She was there for one purpose and one purpose only, and we know that from the circumstances. We know that Mr. Kearney had just gotten out of jail. We know that Ms. Kearney had the restraining order, and this was Mr. Kearney's first appearance back in the case after getting sent to jail on her charges of assault and battery in this court. She came in there and she was ready with her restraining order for one purpose only, not to be there for the Karen Reed hearing, but to evict Mr. Kearney to try to cause a restraining order violation. And I appreciate the Commonwealth saying it. Mr. Kearney did the right thing and he left. It was about 19 seconds, if you look at the video, and I know you have 19 seconds between the time when Kearney went in the room and Mr. Kearney went out of there. He didn't say the F word to her. He didn't look at her. He didn't do anything. He didn't need a court officer just to get out of there. Those are all things that Kearney said happened. They are all completely belied by the video evidence. None of it happened. So that tells you everything you need to know about the credibility of Kearney. She was there to evict him. And we also know that because of her own testimony about this bus situation. She claims that she variously, that she had to get her kids off the bus, that she had some other person getting the kids off the bus. Everything is just an ever-evolving story with her. And whenever she gets back into a corner, she brings up her children. And in this case, Your Honor, we know that she had to get home to get her kids off the bus at 3:10. So she was here not to sit around all afternoon and watch the 2-hour anticipated Karen Reed hearing. She was here to evict him from the courtroom and then get out of there. She had to get home to get her kids. She tells this ridiculous story that somebody else was going to get her kids off the bus. What responsible parent would have someone who the kids never met waiting for their kids at the bus stop?
Yeah.
So, that's the rule number one that you tell your kids is you don't ever go to somebody that you don't know. And I think that's a complete fabrication after the fact concoction of the story, Your Honor. Yet another one of those. So in this case, Judge, Mr. Kearney leaves immediately. He does the right thing. He goes to the government. And this is a significant legal fact, Your Honor. He went to the police and he said, where do I go? I have a restraining order. We have it on tape. You saw what happened. That never happened. We have it here. He recorded the conversation. He was live streaming. And the officer said, go over there. Gestured up to the registry. Go over there for now, actually, is the full quote. He goes to the registry. He hangs out as far up against the building as he can get. He's waiting for further action. He's waiting to report things to the officer. Why? Because of the Frank Keegan situation, which you saw in Chambers. He knows what this person is capable of. And he's in the middle of it. She just chased him into his place of work, into the courtroom. He leaves, does the right thing. He goes outside and he wants it documented. He doesn't want to disappear and run into her. He doesn't know what she's capable of. He probably doesn't even quite have a rational appreciation for what she can and can't do because she's already sent him to jail for 60 days. He just gets out and she's trying to get him right back to jail, walking around with that restraining order, showing up to places she has no business being at, showing up to get him in trouble just 3 days after he just gets out of jail. He's shaking, he's angry, he's scared, he's upset, he has anxieties. He's trying to get away from her. So he goes to the representative of the government, of the policeman, and says, here's the situation, 100 yards, where should I go? He gets sent up there. He's not a drone, he doesn't move as the crow flies. He goes down the steps, around the corner, he takes a circuitous route down the steps, across the street, and up some more steps. He's trying to comply with what the officer says. He's waiting there for the meantime at a safe location so he can report it. He's not engaging with her, he's not bothering her, whatever. There's no criminal intent, none whatsoever. And so if the alleged violation is later on, there's no knowledge and there's no contact because there's no knowledge.
Turtleboy's in the house. Fun fact, he says Colleen Crawford was the person running the projector during this trial. Is she the next person that's going to be rehomed? I'd put money on that. What's the over under on that?
No intent, she has no knowledge or intent is there either. And her assertions are A, lies, and B, after the fact concoctions when they get back to the car and her co-conspirators, her compatriots look through the video and say, oh, there he is. All right, we have him in business. And they're also trying to get him on this claim of automobile damage, where we know from the circumstances that he could not have done that. There's zero evidence he had anything to do with that. There's zero evidence that is even something that is a fresh situation. And Kearney has absolutely no credibility to believe that this may have just happened right there. We don't know when that happened. There's no evidence. There's no fresh damage. There's nothing to that. So they're trying to get him on this phony motor vehicle thing. They're trying to get him on this setup of a restraining order violation. So all of this occurs, and Mr. Kearney is live streaming the whole time, meaning he's talking into his phone. He has his phone up. He's upset about what happened. He's reporting about what just happened to him.
Wouldn't you be?
Meanwhile, the hearing ends early. Everyone streams out. You see the video. It covers the whole front of the Superior Court. So many people have black coats on. The women, black coats, black hair, black sunglasses. You look, it's a sea of people. It's reasonable and likely and probable, and it did happen, that Kearney was live streaming and looking around and didn't see Kearney. Kearney registers no perception of Mr. Kearney.
It's the big white purse.
Kearney never once gestures. There's never one bit of looking, pointing, call 911, telling her friends, nothing about Mr. Kearney being there. She doesn't see him. He doesn't see her. That's no contact. At a bare minimum, the government doesn't come anywhere near proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt that there was contact. And they have to acknowledge to have contact. Kearney went out of the courthouse and was walking away from the building, Your Honor. She was walking away towards Denham Center, and then she turns and she's walking away towards the parking lot. So even if there was intentional contact, which there wasn't, she was walking away. And so whenever there's accidental contact, you can't just beam yourself up to be automatically, immediately 100 yards away. If you see the person leaving, they're leaving. The situation is getting to where it needs to be. And he has a due process right that there be time that elapses for him to get into compliance. And if she's leaving the scene, compliance is being effectuated. It can't be something that's instantaneous. And of course, Your Honor, the most important thing about this is that Kearney goes to his orbit, not once when she goes to the courtroom, but twice when she goes outside. Mr. Kearney has no idea what's going on. The hearing was prematurely over. Everyone anticipated a long hearing. And Mr. Kearney wanted to report it to the police. He didn't get that chance because everyone streamed out and the officer was already busy directing traffic in the walkway. So that's the entire factual scenario, Your Honor, where you see cases that come through here every day with respect to restraining orders, where people are trying to get to someone, trying to knock on someone's door, trying to show up at their work, trying to bother them. This case is the exact opposite, Your Honor. Mr. Kearney is trying to get out of here. He doesn't want anything to do with her. He's got, obviously, from his anxiety and his upset, he's got some major post-traumatic stress disorder from this woman, and he doesn't want anything to do with her. And she is trying to effectuate this violation. She's trying to chase him down, just like she did to Frank Keegan, to get him arrested. That's what she does. She's not a person of good character. She's not a person of honesty. She's a person who strives on chaos and trouble and harm. And that's what's before you, Your Honor. And the last thing I want to suggest, Judge, is that imagine a scenario where this kind of conduct is rewarded by a court, is implicitly allowed to be a restraining order violation. What a message to send to people with restraining orders, that you can use it as a sword. Go find the guy and create a situation. And that's what Lindsey Kearney did here today, Judge. That's what the evidence showed here today. So I ask that you find Mr. Kearney not guilty. Thank you.
So much collusion, so much of a setup here. I do remember.
The defense has done its best to make this trial about Ms. Kearney's conduct rather than about the defendant's own conduct. But that is not the case.
She showed up there on purpose. They set her up, Cosgrove. Come on, even you can see it. I don't know how thick your glasses are, but even you can see the setup here. Come on, man. How much are they paying you, dude? Love Tim Bradle. Love his passion for the First Amendment. Love the way he represents Aidan and everything that we've seen. And yes, remember Colleen Crawford co-owned the digital media company with Fanning that was dissolved in February 2022, right? Like 1 or 2 days after Karen Reed was arraigned in the district court. And also, Colleen Crawford and Fanning had a long history of perhaps proctoring video before Proctor was even a thing, going all the way back to the case of Keith Boudreau, the murder of Keith Boudreau. Remember, we looked at that case. The defendant's name, I think, is Paul Fahey. Paul Fahey is accusing Colleen Crawford and John Fanning. I think his name is John Fanning, right? Of proctoring video, surveillance video from the bar in Quincy, where he allegedly stomped on Keith Boudreau to death after beating him. So they've got a long history of this, just like perhaps, in my opinion, the Massachusetts State Police and all of these players have a long history, decades long, of just doing it the way they want to do it. Constitutional rights be damned. We're going to weaponize our statutes. We're going to pretend we asked you for consent to search your phone, and then we're going to search it for all kinds of other stuff. And Brian Walsh, who very likely, I know it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, but very likely murdered and then dismembered his wife, Anna Walsh's body, and then distributed it in dumpsters all over town, may have his evidence suppressed. Because, of course, the same guys here got it illegally. Proctor, Buchanan, Garino, all of them. Fanning cleared Matthew Farwell in the murder of Sandra Birchmore within 3 hours. It's systemic. It's endemic. And isn't it ironic, don't you think, that the one guy that they tried to shut up for so long is going to be the guy to expose it all? That's what happens when people ain't got no quit. Am I right?
I don't know that I need to repeat the arguments I made to you, Your Honor, on the motion to direct a verdict about the Commonwealth having proven each and
Because
every
none of them
element
make any
of
sense.
its
They're all
case. But I do want to
bogus.
review the evidence and suggest some inferences that you could fairly draw, and I would suggest you should draw, somewhat different from those suggested by Mr. Breda. And I'd like to start with the restraining order itself. Can we have number 27 on the screen, please? Sorry. 2.
Blah, blah,
Your
blah,
order not
blah,
to
blah.
contact the plaintiff in person,
All right.
by telephone, in writing, electronically or otherwise, either directly or through someone else, and to stay at least 100 yards from the plaintiff.
Yeah, we know what a restraining order is. Thank you. Is there anything exciting in his closing? Because he's he's annoying me. Here, he's gonna. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Listen to this.
Your Honor has seen these cases before, and I imagine that you have. How many times have you seen a case where someone is brought in on a violation of probation, or a violation of a restraining order, and the defense is, Your Honor, she called me up. She invited me over to the house. She said it would
She
be
did.
okay if I came over. And all that's true, but it's still a violation of the order.
Yeah. So even if
It's
she
still a
set him up,
violation of the order. Only a judge can modify a no contact order. Not, I think Mr. Kearney's words, I hope I'm quoting him correctly, were some meathead cop. I think he said you can't hide behind some meathead cop, but apparently Mr. Kearney believes he can hide behind some cop. That a police officer, or at least Mr. Kearney's interpretation of what a police officer said, can modify a restraint. And I suggest to Your Honor that if calling somebody up and specifically asking him and inducing him to violate a restraining order is not a defense, is not an entrapment defense, then there certainly isn't an entrapment defense that arises from somebody walking into a room. In fact, we know what the law is with this sort of accidental contact. The law is the person is to leave and make prompt and reasonable efforts to bring himself in compliance with the order.
he did leave.
The order is 100 yards.
Oh,
He started out fine. He got up and he left the courtroom. All he had to do, Your Honor, was keep walking and put 100 yards between him
He did.
and Ms. Gattani. But now we get the excuses, the alibis, the reasons why he never puts 100 yards between himself and Ms. Gattani. Well, one is, I checked with the government. I did what the police officer directed me to do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you heard the clip and you heard the officer's testimony as to his perception of what happened. Mr. Kearney comes out and says, first thing he says is, I want to put this on record. Why does he want to put it on record? I suggest in light of both that comment and what you've seen in the rest of the trial, you could infer that Mr. Kearney wants to put it on record because he's setting up his alibi.
Oh, yeah. I would suggest to you that he's putting it on the record because Lindsey Gattani already had him incarcerated for 60 days. And nobody knew at the time that that was a complete setup between Tully, Mello, Kate, Peter, Mafia, Massel, and Lindsey Gattani. It was a setup. Nobody knew it then. He already had her she already had him incarcerated for 60 days. And 3 days after he gets out of jail, they're trying to do it again. And we know all that now. And once this stuff gets unimpounded and all these text messages come out, the shit's really going to hit the fan. Then, my friends, it's really going to hit the fan. He's setting up his alibi. No, because he knows what she's up to. He's been there before. He just got out of jail because of her.
He does not want to leave. He wants to stand there and make his live cast and denounce Lindsey Gattani and complain about how he was forced to leave that courtroom.
Complain
Because
about it? How about
he actually
complain
thinks
about
it's
the
a
fact that he just did 60 days in jail because of that bitch? How about that? Because she made up a whole bunch of stuff. Got him to come over to his apartment. I mean, got him to go over to her apartment with a fake subpoena, a fake grand jury subpoena that Tully gave her, by the way. There was no grand jury for her to testify in front of. So they give her a fake grand jury subpoena, because you might not know all the lore. They give Lindsey a fake grand jury subpoena. There's no grand jury in session. The grand jury has already been concluded for something else. And the crime that he's about to commit doesn't have a grand jury yet, allegedly. You know, in air quotes, I say crime. Tully gave Lindsey Gattani a fake grand jury subpoena to get him over to her house. So she's like, look, I got this grand jury subpoena. Oh no, what do I do? What do I do? And he goes over there and it's December 23rd. And then on top of that, she tells him that she's pregnant, shows him a sonogram picture that has metadata on it from years before. Apparently, they've got evidence of that too, in my opinion, I've heard. And the whole time, nobody knows this until now, of course, Lindsey Kearney is hiding in the bathroom, texting with Tully and Mello. Don't call me because Aidan's right outside the bathroom door, and you know I got to do the things that you want me to do, kind of things. And then she claims that he pushed her onto the couch, and then they said that that's a violation of the conditions on the bail conditions on the witness intimidation stuff. And he goes to jail for 60 days. Okay, it was a fake subpoena. The fake plan B. He recorded her. He's got wiretapping charges. I don't know if those were dropped because, you know, it's a two-party consent state in Massachusetts. And even though he said, I'm taping you, somebody doctored that out of there. We heard on Monday in the hearing, they're looking for a copy of that recording that Kate Peter made and gave to Tully. So yeah, Cosgrove, maybe that's what he's trying to do because he's been through it with this crazy person before.
Place. Well, you heard it from Mr. Bradle. I assume the defendant endorses that. It's just, Your Honor, it's just like a mechanic in the shop.
No, it's not.
Well, Your Honor,
like a mechanic in the shop. Oh, I forgot to change the banner.
Public building, and then Ms. Kearney has every bit as much right to enter that public building and accompany her friends, whether old friends or newly made, as does the defendant. He talks to the police officer. And apparently, if we can believe the defendant's own witness, Mr. Kearney, the police officer fortuitously suggests him to go exactly where he already told Mr. Kearney he was going.
He said Kearney for the first time.
I'll walk across the street.
He said it correctly
30, 40.
for the first time ever.
Let's be generous. 60.
It
That
clicked.
was too generous. However many yards away, that'll be good enough. You know, I left the courtroom. I have it on record now.
I forget it. I could see this. You know who could even see this a mile away with Coke bottle glasses? Ken Berkowitz could have seen this shenanigans, tomfoolery, ballyhoo, and bullshit miles away. Like he saw that piece of taillight when he just happened to be driving by 34 Fairview. Let's hear the judge's ruling on this.
Sent to the office of the commissioner.
Hold on. So the judge goes out for his little timeout
Right.
to make his decision. Here's all the people in the courtroom. A lot of pink.
All right.
And here's his ruling.
Let's have a brief recess. You may be seated. Thank you. Quiet, please. What's back in session? You may be seated. The defendant remain standing, please. Thank you.
Aidan Kearney, after a bench trial, you have been found not guilty as to one charge of violate abuse prevention order. Such charge will automatically be sealed by the Office of Commissioner of Probation in the clerk's office, unless you notify both offices in writing within 10 days that you do not want the charge sealed, using the request not to seal court records. The request not
The
to seal
judge,
form
he's
must
like,
be sent to the Office of the Commissioner by mail or email to the addresses provided on the form.
Not guilty.
If you want copies of any documents associated with these charges, you must request them immediately before the charges are sealed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
And look, they do a little fist bump here. That's awesome.
Court session is ended. Please, quietly. Thank you.
All that for nothing. How much did they spend it on that? They do a little fist bump here. There we go. Not guilty. Not guilty. He didn't even rule on the record. He let the clerk read it. Not guilty. What a bunch of bullshit. Oh, wait, Grant. Oh, this, I guess Aidan put this on here. Grant had 177 people watching his live stream when he heard the not guilty. And let's see how Grant Smith Ellis reacts.
Aidan Kearney, after a bench trial, you have been found not guilty as to one charge of violate abuse prevention order. Such charge will automatically be sealed by the Office of Commissioner of Probation and the clerk's office, unless you notify both offices in writing within 10 days that you do not want the charge sealed, using the request not to seal court record. The request not to seal form must be sent to the Office of the Commissioner by mail or email to the addresses provided on the form. If you want copies of any documents associated with these charges, you must request them immediately before the charges are sealed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's gonna cry.
Oh, goodness. Wow. That is not what I saw coming. I thought the argument was made. I thought it was clear he violated the order. I thought it was clear he stayed around. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness, an unexpected not guilty verdict after an extended 2-day trial for Aidan Turtleboy Kearney. It's very surprising.
You know how to pronounce Kearney. Dude, you know how to pronounce Kearney. Come on, man. Did he graduate from law school ever? Wasn't he in law school? I'm done with him. Buckle up, buttercups. When the text messages and emails come out, says Kathy. How much time, energy, money has been wasted on persecuting Aidan Kearney? And it's not over yet because he's still facing something like 10 felony charges, which can get him up to 105 years in prison. And so the defense fund for Aidan Kearney is pinned to the chat. Please donate. A good defense is expensive, and your constitutional rights are at issue. Massachusetts, where your constitutional rights go to die. He's Wendy Murphy's son. He is. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Peekaboo Baby Shark says there's a man passed out in the snow. Thank you. Kimberly, thanks for your 10. Washington State case. Ihsan Ali, court trials are televised by TVW, Washington's public affairs station. After hearing about this case recently, I'm shocked it has gone on the radar. Hope it's on TV. All right. I think you brought that one up before for me, so I will write that down. Thank you for your 10. D says, pray that the kids in program who were, in my opinion, groomed or essayed will speak out on cops who were involved in sick actions against Sandra Birchmore. She's not the only one hurt. I agree. I think you're right. I hope so. There could be so many other kids that were in that Police Explorers program that were exploited by the likes of Matthew Farwell, his twin brother, and discussing Robert Devine. And we still don't know. Apparently, they've announced, I think it's confirmed that Matthew Farwell was not the father of Sandra Birchmore's baby. So who was? I want to know. Steve says Cosgrove sounds like Larry Bud Melman from Letterman. That's funny. Summer, bench trial with neutral judge is best forum to lay out all the subtle facts and expose manufactured stories. Attorneys can go deeper, and a good judge knows. Yep. I agreed. Lola, it was a good decision. They made the right decision by asking for a bench trial on this one, in my opinion. Lola, the good dog, says, I thought Paul's job was to be the glarer. Sorry, Will. LOL. At least while in court. Thanks, Lola. For the love of the traveling trooper says, thank you for covering this. Free Turtleboy. I think this is my 18th video on the Aidan Kearney case. So there's a huge playlist on my homepage, and I think I've linked it below. So if you're not caught up on this, you might want to get there. Because all because they just wanted to shut him up. He was getting a little too close to the truth. For the love of the traveling trooper says, I'm sad when I watch you at work and I can't chat. Oh, I'm sad too. Your super chat. Woohoo Worldwide says, woohoo to you. And Dr. Turtleboy too. Thank you for your 10. eBay Warhol says, did I miss the unboxing of the YouTube button? No, I haven't done it yet. I haven't done it yet. There hasn't been time. We need to set up a proper celebration. Have some guests on. We'll have like a little party together. What do you think about that? And I kind of like, once I hit 100, I kind of now I'm at like 120, I think. So I'm a little late on that, but I do want to do something like a celebration or a roast or something. Edwina says, I know his next court appearance is August. How many more cases does he have before Aidan is finished with these false charges? Are we talking about Aidan? Yeah, they go back and I don't know if they're going back in August or if that's 121,000. Wow. I don't know if that is a discovery due date or if that's an actual court hearing date. I'm not sure. So, and I don't know if there's a trial date set on the witness intimidation charges. I think they said it could be a year away, but we can't wait for the discovery to drop and be allowed to talk about it because right now a lot of it's under seal. The text messages with Proctor and Jennifer McCabe, which I can't wait to see. August 13th. Yeah, I don't know if it's a court date. I'll find out. Not guilty. Right on, my friend, says Ms. Mojo Rising. Thanks for your 10, girl. Thank you, Charlene. Via Cash App says, thanks for the coverage. You're the GOAT. No, you are. Oh, this was interesting too. So Alley Cat Pat said, my son is 1 year older than Lindsey's oldest, and we had to get him off the bus a couple of times because Lindsey was nowhere to be seen, and I had to call Frankie. I love Frankie, but he was in way over his head. And then she put in another comment earlier and said, when I got her kid off the bus and saw Frankie, said, thank you, Al. Everyone down here hates her. Can you talk to them? I said, Frankie, no, I love you, but no, she's not in Dedham anymore. Interesting. The fact that they contacted the victim advocate and security before entering shows their intent clearly, said AKA the cat lady. Doesn't it though? Remember, if Turtleboy isn't in jail, I'm not going to testify, Michael says. Jennifer McCabe said that, according to a witness who lived in the same building that was apparently a confidant of Mafia asshole Kate Peter. Allegedly, that's what Kate Peter told her. Jennifer McCabe said to Marcy, if Turtleboy's not in jail, I'm not going to testify in the Karen Reed second trial. Beep bop. In my opinion, I fully believe that the affidavit about Lally and Brennan's collusion in all this and the foreman in the first Karen Reed trial, Lally coming in late to the Gattani trial, is just a little too coincidental. Jean Marie RN Fraser Bohm, yep, is AJ's new client accused of killing 4 Pepperdine students on the PCH with his car driving at a high speed in 2023. I remember when that happened. I've driven that road many times. It's called Dead Man's Curve for a reason. He's not accused of killing them. He actually did kill them after hitting a couple of parked cars. But he's been charged with murder. And there's a lot of evidence out there that a lot of other people have also been involved in fatal motor vehicle accidents and they weren't charged, including, I've heard, Caitlyn Jenner, I think. And so the question is, was he overcharged? Gascon, what does the black box say about the speed? We're already working on that. Grace is working on that. So we're going to have at least an overview for you soon. I'm trying to get my hands on some court documents, and California, it's hard to get criminal documents. If anybody has the indictment, I'd like to see it. Feel free to email me. My email is below the show notes. I can't be your pen pal. I can't respond to all emails, but I do read them all. Al dente, did you hear about the Boston Sergeant Paul Downey? Is that the one who essayed a kid? I can't. He was Bruce Jenner when it happened? Is that the one about with the kid? I can't. I need to get back to Sean Souza and find out whatever happened with that guy. If you haven't seen my show on Sean Souza, that was a Fall River case. And this is a former police officer down there. And he was convicted by a jury of graping his stepdaughter and also essaying another 15-year-old kid. The judge down there in Fall River, whatever the hell county that is down there, overturned the jury verdict and very quietly let this guy, Sean Souza, out of jail. And that was supposed to be heard again in May. I don't know what's going on. Does anybody know what's going on with that? Has anybody followed up on that? You can't make it up. He had been convicted by a jury. Remember, Patty? Yeah, totally forgot about him. Nobody wants you to know about any of this stuff that's going on in Massachusetts, you guys. I have a show on that. It will outrage you. The court papers on that Souza case will outrage you. The judge's decision will outrage you. He was just let out of jail. Overturned the jury verdict. Bristol County. Thank you. Thank you. It's Bristol County. Yeah, let me look it up right now. Let me look it up. All right. So somebody said there's some new filings on Walsh today. Yes, that is true. However, they've been impounded, aka sealed. It is the opposition to the motion to dismiss. The Commonwealth's opposition has been sealed or impounded. That was filed today. So we can't see it. We can't see the motion to dismiss at all on Walsh. However, we will come back here on the hearing for the motion to dismiss. Hopefully they'll televise it. Could anybody please tell somebody to get a camera in the courtroom? And that hearing is going to be on July 24th. That is in front of Judge Doolin. It says Judge Doolin, but we know that this case has been assigned to Frenier, so Diane Frenier, so I don't know. There was a reason. If you want, I will link that show below, the Sean Souza show. Prejudice to the defendant, something about not severing the cases. It was crazy. It was crazy. I can't even remember right now. That was, what did you say, Bristol County? Let me see if there's any appearances due on that case. If anybody lives down by Bristol County, you may want to get your ass over to the courthouse for this next thing, because this will outrage you. Yeah, she overturned the jury verdict. And it was something that in their papers, the Commonwealth didn't even argue to overturn. They always make a motion, after to overturn the verdict. It's never overturned. And this judge is like, yeah, okay, I'm going to overturn it. Let him out of jail very quietly. I can't even find it right now in the docket. No, that's just a civil. I don't know. You guys remember that? Sean Souza, he's a cop. He was a Fall River cop, or I forget what police department he worked for, but he raped his stepdaughter, and another 15-year-old essayed her and was found guilty by a jury, convicted, sent to prison. Then they let him out. The judge overturned the verdict. Right, they should be retrying the case. I don't know what's going on. M169 says Dead Man's Curve, the song was recorded by Jan and Dean after Jan wrecked his car along the same stretch of highway. Jan had to relearn how to walk and talk. Yeah. And they've been meaning to fix that stretch of roadway for a very long time. And I don't know, do they want to make an example out of Fraser Bohm? I don't know. I don't know enough about it yet to really. Dartmouth. He was a Dartmouth cop. That's right, Kathy. Dartmouth PD. Yep. Yeah, that'll outrage you. I'm going to, you know what? Let me put a link to the show in the chat right now so that you can go back and watch that later after this. And then you can all fall into the rabbit holes with me. Call me Alice. And we can figure out what the hell's going on with this guy. Yeah, I streamed this 4 months ago. It says February 15th of 2025. He had been quietly let out of prison around Christmas time and nobody knew. So here, I'm going to put it in the chat. It'll give you something to watch if nobody else is on right now. There you go. Enjoy. It's just going to really make you mad. So that's the trigger warning. I pinned it in the chat. It's going to really make you mad. Raoul Valley, not guilty. I did not follow that case at all. Like I could not even give you a summary on what that's about. Thank you, Thomas. Kevin Reddington is Sean Sousa's lawyer. Huh. Turtleboy really is a whistleblower on some level. If everybody could hit the like button, that'd be a really, really nice thing to do. Really nice thing to do. Helps the girl out, helps the stream, helps the algorithm, things like that, and stuff, and things and stuff. Anything else you want to talk about before we wrap? We've been here for a long, long time, many, many hours today. But listen, when we were doing full-on trial days, we were here for 8 hours a day. And now that we're only here for like 6, it feels like a half a day, right? The mods are like, no, let us go home. All right, should we do a cupcake invasion? Is anybody live right now? If everyone here donates $1, says for the love of the traveling trooper, it will help so much. Look, there's still almost 7,400 people here. Hit the like button. Let's do this. Oh, that's right. Remember Reddington and the garden variety grape. I was outraged. Yes, I was. Anybody we should do a cupcake invasion on? Who's live right now? Let me look. Has to be somebody who allows it though. Some people don't allow it. And so then you can't redirect to them. And it's like, too bad. Okay, I could send you 7,500 people right now, but if you don't allow redirects, then, we can't do it. Kevin Reddington is a busy guy. He represents Lindsey Clancy too. Yeah, and he represented Harry Turk, and he got Harry Turk the best deal that guy ever could have gotten. And Jennifer McCabe, he represented in the Rule 17 motions for her cell phone records. Remember? I don't see anybody live. All right. Make sure you have your notifications set to all and make sure you hit the subscribe button because it's free and because you want to be notified when I go live. Because sometimes I just go. I don't wait. I just go. Mary, thank you for the Venmo. Says keep it up. We all love you. Not as much as I love you guys. Not as much as I love you guys. That's for sure. Prayers to Texas. Yes, please. I don't know what my schedule is for tomorrow yet. And so I do not know, but just check back. And also, if you follow me on Instagram, I usually try and post it in my Instagram stories with a link. So you'll know. When the summer is over, we're going to get into like more of a regular schedule because it's just better when people know. Because when we're on trial, we know we just come here every day. We live here every day, 9 o'clock. Maybe next trial we can pick one that's like on the West Coast so we can sleep a little later or Central Time or something. And so make sure you have all the notifications set. But it's summer and I have a lot of kids and people always need to be somewhere in their places and things. And I do. I need a vacation in LA. I got to go to LA. That's what I got to do. Free Turtle Boy. He's exposing it all. Exposing it all. We're here for every minute. I can't wait for all these text messages to come out. It's going to be. All right, my friends, thank you to the moderators for keeping it classy today. It's not always an easy show to cover. It's not, Norfolk County is not an easy county to cover. That's why you got to be usually subscribed for 12 hours to even get into the chat because the trolls, they will wait. They're patient. They will wait, but we try and keep it classy here. Donna Adelson, I don't know. If Wendy Adelson ever gets indicted, I would cover that. But I feel like to catch up on what's going on with Donna Adelson, I've never covered it before, is like a lot of work. And I feel like there's other people that have been covering it for so long. I don't even know when it's starting, to be honest. I mean, look, if nothing else comes up. But I think we can find some more interesting cases in between. I think. We're going to be the Innocence Project of, YouTube. Like people who need freeing, we need to free. We got a free Turtle Boy now. Now we got a free Turtle Boy. Okay. All right, everyone. I don't know if that's true. Hold on a second. I see something in the chat that I saw fly by before, but I don't know if that's true. So let me just see if I can confirm. No, that sounds like fake news right now. So I don't think that that's true. And so I'm not going to report it because it would come up first that somebody died who's on death row. So I can't report that. But people come in and they try and put fake news in here, and then they try and get us to cover it. When is Corey Richard's trial happening? I don't know. That one seems like isn't she the one that wrote the book about grief, and she's the one who poisoned her husband? We'll see. Matthew Nilo, Nilo. I started digging into a really heartbreaking case because somebody brought it to my attention. Let me see if any of you guys followed this one. Hold on. Because if you're interested in it, maybe we should go back and watch the trial, because it seems like there may be people in jail who should not be in jail. And the name of the case is, hang on one second. I got to find it. It's a brother and a sister who were convicted of murder because their mother died. And it seems like they were in way over their head. This is in Tennessee. Karen and Michael Murray. Did anybody follow that trial? Their siblings, they were charged with murder and neglect in the death of their mother. Anybody follow that? People who bring it to my attention say that it was like it's a heartbreaking case in Tennessee. All right. What did you think about it? I'm just the girl says, yes, I followed it. Do you think they were wrongfully convicted? Is it very old? I feel like it was in. It was about a year ago. Oh, June of 2024. Well, that's why we didn't cover it, because that's when Karen Reed was going on trial number 1. I don't know. People saying Wade Wilson, it's not coming up, so I don't know if that's true. But people like to come in and spread misinformation because then they want me to report on it. Then they'll clip me reporting on it and say, she's such an idiot, she fell for it. All right. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Make sure your notifications are set. And make sure you will enable them on your phone. And say thank you to the moderators. And we will do an overview on Fraser Bone, because that's going to be Alan Jackson's next case. And stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. But I am going to see you soon. It's probably tomorrow. Okay? If not tomorrow, then Friday and the weekend. But we got plenty to catch up on. All right. Peace, my friends. I'll see you real soon. Good night, everyone. Oh, 6 hours today. Not too bad.